My forbidden art only activates when I'm outnumbered. Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. The Laughingstock of Crescent Valley. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The morning sun cast long shadows across the training grounds of Crescent Valley as Shen Yue stood before Master Lin, his body bruised from another failed duel. The old teacher shook his head slowly, disappointment etched into every line of his weathered face. At 20 years old, Shen Yue should have been advancing through the ranks of the valley's cultivators, yet he remained trapped at the lowest level of the nascent spirit realm, outmatched by teenagers half his age. This was not new. This was not surprising. This had become his reality so completely that Shen Yue had almost stopped finding it humiliating. Almost. The pain of constant failure never truly dulled. It only became familiar, like wearing the same worn clothes until you no longer noticed the holes, like living in a house with a constant faint smell that you eventually stopped noticing. The other disciples of Crescent Valley's small sect had long since stopped mocking him openly. There was no point. His weakness was so absolute that it transcended insult. He was simply part of the landscape, as permanent a feature as the training grounds themselves. He had become a cautionary tale that other young cultivators pointed to when they wanted to understand what failure looked like. What happened when someone lacked the necessary talent for cultivation despite years of effort and training. The disciples would sometimes gather in small groups to watch him spar with Master Lin, whispering and pointing. But they did not laugh. They did not jeer. His failure was too complete, too absolute, to be funny. It was simply sad. It was the tragedy of a person who was clearly trying, who was clearly putting in the effort, but who lacked some fundamental quality that prevented him from advancing. In the evenings, when the training grounds emptied, Shen Yue would often find himself alone except for the groundskeeper. The other disciples had social lives outside of training. They gathered in the dormitories to chat and share cultivation experiences. They formed small groups to study together, pooling their knowledge and insights. They made friends, developed rivalries, engaged in the normal social dynamics of youth. Shen Yue existed at the margins of all of this. The other disciples treated him with polite indifference. They were not cruel. Master Lin had made clear that mockery of weaker cultivators was not tolerated in the sect, but they were not particularly kind either. They simply ignored him, as though his weakness was contagious, as though associating with failure might somehow diminish their own prospects for advancement. Shen Yue wiped blood from his lip and straightened his robes, which had been torn in the violence of the duel. His hand ached where he had tried to block the master's strike. The pain was real, physical, but somehow less important than the deeper ache that came from knowing that he had lost again. Not because his opponent was significantly stronger. That would have been understandable. He had lost because at some fundamental level, his body and spirit rejected the power he was supposed to command. Again, Master Lin said, though his tone suggested hopelessness. From the beginning, Shen Yue reset his stance, drawing on the meager spiritual energy that flowed through his meridians like a thin trickle compared to the torrents that should have been available to him at his age and cultivation level. The problem was not ignorance. Shen Yue had studied the techniques of the Crescent Valley sect extensively over the past 5 years since he had first begun his training. He understood the theory of energy cultivation as well as any disciple twice his apparent strength, perhaps better than them given the amount of time he had spent in the library studying the foundational texts. He could perform the movements perfectly, had trained them thousands of times until his muscles knew the patterns without conscious thought. He could call upon the correct meditation postures, could arrange his body into the exact configurations that the masters described in their texts. He could maintain the proper breathing patterns, could regulate the flow of air through his lungs with the kind of precision that most cultivators would not achieve without years of additional training. But when it came to actual combat, when the sword was raised against him and he was forced to respond with power drawn from his cultivation base, none of that theory translated into practice. His technique was sound, but his power was insufficient. His understanding was thorough, but his capability was lacking. He was a student who had memorized all the answers, but could not solve the problems on the examination. In one-on-one combat, he felt it immediately, the emptiness of his power, the weakness that made even disciples a full realm below him capable of defeating him. His inherited forbidden art, the one his dying ancestor had passed to him with urgent whispers, lay dormant within his dantian like an unlit lantern. He had spent 2 years trying to ignite it, studying the cryptic teachings recorded in his ancestor's personal journal, meditating through countless nights, performing all the rituals the old man had described. Yet it refused to awaken. The jade pendant hanging beneath his robes was warm to the touch, always had been since the moment his ancestor had placed it there. That warmth was supposed to mean something. The old man had been certain of it, had pressed it into Shen Yue's hands with his final breath, his eyes wide with urgency and something that might have been fear. But what good was a warm pendant that did nothing? What power did it possess if it could not activate the cultivation art that supposedly came with it? Master Lin approached slowly, and Shen Yue attacked. His sword movements were precise, technical, everything a cultivator of his level should be capable of. He had trained these movements 10,000 times, until his muscles should have known them without conscious thought. The first strike was aimed at the master's shoulder, a diagonal cut that flowed naturally from his stance. The second strike was a thrust toward the center mass, economical and direct. The third strike swept upward from low to high, designed to follow up on the momentum of the first two movements. Master Lin deflected all three strikes with casual ease, using minimal force, his superior realm overwhelming Shen Yue's technique. Within moments, Shen Yue found himself disarmed, on his back, looking up at the disappointment in his teacher's eyes. His sword had fallen from his hand and lay several paces away on the training ground. "You have speed," Master Lin said, "not for the first time. Your technique is sound. Your foundation is solid. But you lack the fire, Shen Yue, the will to win. A cultivator must have hunger in their heart. You fight like someone going through motions." Shen Yue pulled himself to his feet, brushing dust from his robes. His shoulders ached where they had hit the ground. His pride ached worse. Master Lin was not entirely wrong. How could he have hunger when the cultivation art he had been given refused to function? Every other disciple in the valley could feel their power growing, their spiritual energy accumulating and consolidating with each breakthrough. They could feel the meridians in their bodies widening, adapting, becoming more capable of channeling the energy of heaven and earth. Shen Yue felt like a man standing in the rain while everyone else danced in the downpour, and the water simply passed through him without touching, without nourishing, without providing any sustenance. "I understand, Master Lin," Shen Yue said quietly, retrieving his sword from where it lay. The weapon felt heavier today than it had yesterday. Perhaps that was his imagination. Perhaps his failures were accumulating physical weight. The old teacher sighed, a sound that seemed to come from the deepest part of his chest. "Your family line once produced cultivators of genuine strength. Your ancestor was spoken of with reverence before his fall. It grieves me that you have inherited neither his power nor his determination. Perhaps you should consider a different path. Administration, alchemy, craftsmanship, honest work that does not require, 'I will improve,' Master Lin." Shen Yue interrupted, the words hollow even to his own ears. He had made this promise 100 times before. Each time, he had believed it. Each time, he had been wrong. "The forbidden art will awaken. My ancestor said it would. I simply need more time." The master did not argue. He simply turned away and began working with another student, one who showed genuine promise. The new student was younger than Shen Yue, perhaps 16 years old, yet already showed signs of advancing toward the middle stages of foundation establishment. Shen Yue watched as Master Lin corrected the young man's stance with gentle touches, providing encouragement and specific guidance. The contrast was painful to observe. Shen Yue gathered his sword and walked to the edge of the training grounds, where he could see out across Crescent Valley. The valley had been his home since childhood, a modest region with a small sect that bore the same name. It was not a prestigious place. Cultivators with real talent left for greater sects the moment they had the opportunity, but it had been home. It had been safe. The valley was nestled between mountains, protected by natural barriers and by the careful placement of defensive formations that the sect's founders had maintained for generations. The cultivators who lived here were content, for the most part. They had no ambition to rise to the highest ranks of power. They were satisfied with steady advancement, with the ability to live longer than ordinary mortals, with the knowledge that their spiritual cultivation gave them a measure of control over the forces of nature. They were happy, in their way. They did not need to be the strongest. They only needed to be strong enough. But Shen Yue had never fit into this world of contentment. He had always been too conscious of his weakness, too aware of the gap between where he was and where he should have been. That safety was beginning to feel like a cage. That evening, as the stars emerged overhead and the sounds of the valley fell silent, Shen Yue sat alone in his chamber, holding the jade pendant his ancestor had given him. The room was small and sparsely furnished, a bed made of simple wood with a thin mattress filled with straw, a writing desk scarred from years of use, a shelf containing the handful of books he had accumulated over his years of study. A single lamp burned in the corner, providing light for him to read by, though tonight he was not reading. He was simply holding the pendant, feeling its warmth seep into his palm, turning it over in his hands, examining it from every angle as though a new perspective might suddenly reveal secrets that had remained hidden for 2 years. The pendant was made of jade that had been carved and shaped by someone with genuine skill. The surface was smooth to the touch, almost liquid in feel. The center was marked with 3 concentric circles, each no more than a hairline in width, arranged with perfect precision. The outer circle contained characters in an ancient script that Shen Yue had spent months trying to decipher. The inner circles held designs that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, patterns that might have been deliberate artistry or might have been tricks of the light. Shen Yue had learned nothing from months of study. The pendant remained enigmatic, its secrets locked away, its power, if it possessed any power at all, inaccessible to him. He wondered sometimes if there was truly power hidden inside it, or if his ancestor had been a deluded old man who had transmitted nothing but false hope to his heir. Perhaps the forbidden art was not something that could be inherited, but rather something that needed to be discovered or earned through years of cultivation. Perhaps his ancestor had simply been wrong. The pendant was warm to the touch, always had been, but inert. Useless. The old man had pressed it into Shen Yue's hands with his final breath, his eyes wide with urgency and fear. The art will sleep until the pressure is greatest, the ancestor had whispered in a voice barely audible, each word seeming to cost him immense effort. When they come for you, when there is no escape, when the odds are impossible, then it will wake. The art feeds on resistance, boy. The more they come, the stronger you become. This is not weakness. This is the weapon they fear most. Shen Yue had believed his ancestors' words then, had clung to them as his only source of hope during those early years when his cultivation showed no signs of advancing. How could he not believe them? The dying man had spoken with absolute certainty, as though he knew something fundamental about the art that others did not, something hidden from the sect masters and the cultivation scholars and all the other supposed experts who had devoted their lives to understanding the nature of power. But years had passed, and the art remained asleep. Shen Yue had been tested countless times in duels, pushed to the edge of his abilities, faced down larger opponents and cultivators with higher realm stages. He had been isolated in dangerous situations, had experienced moments of genuine fear when he thought he might be killed. And through all of these trials, nothing. The art did not wake. The pendant remained warm but inert. The promised power remained dormant, unreachable, possibly non-existent. Perhaps his ancestor had been wrong. Perhaps the art only worked for the old man, and Shen Yue lacked the qualification to inherit it. Perhaps he was simply wasting his life waiting for power that would never come. He was 20 years old now. How much longer could he maintain the pretense that he belonged among cultivators? How much longer before Master Lin's patience completely evaporated? How much longer before the other disciples stopped treating him with polite indifference and began treating him as beneath notice? He held the pendant to his chest and tried again to call forth the forbidden art, using the meditation technique his ancestor had taught him. It was a method of breathing and visualization that he had perfected over 2 years of constant practice. He would breathe in through his nose, visualizing the energy of the world flowing into his body. He would hold the breath for a count of 16, feeling the energy settle into his dantian. Then he would exhale through his mouth, guiding the energy through his meridians, feeling it distribute throughout his body. The energy moved sluggishly through his meridians, constrained and weak, following the same paths it always followed. There was no sudden ignition of power. There was no ancient force awakening from slumber. There was only the same muted response he always got, the same faint warmth that suggested something dormant within him but did nothing to manifest that something into actual power. After an hour of effort, Shen Yue gave up. He lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling, wondering how much longer he could maintain the pretense that he belonged among cultivators, wondering if there was any real future available to him, wondering if accepting Master Lin's suggestion of a different path might be the wisest choice after all. Chapter 2. The News of Death. 3 days later, a traveler arrived in Crescent Valley bearing news that would change everything. Shen Yue was in the library when the word spread through the disciples about a visitor from outside the valley. The library was his refuge, a place where he could spend time reading cultivation texts and studying techniques without having to face the constant reminder of his weakness in the training grounds. He had been reading an old scroll about the history of the 6 major sects when the message came calling all senior disciples to an assembly. Master Lin called an assembly in the Great Hall, and Shen Yue attended out of habit rather than expectation. He sat in the back of the hall, knowing his presence was barely acknowledged by the other disciples. They clustered in the front rows, eager to hear whatever news the traveler had brought. Shen Yue remained in shadow, content to listen without drawing attention. The traveler was a cultivator of obvious power, his robes marked with the insignia of the Azure Heaven sect, one of the larger organizations that occupied the neighboring regions. His aura indicated cultivation at the peak of the immortal ascension stage, a level of power that dwarfed everything present in Crescent Valley. The man's face was grave as he moved to the center of the hall, commanding immediate attention through the sheer force of his presence. "We come searching for information," the traveler said, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall without need for magical amplification. The weight behind his words suggested a man accustomed to being obeyed. "A man named Ren Kwa, who was once associated with Crescent Valley. He has died in our territory, and we need to understand his connections." Shen Yue's heart stopped. Ren Kwa, the name of his closest friend, his greatest ally, the one person who had never doubted him, who had never treated him as the valley's failure. The one person who had believed that Shen Yue's weakness in one-on-one combat meant nothing, that there was a deeper power hidden somewhere inside him waiting to emerge. "Ren Kwa was one of our finest students," Master Lin said carefully, rising to his feet. His expression had become neutral, carefully controlled, though he departed this valley many years ago to seek greater opportunities. "What of his death?" The traveler's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with the weight of what he was about to reveal. "He was discovered to be harboring a fugitive, a dangerous criminal marked for execution by 3 major sections. Ren Kwa chose to die defending this fugitive rather than surrender him. He fought 9 cultivators of the Azure Heaven sect and killed 2 before being overwhelmed. His final act was to ensure the fugitive escaped into the mountain wilderness." Shen Yue felt the words wash over him like cold water. Ren Kwa had left Crescent Valley 5 years ago, telling everyone he was pursuing a better life in the larger world. They had exchanged letters for the first 2 years, warm letters full of details about Ren Kwa's progress, his advancement through the foundation establishment stage, his encounters with powerful sections. Then the correspondence had stopped. Shen Yue had assumed his old friend had simply moved on, found new companions, forgotten about the weak boy he had once tried to help. But Ren Kwa had not moved on. Ren Kwa had spent those 5 years helping someone, protecting someone, dying for someone. "Do you know who this fugitive was?" Master Lin asked, his voice carefully neutral, but Shen Yue could hear the tension underneath. "We believe he was a member of the old bloodline of the forbidden art practitioners," the traveler said, and the entire hall fell silent. The silence was absolute, the kind of silence that came from every person in the room holding their breath at once. "A cultivator whose family was hunted nearly a decade ago for practicing a forbidden cultivation technique. The art is said to be fundamentally unstable and dangerous. It was sealed by the combined efforts of 6 sections. Anyone who inherits it or seeks to practice it should be reported immediately." Shen Yue felt every eye in the hall turning toward him. He did not move. He barely breathed, but he could feel the weight of their attention settling on him like a physical force. His lineage was no secret in Crescent Valley. Everyone knew that his family had been destroyed, that his ancestor had practiced forbidden techniques, that Shen Yue himself carried the bloodline. What they did not know, what he had carefully hidden, was that he had inherited the actual cultivation art itself, not merely the blood connection to the practitioners. The jade pendant beneath his robes suddenly felt very heavy, very warm, as though the news of Ren Kwa's death had somehow activated it, given it new significance. "The fugitive," the traveler continued, "is still at large. The sects are mobilizing to find him. Any information would be rewarded. Any harboring of the fugitive would be. We have no such fugitive in Crescent Valley," Master Lin said firmly, his voice cutting through the traveler's words like a blade. "Our valley is small and peaceful. We pose no threat to the greater sections. I give you my word that if such a person were to appear here, we would report it immediately." The traveler studied the old master for a long moment, seeming to assess the truth behind the words. Finally, he nodded. "See that you do? The search continues. The fugitive will not hide forever." As the traveler departed, making his way back down the mountain roads that connected the valley to the larger world, Shen Yue remained sitting in the back of the hall. His mind was racing, trying to process what he had just learned. Ren Kwa was dead. His friend had died protecting someone, a member of the forbidden art bloodline. And now the sects were actively hunting, mobilizing resources, searching with the kind of determination that came from genuine fear. Master Lin dismissed the assembly shortly after, instructing the disciples to return to their training. Shen Yue remained behind, watching as the other students filed out. When the hall was empty except for him and the old teacher, Shen Yue approached. "Master Lin," he said quietly, "about what the traveler said." "Do not speak of it," the old master interrupted, not unkindly. "What you know or do not know is your own affair. But understand this, Shen Yue. If the sects come asking questions, I will have no way to protect you if the truth becomes apparent. You must be very careful in the coming days." Shen Yue bowed, understanding the warning. Master Lin was giving him a chance, a brief window of opportunity before the sects inevitably discovered him. It was far more kindness than he had any right to expect. That night, Shen Yue packed his belongings. He took only what he could carry: the clothes on his back, a simple sword that had been made for him by the valley's blacksmith 5 years ago, a small purse of spirit stones that represented his life savings accumulated over years of small payments from Master Lin for work in the library and the training grounds, and the jade pendant that his ancestor had given him. He left a letter from Master Lin, expressing gratitude for the teaching and apologizing for the position his presence had put the valley in. Then, just before dawn, he climbed the eastern wall of Crescent Valley and disappeared into the mountain wilderness beyond. He did not run, at first. Running would have drawn attention. Instead, he walked steadily into the mountains, moving with purpose, trying to appear like a legitimate traveler rather than a fugitive. But with each step away from the valley, the weight lifted slightly from his shoulders. He was leaving his home, leaving the only place he had ever truly known. But he was also leaving a place where he no longer belonged, a place where he had been slowly suffocating under the weight of his own inadequacy. Ren Kuo had left once. Ren Kuo had gone out into the larger world to seek opportunities and power. And if Ren Kuo could do it, then perhaps Shen Yue could as well. Chapter 3. Flight and hunting for 3 weeks. Shen Yue moved through the wild lands between the regions, staying away from major paths and settlements. He lived on foraged food and clean water, moving only at night when the darkness could conceal his movements, hiding during the day in caves and thick forests far from any signs of civilization. The forbidden art remained dormant within him, useless against the simple challenges of survival. He was thirsty, tired, and hungry, conditions that should have created the kind of pressure his ancestor had spoken of, the kind of desperation that the art supposedly fed upon. But nothing happened. The art did not awaken. The pendant remained warm beneath his robes, but the warmth meant nothing. It was like carrying a piece of stone that happened to retain heat from the sun. He could feel no connection between the pendant and the power it was supposed to grant him. There was no sudden surge of ability. There was no moment of clarification or understanding. Day after day passed in monotonous repetition. Shen Yue would hide in some cave or ravine during daylight hours, meditating and attempting to activate the forbidden art using the techniques his ancestor had described. He would try the meditation postures. He would attempt the breathing patterns. He would visualize the flow of energy, imagining power surging through his meridians. Nothing worked. In the evenings, he would search for food, digging through the forest floor for edible roots and mushrooms. The mushrooms were sometimes poisonous, and he had to be careful to avoid them, using the basic knowledge of plants that Master Lin had taught him. He trapped small animals when he could, killing them quickly, cooking them over small fires that he would extinguish completely before nightfall. He drank from streams, always careful to stay away from areas where humans might have passed recently. The physical challenges were manageable. Shen Yue was young and strong enough to handle the privation. His cultivation base, though weak, was sufficient to keep him healthy despite the poor diet. He did not get sick or injured in ways that mattered. What wore on him was the silence, the constant, grinding awareness that the forbidden art was not responding. With each day that passed without activation, the hope of his ancestors' dying words became more distant, more obviously the false promise of a desperate man trying to give his heirs something to hold on to. The truth was becoming impossible to ignore. The art was not going to activate simply because he was in danger. His ancestor had spoken of pressure being greatest when enemies came, when there was no escape, when the odds were impossible. But Shen Yue had been in danger now for weeks, isolated, vulnerable, completely unable to defend himself if he encountered truly hostile cultivators. The forbidden art was supposed to awaken under such conditions, was supposed to recognize the pressure and respond by flooding his body with power. Yet nothing happened. Then, on the 23rd day, the sects found him. Shen Yue first became aware of the pursuit when he spotted the colored bands tied to trees, simple markers that cultivators used to signal each other, a system that any trained observer could recognize. The sects were coordinating a search pattern, moving through the wilderness systematically, dividing the territory into grids, and working through each section methodically. It was clear that they had organized a true hunting party, not just the casual pursuit of a bounty. Within another day, it became clear that they were converging on his position. Shen Yue realized too late that he had made a critical error in his flight. He had been moving in a generally northern direction, drawn by stories he had heard of larger sects and greater opportunities in the northern territories. This must have seemed logical to whoever was coordinating the search. The hunters had anticipated his path and had positioned themselves to cut off his route. By the time Shen Yue understood the danger, he was cornered in a small canyon with only one exit, and that exit was now blocked. The canyon was narrow, with walls rising perhaps 50 paces on either side. The ground was rocky and uneven, with sparse vegetation and no good places to hide. Water had carved the canyon over millions of years, but the stream had long since dried up, leaving only white stone bones exposed to the sun. 7 cultivators emerged from the shadows, their robes marking them as members of different sects: the Azure Heaven sect, the Iron Palm School, and the Serene Jade Society. They blocked all paths of escape, their weapons drawn, their expressions grim with the certainty of superior numbers and power. The woman who led them was tall and lean. Her cultivation base marked her as a peak foundation establishment cultivator, someone who had advanced far beyond Shen Yue's level. "Shen Yue," she called out, a woman whose cultivation base marked her as a peak foundation establishment cultivator. "You are under arrest for harboring and conspiring with a fugitive cultivator. Surrender peacefully, and you will be executed quickly. Resist, and you will suffer." Shen Yue's hand moved to his sword. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to fight, to do something other than stand still and wait for execution. But his sword felt light and useless in his grip. Even with all 7 cultivators present, he felt no awakening of the forbidden art. The ancient power his ancestor had promised remained utterly inert. The pendant beneath his robe stayed warm but inactive. "I haven't harbored anyone," Shen Yue said, buying time, his mind racing through possible escape routes. "I'm just a traveler passing through. We have witnesses who saw you with Renqua 5 years ago." The woman interrupted, her patience clearly exhausted. "You were close. He died protecting the fugitive. The connection is clear. Your time for lies is over." The 7 cultivators moved forward as one, tightening their formation in a practiced motion that suggested they had executed this same maneuver many times before. Shen Yue's heart hammered against his ribs. This was it. This was the moment his ancestor had spoken of. The pressure was mounting. The odds were impossible. He was about to die, and the forbidden art remained asleep. Shen Yue raised his sword anyway, more out of reflex than real intention. He knew he could not win against 7 cultivators of such power. But perhaps he could take one with him into death. Perhaps that would be something. Perhaps that would give him some shred of dignity in his final moments. The woman moved first, her palm extending with the kind of casual confidence that came from the certainty of overwhelming power. Shen Yue felt a wave of spiritual pressure crash against him like a physical force. The pain was extraordinary, white-hot, and all-consuming. It felt as though her power was trying to tear him apart from the inside, ripping at his meridians, crushing his organs, obliterating everything that made him alive. The sensation was like being struck by lightning while simultaneously being compressed in the grip of a giant. Every nerve in his body screamed in protest. His bones felt like they were splintering. His vision blurred with tears of agony, the world becoming a haze of red and shadow. He staggered backward, his sword arm weakening, the weapon suddenly feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He felt blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He felt his knees beginning to buckle. He felt the reality of his approaching death settling over him with the weight of inevitability. This was the moment he had feared his entire life. This was the consequence of weakness, the punishment for daring to walk among cultivators when he was not worthy of standing among them. "This is how I die," Shen Yue thought with sudden clarity, a strange acceptance settling over his mind even as his body screamed with agony. "At least it will be quick. At least I will not have to face years of rejection and failure in Crescent Valley." The woman prepared her second attack, drawing additional power, her eyes glowing with the confidence of someone about to deal a finishing blow to a clearly defeated opponent. The other 6 cultivators moved forward, creating a perimeter around him, cutting off any possibility of escape. And then, in the moment before the second attack landed, something changed. Chapter 4. Awakening. The change was not gradual. It was not a gentle unfurling of power. It was an explosion, like a dam breaking, like the earth splitting open, like the sun itself had ignited inside his chest, and was now burning everything in its path. The forbidden art erupted from Shen Yue's dantian like a creature that had been sleeping in a cave for 1,000 years and had just been awakened by the first ray of sunlight. The awakening was violent and absolute, a force that could not be denied or contained. The power was immense, ancient, and furious, carrying with it the weight of all the generations of cultivators who had wielded it before him. It surged through his meridians with the force of a tidal wave, expanding them, forcing them to accommodate energy levels they had never been designed to hold. The sensation was agony beyond description, as though fire was running through his veins, as though his very bones were being reforged in the heart of a volcano. Shen Yue screamed, a sound of pure animal anguish that echoed across the canyon walls. His body convulsed with the force of the power flooding through him. He fell to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground, his hands pressed against the stone beneath him as if he could anchor himself against the overwhelming sensation. But then something shifted. The pain did not stop, but it transformed. Instead of tearing him apart, the energy began to weave itself into his being, restructuring him from the inside out. His meridians did not break under the pressure. They expanded, accommodated, adapted. His body did not collapse. It strengthened, hardened, became capable of handling power that would have destroyed an ordinary cultivator 1,000 times over. Shen Yue felt the changes happen in real time. His spiritual energy, previously thin and sluggish, suddenly flowed like a raging river. The depth of his dantian seemed to expand, becoming a boundless well of power. His physical body strengthened, muscles hardening and tightening, bones becoming denser, his entire being shifting into something more formidable than it had been a moment before. The pendant beneath his robes flared with such heat that it nearly burned him, but the sensation was not pain, it was awakening, and the power kept growing. With each of the 7 cultivators opposing him, the forbidden art fed. 2 enemies made him twice as strong. 3 made him thrice as strong. The power multiplied exponentially, feeding on the pressure of their combined assault, drawing strength from the resistance of overwhelming odds. For enemies, 5, 6, 7, each additional threat added another layer of power to the violent awakening. It was as though the universe itself was pouring energy into his body. The woman's second attack was already in motion, her palm thrust forward with killing force, but now Shen Yue moved with speed that shocked them all. He sidestepped the palm's strike with an ease that belied his previous sluggishness, moving like water flowing around a stone. His sword moved in response, almost of its own volition, and the blade sang through the air with an energy that seemed to carry weight beyond its physical form. The woman fell backward, blood streaming from a deep wound across her shoulder, her expression transforming from grim determination to shock and disbelief in the span of a heartbeat. The other 6 cultivators reacted with visible shock. This was not the weak boy they had been told to capture. This was something else entirely, something other, something that violated every expectation they had brought to this hunt. But they were professionals, trained to adapt to changing circumstances. They attacked as one, converging on Shen Yue from all sides in a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm through pure numbers. The forbidden art sang within him, a melody of ancient power that had waited years for this moment. Shen Yue moved with an instinctual grace that belonged to the art, not to him. His consciousness seemed to split into multiple streams, capable of tracking all 6 attackers simultaneously, predicting their movements before they committed to them, responding with a speed that seemed impossible. His sword found targets with precision that would have taken years of study to develop. His body flowed through the attackers like water, adapting to each new threat, countering before they could fully commit to their strikes. His movements were economical and devastating, not a single motion wasted, every action flowing naturally into the next. One cultivator attempted to grab him from behind, trying to trap his arms, but Shen Yue twisted his body with a flexibility that seemed inhuman. He drove his elbow backward with enough force to crack the man's ribs. The cultivator gasped, his grip loosening, and Shen Yue used the moment to break free. Another tried to trap his sword hand in a binding formation, spiritual energy coalescing around his wrist, attempting to immobilize the weapon. Shen Yue released the blade without hesitation, spun, and delivered a palm strike that sent the cultivator flying backward into the canyon wall hard enough to crack stone. The cultivator hit the wall with the force of an avalanche, leaving a crater in the ancient rock, blood trailing from his mouth. The woman who had spoken first regrouped with her remaining companions, and together they launched a coordinated assault. But Shen Yue could see their attacks coming now. The forbidden art had granted him more than power. It had given him clarity. Each of the 7 cultivators represented a node of pressure against him, a source of resistance feeding the art's awakening. The art fed on this resistance, transforming it into strength, giving him the power to overcome. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes in total duration, though from Shen Yue's perspective, it seemed both shorter and longer. The strange temporal distortion that came from operating at the edge of consciousness, pushed by power and adrenaline to a state beyond normal awareness. When it was over, all 7 cultivators lay on the ground, bleeding and broken. 3 were dead, their injuries too severe for recovery, their bodies shattered by strikes that no mortal flesh could have endured. One had his ribs completely crushed, his lungs punctured, his blood pooling beneath him in an expanding stain. Another had his spine fractured in multiple places, his body limp and lifeless on the stone. The third had been struck so hard that his neck was broken, his head hanging at an unnatural angle. The other four were unconscious, their bodies destroyed by power they had been utterly unprepared to face. One man's arm was broken in 3 places, the bone splinters visible beneath the skin. Another had massive internal injuries, his mouth and nose bleeding, his breathing shallow and irregular. A third cultivator's leg had been shattered, the bone fragments scattered like dropped pottery. The woman who had first spoken was still breathing, though barely. Her body was covered in wounds, her cultivation base nearly exhausted, her meridians damaged in ways that would take months or years to repair if she survived at all. Her eyes were wide with terror and disbelief as she stared at Shen Yue. She tried to move, tried to drag herself away, but her body would not obey her commands. Her muscles had been damaged by the force of Shen Yue's strikes. Her nervous system was overwhelmed. She could do nothing but lie on the stone and wait for whatever came next. Shen Yue stood among the fallen, breathing hard, his entire body glowing with the power of the forbidden art. The runes on his skin had intensified, becoming almost visible to the naked eye even in the bright sunlight. His aura was so powerful that the air around him seemed to shimmer, distorting like heat rising from sand on a summer day. He looked down at his hands. They were his hands, but not. The skin was marked with patterns that seemed to glow from within, ancient characters and symbols spiraling down from his wrists toward his palms. Some of the symbols he recognized from his ancestors' teachings. Others were completely foreign, presumably drawn from sources older than his ancestors' lineage, from generations of forbidden cultivators stretching back centuries. His entire body felt like it was vibrating at a frequency just beyond normal perception. Every cell seemed to be humming with new power. His senses had expanded, becoming capable of perceiving things that were previously beyond his reach. He could feel the spiritual energy in the environment with new clarity. He could sense the subtle disturbances in the air caused by the movements of the surviving cultivators as they dragged their fallen comrades away. The transformation was not complete. Shen Yue could feel the forbidden art still settling into his body, still integrating with his meridians and cultivation base. The process would take time, possibly days or weeks before the art was fully incorporated and he could control it with true precision. "What are you?" the woman whispered, her voice trembling with fear and pain. Shen Yue knelt beside her, and she flinched, expecting death. Instead, he simply looked into her eyes, seeing the genuine terror there. She expected him to finish her off. In her world, mercy was a luxury that cultivators of true power did not afford to their defeated enemies. "I am exactly what my ancestor warned about," Shen Yue said quietly, his voice not his own, deeper and more resonant, as though the forbidden art was speaking through him. "A cultivator whose power grows with each enemy." The woman tried to move, but her body would not obey. Shen Yue knelt beside her, and she flinched, expecting death. Instead, he simply looked into her eyes, seeing the genuine terror there. She expected him to finish her off. In her world, mercy was a luxury that cultivators of true power did not afford to their defeated enemies. "Tell the sects," he said, his voice steady and clear, "that Shen Yue is no longer someone to be hunted. Tell them what you saw here. Tell them that the more of you that come for me, the stronger I will become. And tell them to leave me alone, or I will make them regret ever hearing my name." Then Shen Yue stood, gathered his sword from where he had dropped it, and walked away from the canyon. Behind him, he could hear the woman's ragged breathing, the sound of her failed attempts to move. He did not look back. The forbidden art was slowly releasing him from its augmented state, but the power remained, thrumming through his body, fundamentally changed. He was no longer the weak cultivator of Crescent Valley. He was something new. Chapter 5. Understanding the art, the forbidden art did not immediately release him from its augmented state. For 3 days, Shen Yue felt the power thrumming through his body, a constant presence that seemed to be slowly integrating with his normal cultivation base. The runes on his skin gradually faded, but they did not disappear entirely. They remained as a faint pattern, visible only if he looked carefully, a reminder that something ancient and powerful now flowed through his veins. During those 3 days, Shen Yue experimented. He tested the art's boundaries, trying to understand its nature. When he stood alone, he felt the power diminish. It was still greater than his baseline strength. The art seemed to have permanently upgraded his cultivation base during its awakening, but it was a fraction of what it had been when facing the 7 cultivators. It was like the difference between a candle and the sun. He spent the first night in a cave, sitting alone with his thoughts, meditating on the changes that had occurred. The forbidden art was different from anything he had learned about in the cultivator's texts. It did not follow the same principles as normal cultivation. where advancement came through steady accumulation of spiritual energy and the gradual expansion of one's meridians. Instead, the art seemed to operate through a completely different mechanism. His ancestors' words came back to him now with new clarity. The art feeds on resistance, boy. The more they come, the stronger you become. Shen Yue understood now that this was not merely a power boost triggered by the presence of multiple enemies. The art represented a fundamental philosophy of cultivation that contradicted everything he had been taught in Crescent Valley. Master Lin and the other teachers of his youth had taught that cultivation was about harmony, about finding balance with the world's spiritual energy, about smoothing edges and adapting to circumstance. It was about integration, about becoming one with the natural flow of power. The forbidden art was the opposite. It was about embracing resistance. It was about taking the pressure that the world applied and using that pressure as fuel for escalation. The more enemies came, the more weight they placed on Shen Yue, the more force they exerted against him, the more power the art could draw from that weight and convert it into strength. It transformed opposition into power, transmuted resistance into capability. This was why the sects feared it. This was why they had hunted his family to near extinction. An art like this could not be contained by numbers or superior power alone. The very tactics used to suppress it would strengthen it. The more sects that mobilized against a practitioner of the forbidden art, the more unstoppable that practitioner became. The art was mathematically impossible to defeat through conventional military tactics. Shen Yue realized that the art had been dormant not out of weakness, but out of necessity. His ancestor had needed to keep it hidden until the moment came when hiding was no longer possible. The old man had been running, just as Shen Yue was running, waiting for the day when flight would no longer be an option and pressure would become absolute. Only then could the art fully awaken. Over the following weeks, Shen Yue traveled northward, moving through progressively larger cities and regions. He avoided the areas most heavily patrolled by the major sects, taking routes that avoided known sect strongholds and maintained distance from organized cultivation communities. But he made no real effort to hide his identity anymore. He wanted the sects to know he was out there, moving, existing. He wanted them to understand that their hunt had failed, that Shen Yue was still alive and stronger than ever before. He found work in a small town nestled in a valley between two mountain ranges, helping with construction and repair work, using his newfound strength to move heavy objects and restore damaged buildings. The work was honest and physically demanding, and it paid well enough to keep him fed and sheltered in a modest inn. The townspeople seemed grateful for his help, and they did not ask difficult questions about his background or his reasons for being in their region. They simply treated him as a laborer and compensated him fairly for his efforts. In the mornings, he would work on construction projects, helping to rebuild a section of the town's defensive wall that had been damaged by an avalanche the previous winter. He would carry stones that weighed hundreds of pounds, moving them with ease that would have been impossible before the forbidden art's awakening. The other workers would watch him with a mixture of respect and wariness, clearly sensing that something was different about him, that he was not an ordinary person. In the evenings, he would sit alone in his room at the inn and practice with his sword, learning how the forbidden art flowed through his body when he was not under immediate pressure. The art seemed to have a personality of its own, a will and drive that was separate from his own consciousness. When he was alone and calm, it rested, a subtle presence in his meridians. But the moment he touched his sword, the moment he began to practice combat techniques, the art would stir, eager for the challenge, eager to test itself against imaginary opponents. The news of what had happened in the canyon spread quickly through cultivation circles, traveling faster than Shen Yue himself was moving. The 7 cultivators had lived to tell the tale. The 6 who survived had been found and recovered by their respective sects within days. They had indeed spread the word about what they had witnessed, and their testimony was consistent and credible enough that the sects could not dismiss it as exaggeration. A weak cultivator from an insignificant valley had defeated 7 powerful opponents without breaking a sweat. Some sects claimed it was impossible. Others called it an exaggeration. Still others suggested that the cultivators who had reported it were lying or had been bribed by Shen Yue himself. But the sects could not ignore it. If there was even a possibility that Shen Yue had truly inherited a functional forbidden art, he represented a threat that demanded immediate attention. The 6 sects that had once combined to seal the art began to mobilize again, this time not hunting an old man, but a young practitioner whose power was growing with each passing day. Bureaucracies within the sects began moving, resources were reallocated, military forces that had been idle for years were activated and prepared for deployment. Chapter 6. The road north. Shen Yue traveled for 2 months, moving through regions he had never seen before, experiencing a larger world than the small valley had ever allowed. The journey transformed him in ways that had nothing to do with the forbidden art's power. His mind expanded as he encountered new ideas, new philosophies, new ways of thinking about cultivation and power. He learned that the world was much larger and more complex than he had imagined. There were hundreds of sects, not just the handful that had once menaced his region. Some were organized and hierarchical, with clear chains of command and established traditions. Others were loose associations of cultivators united only by a shared belief or practice. There were cultivators at every level, from pathetic weaklings barely worth noticing to ancient masters whose power seemed to rival the heavens themselves. There were cities that dwarfed Crescent Valley, containing tens of thousands of people, with entire districts dedicated to cultivation, commerce, and power. There were libraries of cultivation techniques, markets where rare spirit medicines could be purchased for prices that would bankrupt a small nation, tournaments where cultivators tested themselves against one another in controlled environments. There were restaurants serving food prepared with spiritual ingredients that enhanced cultivation. There were forges where skilled craftsmen created weapons infused with power. There was an entire civilization built upon the foundation of cultivation that Shen Yue had barely glimpsed from his isolated valley. And everywhere Shen Yue went, he heard stories about himself. The weak cultivator from the destroyed family, the bearer of the forbidden art, the young man who had defeated 7 cultivators single-handedly, the one who had made the sects afraid. Some stories were accurate. Many were wildly exaggerated. Some were completely fabricated. In one story, Shen Yue had killed all 7 cultivators outright. In another, he had transcended to a higher realm in a single moment of power. In yet another, he was revealed to be a demon or a celestial being temporarily inhabiting a human form. But the essential truth remained beneath the exaggerations. Shen Yue was becoming famous, or rather infamous. His name was spreading through the cultivation world like wildfire, growing in legend with each retelling. This fame brought unwanted attention. Bounty hunters began to track him, hired by sects that wanted him brought in for execution or study. Young cultivators sought him out for duels, believing that defeating him would prove their worth and establish their reputation. Sects that had no direct involvement in hunting him still tried to capture him, hoping to trade his life for favor with the 6 major sections. Shen Yue was forced to fight frequently, sometimes multiple times per day, and each time he fought, the forbidden art grew stronger. The battles were not always with multiple opponents. Sometimes he faced single enemies who were powerful, individuals whose skill or realm level made them formidable threats. Against these single opponents, the art's multiplier effect did not activate in the same way it did against numbers. Instead, it seemed to feed on the intensity of resistance, on the sheer challenge of the opposition. The power was no longer something that awakened during battle and faded afterward. It had become a constant presence, like a second cultivation base running in parallel with his main one. When he was alone, the art was quiescent but accessible, a subtle thrumming at the edge of his awareness. When facing opposition, it surged forth, feeding on the pressure of his enemies' numbers and power. By the time Shen Yue reached the city of Jade Mountain 2 months after his awakening, he had already grown exponentially stronger. The gap between his baseline power and his power when facing multiple opponents was staggering. Against a single enemy, he was formidable but not unstoppable. Against 10 enemies, he was nearly invincible. Against 20, he was unstoppable. The scaling effect was becoming more pronounced with each battle. Jade Mountain was the largest city Shen Yue had ever seen. The streets were wide enough that carts could pass each other without difficulty. The buildings rose so high they seemed to touch the clouds. The spiritual energy in the air was so thick it was almost visible, drawn in by countless cultivators who called this place home. The sect headquarters were not fortified with walls and gates like the fortress of Crescent Valley. Instead, the city itself served as a buffer, a neutral ground where representatives of many different sects could meet and conduct business without open conflict. Shen Yue had come to Jade Mountain because he had heard it was relatively neutral ground, a place where the 6 hunting sects had less direct authority. He needed time to rest, to recover from the constant vigilance of the road, to find a place where he could live for more than a few days without being discovered and forced to fight for his life. He rented a modest room in an inn located in the outer districts, far from the places where powerful cultivators congregated. He bought simple clothes that did not mark him as anything other than an ordinary traveler. For the first time in months, he allowed himself to sleep without fear, knowing that the city's neutral status would protect him at least temporarily from open assault. Chapter 7. Calm before storm. Shen Yue spent 2 weeks in Jade Mountain, and those 2 weeks were some of the most peaceful he had experienced since his ancestor's death. He did not hide. That was impossible now. given how distinctive his aura had become, but he did nothing to draw attention to himself either. He moved through the city with deliberation, always aware of where he was, always conscious of potential threats, but no longer looking over his shoulder constantly. He visited a library where an old master cultivator was willing to sell information about the 6 hunting sections. For the cost of 3 spirit stones, the librarian provided detailed documents describing the sect's hierarchies, their known masters, their cultivation philosophies, their strongholds, and supply lines. Shen Yue learned that the Azure Heaven sect was the largest, with a cultivator at the Immortal Ascension stage as its sect leader. The Iron Palm School was known for combat prowess and physical cultivation techniques. The Serene Jade Society valued knowledge and alchemy, maintaining the most extensive libraries of any sect. The other 3, the Crimson Flame sect, the Midnight Shadow Alliance, and the Sacred Mountain Temple, were nearly as formidable. 6 sections. If each brought 20 cultivators to bear against him, that would be 120 opponents. The forbidden art would feed on that pressure, growing exponentially stronger with each edition. Shen Yue did not know if he would survive such a battle. The theoretical limits of the art were unknown. Could the multiplier continue infinitely? Was there a plateau at some higher level? Did it have weaknesses that would become apparent only when tested to extremity? This knowledge should have terrified him. Instead, Shen Yue found it oddly clarifying. He had accepted his path now. He was no longer the weak, rejected cultivator of Crescent Valley. He was something new, something the world had never seen before. The forbidden art had chosen him, or he had chosen it. Either way, there was no going back. The only path forward was to continue moving, continue testing himself against greater challenges, continue learning the true extent of his capabilities. On the 15th day of his stay in Jade Mountain, a messenger arrived at the inn bearing a summons. Shen Yue knew immediately what it meant. One of the sects had finally located him precisely and decided that the time for subtlety had passed. He opened the sealed message and read the contents. It was from the Crimson Flame sect, and it was remarkably polite, almost courteous in its phrasing. The message was written in formal cultivation script, each character a work of art that indicated the hand of a skilled calligrapher. "We have become aware of your presence in Jade Mountain," the message said. "The Crimson Flame sect invites you to a formal duel at the Great Arena 3 days hence. The duel will be witnessed by representatives of all major sects in the city. We wish to verify the stories that surround your name, and to offer you a choice. Submit to our custody and receive trial before a tribunal of sects, or refuse and be hunted until you are captured or killed. The choice is yours, but a choice you must make. We extend this invitation as a gesture of respect for your demonstrated power." Shen Yue read the message 3 times, making sure he understood it correctly. This was not a demand. This was an invitation to a fair fight, witnessed by others. The Crimson Flame sect was offering him something unprecedented, a chance to face them in controlled circumstances, rather than in ambush or pursuit. The message was signed by the sect master himself, a cultivator whose name carried weight in cultivation circles across the entire region. He could refuse. He could leave the city immediately, lose himself in the wilderness again, resume his life as a fugitive. The forbidden art was strong enough now that the prospect did not terrify him as it once had. He had faced 7 enemies and won. He had defeated multiple bounty hunters. His baseline power had improved to the point where he could challenge cultivators of the mid-stage Immortal Ascension stage and have a reasonable chance of victory. Or he could accept the invitation. He could walk into the great arena and face whatever champion the Crimson Flame sect sent against him. He could prove himself in front of witnesses from the major sections. He could demonstrate that the forbidden art was not a myth or an exaggeration, but a genuine power that could not be contained through conventional means. Shen Yue made his decision that night. In the morning, he would send a message accepting the duel. He would walk into the great arena and face whatever awaited him there. It was time to stop running. It was time to make the world understand what had been born in that canyon, what the forbidden art truly meant. Chapter 8. The Great Arena. The Great Arena of Jade Mountain was the largest structure Shen Yue had ever seen. It was carved from a single piece of white stone, or perhaps the stone had been shaped by ancient cultivators with power beyond anything he had yet witnessed. The construction technique was impossible to determine. The surface was too perfect, too smooth, suggesting either that it had never needed maintenance or that it had been preserved by magical means. The arena was carved into the earth itself, with seating arranged in concentric circles that could hold thousands of spectators. The center fighting area was an octagon. Each side measured at least 50 paces long. The stone was marked with protective formations that were clearly very powerful. Shen Yue could feel them thrumming with energy, designed to contain stray attacks and prevent battles from spilling beyond their intended space. On the day of the duel, the arena was packed. Every major sect in the city had sent representatives, along with independent cultivators, merchants, and wealthy merchants who had paid substantial fees for the privilege of watching. There were guards patrolling to ensure no one attempted to interfere with the proceedings. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation, a palpable sense of excitement running through the crowd. Shen Yue entered from one side of the arena to a wave of murmurs and whispers. The crowd had been anticipating his arrival, but seeing him in person seemed to have a different effect than simply hearing stories about him. He was young, not yet 30 years old, his face showing no particular marks of power or special distinction. He could have been any moderately skilled cultivator. And yet there was something about his presence, some quality of the air around him, that suggested hidden depths. He had intentionally dressed to make a statement, not in the simple traveler's clothes he usually wore, but in a cultivator's formal robe, deep blue marked with silver patterns that suggested great age and significance. The robe had no sect insignia, but it marked him as someone who understood the weight of this moment, who understood the formality of what was about to occur, who was taking his role seriously. The crowd's murmurs intensified as he made his way to the center of the octagon. People were pointing, whispering, speculating. Some seemed impressed. Others seemed afraid. A few seemed skeptical, doubting that this young man could possibly live up to the legends that had been built around his name. The crowd fell silent as the representative of the Crimson Flame sect entered from the opposite side. The woman who had served as the probe came into the arena escorted by honor guards, moving with the kind of grace and confidence that came from knowing her place in the hierarchy of power. Behind her, several sect representatives took their positions in boxes overlooking the arena, watching with the kind of attention that suggested this was not merely entertainment, but a matter of profound importance. It was not a sect master. It was not even a cultivator Shen Yue recognized from any of the stories he had heard. It was a young woman, perhaps a few years older than Shen Yue, with the bearing and grace of someone who had trained extensively. Her aura marked her as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, weaker than the woman who had led the ambush in the canyon. Shen Yue felt a flash of confusion. Was this a test? Was the Crimson Flame sect sending a deliberately weak opponent to see how he would respond? Was this a trick of some kind? An announcer's voice boomed across the arena, magically amplified so that every spectator could hear clearly. The voice belonged to an old man wearing robes marked with neutral insignia, indicating his position as an official overseer of the arena's events. This duel is held to verify the claims surrounding Shen Yue, bearer of the forbidden cultivation art. The Crimson Flame sect has chosen this arena as neutral ground, and the duel will proceed with full transparency and observation. The rules are simple. The duel will continue until one combatant is unable to continue, yields, or is dead. The protective formations will activate automatically, preventing lethal injury to the spectators. Begin. The young woman moved first, her combat style elegant and precise. She was clearly a skilled fighter, her attacks flowing smoothly from one technique to the next, each movement melting naturally into the next. Her footwork was excellent, her strikes were timed perfectly, her defenses were economical and efficient. Under normal circumstances, she would have been a serious threat to most cultivators of her realm. Against Shen Yue, she was helpless. He did not move with cruelty or malice. He simply deflected her attacks with minimum effort, allowing her to exhaust herself, watching as she gradually realized that she had no chance of landing a meaningful strike. The forbidden art was barely stirred by her opposition. One enemy was insufficient to trigger its power multipliers. His baseline strength, even after the awakening, was not dramatically greater than what a cultivator of his apparent realm should have been capable of. But Shen Yue was learning control, learning how to suppress his power, learning how to fight at reduced capacity while still maintaining complete dominance over his opponent. It was a skill that would have taken most cultivators years to develop, the ability to adjust one's output to match one's opponent. Shen Yue had only weeks of experience, but the forbidden art seemed to grant him an intuitive understanding of power scaling. The young woman began to tire. Her attacks slowed. Her breathing became labored. Her movements became less precise. After perhaps 5 minutes, she fell backward, exhausted and defeated, unable to continue. But then, Shen Yue realized the true purpose of this duel. As he stood victorious over the fallen woman, he noticed sect representatives positioning themselves at strategic points around the arena. They were not simply observing, they were preparing. Their hands glowed with power, their formations began to activate, their movements became coordinated and purposeful. The young woman was never meant to be the real challenge. She had been a probe, a way to draw him into the arena and commit him to staying there. She had been a test to see if the stories were true, to gauge his actual power level. And now that she had served her purpose, the real test was about to begin. 10 of them entered the arena. Chapter 9. The test. Shen Yue understood what was happening the moment the 10 cultivators stepped into the octagon. The Crimson Flame sect had orchestrated this entire scenario. The young woman was never meant to present a real threat. She had been a probe, a way to draw him into the arena and commit him to staying there. The sects had decided that they needed to test him in controlled circumstances to determine what he was truly capable of. Now the real challenge was about to begin. The forbidden art surged through Shen Yue's body, responding instantly to the sudden increase in pressure. Where he had been moving with casual efficiency against the young woman, he now felt power pooling in his limbs, his spiritual energy doubling, tripling, expanding. The runes on his skin reappeared, glowing with an inner light that illuminated the arena. 10 opponents meant the art's multiplier was tenfold, 10 times his baseline strength. It was an intoxicating feeling, like standing on the edge of a cliff while holding infinite power. The world seemed to slow around him, as though time itself had become a substance he could manipulate. The 10 cultivators attacked simultaneously, their coordination flawless and terrifying. They moved like a single organism, each fighter perfectly aware of the other's positions and intentions. It was clear they had trained together extensively, designed their techniques to work in concert with one another, rehearsed their movements until they could execute them without conscious thought. Their attacks came in carefully orchestrated waves, each cultivator supporting and reinforcing the others, creating layers of threat that would have overwhelmed most opponents. The first wave attacked from Shen Yue's left side, 2 cultivators striking in perfect synchronization, their blades aimed at his sword arm and his torso. Before he could even begin to respond to that threat, the second wave attacked from his right, another pair of cultivators attempting to trap him between 2 lines of assault. Behind them, the remaining 6 were preparing follow-up attacks, arranged in a formation that would have allowed them to support the first attackers or shift their focus instantly if Shen Yue moved to a different location. It was a well-designed tactical maneuver. Against most opponents, this level of coordination would be overwhelming. Against a single powerful cultivator without support, this formation would have been nearly impenetrable. But against Shen Yue with the forbidden art's full power, the formation was insufficient. The gap between their power and his had become too great to bridge, a chasm of strength that could not be overcome through coordination alone. He moved through their formation like water flowing through a sieve, his body following paths that seemed almost predetermined, as though he could see the future an instant before it occurred and was simply stepping aside before the danger could touch him. His blade found precise targets with an accuracy that came from the forbidden art's gift of clarity. Each strike was placed perfectly, hitting vital points with economical precision. His body flowed through gaps in their attacks, sometimes by mere inches, moving with a gracefulness that had nothing to do with him and everything to do with the ancient power flowing through him. The forbidden art was dancing through the formation, using his body as an instrument, showing him moves and techniques that he had never studied, granting him knowledge that belonged to thousands of years of forbidden cultivators stretching back into history. One cultivator fell, then another. The remaining 8 adjusted their formation, creating a tighter perimeter, attempting to trap him within their combined presence. Shen Yue realized what they were doing. They were trying to keep the pressure constant, trying to prevent him from breaking through their circle and escaping. It was a sound tactical decision, the kind of maneuver that might have worked against a normal opponent. But it did not matter. The pressure was exactly what the forbidden art needed. Instead of trying to escape, Shen Yue moved forward into the center of their formation. The cultivators who had been expecting him to try to flee were not prepared for a direct assault. His sword took on new dimensions of force, moving with a speed and power that was overwhelming. The carefully arranged formation shattered like glass. The duel lasted perhaps 5 minutes from the moment the 10 cultivators entered the arena. When it was over, 8 cultivators lay on the arena floor. 3 were dead, their injuries too severe for recovery. The remaining 5 were badly injured, unable to move without assistance, their cultivation bases damaged in ways that would take months to repair. The crowd had gone absolutely silent. Shen Yue stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard, his body glowing with the power of the forbidden art. He was not even wounded. His clothing was intact. His sword was barely stained with blood. He stood there looking almost pristine, which only made the destruction around him more stark. The crowd remained silent, as though they could not quite process what they had just witnessed. Shen Yue looked up at the section where the Crimson Flame sect representative sat. His eyes found the sect master, an elderly man with white hair and an ancient face, radiating power that marked him as at least a tribulation ascension stage cultivator. someone who had transcended the normal stages of cultivation and reached into realms that were nearly legendary. The sect master was smiling. Extraordinary, the old man called down, his voice carrying across the arena without magical amplification. It required no amplification. His power was sufficient to project his words to every listener. The stories were not exaggerated. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Shen Yue did not respond. He was watching the other sect representatives, gauging their reactions. Most looked horrified or calculating, their minds already working through the implications of what they had just witnessed. The representative from the Azure Heaven sect looked enraged, his hand on his sword, clearly wanting to attack, but held back by his companions. The representative from the Sacred Mountain Temple looked deeply troubled, almost afraid. "I have an offer for you, Shen Yue," the Crimson Flame sect master called out. "The Crimson Flame sect has no desire to destroy you. In fact, we see in you the potential for something greater than conflict. We would welcome you into our ranks, as a direct disciple of this sect. You would be offered resources, protection, and the opportunity to develop your art without the constant threat of pursuit. All we ask is that you do not actively work against the sect's interests. What say you?" The offer hung in the air. Shen Yue could feel the attention of the entire arena focused on him, waiting for his response. Every eye was fixed on him, every spectator holding their breath, wanting to know what the bearer of the forbidden art would do when offered a position of honor. An offer from a major sect was substantial. He would no longer have to flee. He could rest. He could train. He could have security and resources and the backing of an organization powerful enough to protect him from the other 5 sections. But he would also be constrained. He would be a caged weapon, used according to the sect's designs, his freedom traded for safety. He would be expected to follow the sect's rules, serve the sect's purposes, advance the sect's goals. He would be owned. "I appreciate the offer," Shen Yue said, his voice carrying across the arena through the magical amplification. "But I must refuse. I will not bind myself to any sect while the Six are actively hunting me. I will not trade my freedom for shelter. If the Crimson Flame sect is truly interested in peace, then convince the others to cease their pursuit. Until then, I walk my own path." The sect master's smile did not fade. He simply nodded, as though this response had been exactly what he expected. "Very well," the old man said. "Your answer is noted. The gates of Jade Mountain are open to all who travel the roads of peace. You may leave freely, with the guarantee that the Crimson Flame sect will not pursue you, at least not immediately. But know that the other sects will not be as restrained. The hunt continues." Shen Yue bowed to the sect master, gathered what remained of his composure, and walked out of the arena. Behind him, the crowd remained silent, processing what they had just witnessed. Chapter 10. Departure and New Roads. Shen Yue did not stay in Jade Mountain after the duel. He knew that remaining would only invite additional challenges, more attempts to capture him or test him. The Crimson Flame sect's declaration of non-pursuit was meaningful, but it was also a strategic move. By granting him safe passage, the sect had proven that they were different from the other 5. They had sown discord among his enemies, creating the possibility that different sects might pursue different strategies. But that benefit would only last as long as Shen Yue remained outside the sect's direct interests. The moment he became a threat to them, the protection would evaporate. He left Jade Mountain the morning after the duel, traveling northward into regions he had never explored. The forbidden art hummed quietly in his chest, sated but alert, like a predator that had fed recently and was now content to rest while remaining conscious of its surroundings. Over the following months, Shen Yue's existence became something between a pilgrimage and a war. He moved constantly, traveling through new regions, meeting new people, learning about new sects and powers. Everywhere he went, cultivators challenged him. Some came from the 5 hunting sects, attempting to capture or kill him according to orders. Others came from neutral sects, testing him out of curiosity or ambition, hoping to gauge the truth of the legends. Still others came independently, hoping to gain glory and recognition by defeating the infamous bearer of the forbidden art. He defeated them all. The forbidden art had become so integrated with his cultivation base that Shen Yue could no longer separate the two. When he was alone, his power was good, not excellent by the standards of the major sects, but respectable, the power of a cultivator in the early stages of immortal ascension. When facing one opponent, he was dangerous, his power scaling with the difficulty of his opponent. When facing multiple opponents, he was nearly unstoppable, his power multiplying with each additional threat. The art had also continued to evolve. Shen Yue discovered that he could adjust its activation, calling forth different levels of power depending on how many enemies he faced and how much pressure he needed to apply. Against 5 opponents, he could deliberately hold back, fighting at perhaps half power while still remaining in complete control. Against one opponent, he sometimes found it difficult to fight without accidentally killing them, having to consciously suppress his power to avoid delivering strikes that were too devastating. This was the paradox of the forbidden art. It made him stronger the more he was threatened, but it also made careful, controlled combat nearly impossible when the power was at its full extent. The art wanted to use its full power. It wanted to crush its enemies with overwhelming force. Fighting it felt like trying to hold back an avalanche with your bare hands. But Shen Yue was learning to manage it. Each battle taught him something new about the art's nature. He was becoming not just a practitioner of the forbidden art, but a true master of its philosophy. In his travels, he also began to understand more deeply why the sects had hunted his family so relentlessly. An art that grew stronger when faced with opposition could not be defeated through conventional military means. The more cultivators a sect sent against a practitioner of the forbidden art, the stronger that practitioner became. The only way to truly stop such a person would be to do so completely, to eliminate them before they reached their full potential, to strike with overwhelming force in the first moment when they were still weak. By now, Shen Yue had reached a level of strength where that would be extraordinarily difficult. His baseline power had grown to approach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, though he had not formally broken through to the next realm. His power when facing opposition could rival that of early-stage immortal ascension cultivators. Against 10 opponents, he was nearly unbeatable. Against 30, the match became interesting. Against 50, he had to use strategies and techniques rather than pure force. The sects were beginning to realize that they had allowed him to become too strong. Chapter 11. The northern reaches. As Shen Yue traveled further north, the regions became progressively more wild and less populated. The sect's influence weakened as the distance from their home territories increased. The cultivators he encountered were more independent, less likely to be part of organized factions, more interested in simple survival than in grand politics. It was in these northern reaches that Shen Yue found a measure of genuine peace for the first time since his ancestor's death. He spent 2 months living in a small village nestled in a mountain valley, a place so remote that sects had never established a presence there. The village was home to perhaps 300 people, most of whom had no more than basic cultivation if they had any at all. They lived simple lives, farming the land, raising animals, crafting goods from natural materials. They had no interest in power or prestige. They were content with simple contentment. Shen Yue helped them harvest crops, using his strength to carry loads that would have taken 5 normal men. He repaired weapons that had been damaged in their daily struggles, sharpening blades and fixing broken hilts. He taught some of the younger people basic cultivation techniques, sharing what he had learned from Master Lin and from his own experiences on the road. In return, they fed him, sheltered him, and asked nothing except his companionship and his presence among them. It was the first time in his life that Shen Yue felt truly needed by people who valued him not for what he could eventually become, but for who he was in the present moment. During this time, Shen Yue reflected deeply on his journey, spending hours in meditation and contemplation, trying to understand the person he had become and the path that lay before him. He had come from a position of absolute weakness, rejected and dismissed by everyone who knew him. Master Lin had seen him as a failure. The other disciples had treated him as an embarrassment to the sect. Even the younger students had begun to surpass him, their advancement leaving him further and further behind. Now he was powerful beyond his ancestors' wildest dreams. He could defeat enemies that would have crushed him a few months ago without any effort. A group of 7 cultivators that would have been impossible to overcome had fallen to his power in minutes. The sects that had hunted him with coordinated forces now spoke of him with a mixture of fear and respect. And yet, this power had not brought him what he truly wanted. It had not brought him peace, or acceptance, or home. The valley where he had spent his childhood was no longer a place he could return to. Master Lin would be questioned about his connection to Shen Yue, might even face consequences from the sects for harboring a practitioner of forbidden cultivation. The sect that had been his only real home had been transformed into a place of fear and suspicion because of his presence. It had only brought him more conflict, more pursuit, more pressure. The sects were mobilizing. Bounty hunters were tracking him. Young cultivators seeking to make a name for themselves were hunting him down. Every day seemed to bring new challenges, new enemies, new situations that forced the forbidden art to activate and demand his strength. The forbidden art was content with this existence. It thrived on pressure, on conflict, on the knowledge that enemies were always coming. It wanted to be tested, wanted to grow stronger, wanted to face greater challenges. But Shen Yue himself was beginning to tire of it. He wondered sometimes if his ancestor had felt the same way, if that was why the old man had chosen to flee rather than stand and fight to the end. One evening, sitting with the village elder on a bench overlooking the agricultural fields, sharing tea that had been brewed from herbs grown in a small garden maintained behind the elder's house. Shen Yue asked a question that had been troubling him since he had arrived in the village. "If you could change your past," he said, his voice quiet, "would you?" The old man considered this carefully, looking out over the village with eyes that had seen 60 winters and learned something valuable from each one. His eyes were wise and ancient, the kind of eyes that had seen much and learned from what they saw, that understood the nature of pain and acceptance and the strange ways that life could reshape a person's sense of what was possible. "Change it how?" the elder finally asked, his voice patient and gentle. "Remove the curse," Shen Yue said, his hands wrapped around the warm cup of tea. "The thing that defines you. Would you?" The elder nodded slowly, taking a long drink of his own tea before responding. "There was a time in my youth when I would have said yes without hesitation. I was born with a damaged meridian system, you see. My mother was struck by lightning while carrying me, and the shock damaged something fundamental in my body's ability to channel spiritual energy. I could never cultivate beyond the basic stage despite my best efforts, despite years of practice and meditation and study. I was weak, an embarrassment to my family, the source of constant disappointment to my parents who had hoped I would become a cultivator of power and prestige." The elder paused, seeming to look back across the decades at the person he had been. "I spent my youth fighting against what I was, trying to force myself to become something different, something stronger. I was angry at my parents for not being able to prevent my disability. I was resentful of my siblings who had normal meridians and could cultivate normally. I cursed the lightning that had struck my mother. I cursed the world for the unfairness of it all. But I did not have the luxury of choice," the elder continued. "I could not change my meridians, so instead I changed how I thought about them. I learned to be useful in other ways. I became skilled at agriculture, at teaching, at understanding people and helping them solve their problems. I married a good woman who did not care about my inability to cultivate. I built a good life, a full life, a life that brought me happiness even though it was not the life I had once thought I wanted." The elder turned to look directly at Shen Yue, his ancient eyes reflecting the setting sun. "But you had the ability to choose. You could have refused the power, could have rejected your bloodline when you first inherited it. You could have lived a quiet life in Crescent Valley, content with mediocrity, finding happiness in simple things. I wonder sometimes if that would have been better for you. I wonder what you might have become if the forbidden art had never awakened." "I didn't choose this," Shen Yue said, his voice bitter. "The forbidden art was thrust upon me. My ancestor pressed it into my hands on his deathbed. I did not ask for it." "No," the elder agreed. "You did not ask for it. But you have chosen to accept it now. You have chosen to cultivate it, to develop it, to push it to greater heights. That is the only real choice we have, Shen Yue. Not what is given to us, not the hand we are dealt by fate or bloodline or circumstance. The choice is in how we respond to what is given. You could still reject the forbidden art, could still refuse to cultivate it further. You could walk away from the sects that pursue you. You could find a quiet place and live out your days in peace." The elder took another drink of tea. "But you have chosen to accept the forbidden art as part of you. You have chosen to move forward, to test yourself against greater challenges, to embrace the power and the danger that comes with it. I think perhaps the answer to whether it is a blessing or a curse depends on whether you accept it as part of yourself, or whether you continue to fight against it as something imposed upon you. If you can come to see the art as simply part of who you are, not as a curse or a burden, but as an integral aspect of your nature, then perhaps it can become something good. But if you continue to resent it, to resist it, then it will always be a curse, no matter how strong it makes you." Shen Yue did not respond immediately, but the words lingered in his mind long after the conversation ended. He spent the next few days meditating on what the elder had said, thinking about the true nature of the forbidden art, considering whether he was its master or its servant. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was a false dichotomy. Master and servant were opposite poles, but they were not the only options. He could be something else. He could be a partner to the forbidden art, someone who worked with it rather than against it, who understood its nature and chose to utilize it rather than be used by it. This reframing changed everything. He was no longer a victim of the art, cursed with power he did not ask for. He was someone who had inherited an ancient capability and had chosen to learn to use it wisely. The forbidden art was not his master forcing him to do its bidding. It was a powerful tool that he had learned to wield. The question was not whether he could escape it. The question was whether he could master it, whether he could learn to use it not just in response to immediate pressure, but as a fundamental aspect of his strategy for advancement and growth. In those final days in the village, Shen Yue began to develop a deeper philosophy of his own cultivation. He was not going to run forever. He was not going to hide and hope that eventually the sects would forget about him. Instead, he would embrace his role as the bearer of the forbidden art. He would prove that the art was not a threat to civilization but a valid path of cultivation, different from the conventional methods, but equally legitimate. This would require him to defeat the sects not through avoidance, but through open confrontation. It would require him to demonstrate that the art was too powerful to be suppressed, that the only viable option was coexistence. It would require him to build a reputation so powerful that future sects would think twice before attempting to hunt him. This was not a path of safety. This was not a path of comfort. But it was a path that he could choose consciously, with full awareness of its costs and its benefits. And that made all the difference. Chapter 12. The hunt intensifies. The peace of the northern village could not last forever. Shen Yue had known this from the moment he had chosen to stop there, but he had decided the brief respite was worth the eventual complication. It came in the form of a messenger from the Azure Heaven sect, arriving with a formal declaration of pursuit. The sect was organizing what it called a righteous gathering, a coalition of sects dedicated to stopping the bearer of the forbidden art before he grew too strong to defeat. The messenger delivered his message without fear, knowing that Shen Yue was bound by honor not to harm someone bearing a formal declaration. The message was simple and direct. 3 sects had already pledged themselves to the gathering: the Azure Heaven sect, the Iron Palm School, and the Serene Jade Society. The Sacred Mountain Temple was wavering but leaning toward participation. The Midnight Shadow Alliance was considering the offer. Only the Crimson Flame sect had explicitly refused to participate, honoring their earlier commitment of non-pursuit. They are mustering forces, the messenger said, his tone professional and neutral, the tone of someone simply delivering information rather than threatening. The Azure Heaven sect alone is preparing to send 50 cultivators. With the other sects, the gathering could include well over 100 cultivators across all stages of advancement, from basic stage disciples to cultivators of significant power. Your options are becoming limited. And what do they expect me to do with this information? Shen Yue asked quietly. They expect you to understand that surrender is now your only option, the messenger said. Submit yourself for trial, and you may be allowed to live, possibly in a sealed state, possibly serving the sect's purposes. Resist, and you will be hunted down and destroyed. They wished you to have the opportunity to make an informed decision. Shen Yue actually laughed. The sound surprised both himself and the messenger. Tell the Azure Heaven sect and their allies that I understand their message, Shen Yue said. Tell them I am grateful for the warning. And tell them that if they are truly preparing a force of that magnitude, they should hurry. The sooner they come, the sooner this matter will be resolved. The messenger departed, moving quickly, clearly not wanting to remain in the presence of someone who had just laughed in the face of a coalition of major sections. He did not say goodbye. He did not say anything at all. He simply left, carrying Shen Yue's defiant message back to the sects that had sent him. Shen Yue decided to remain in the village for another week despite knowing the danger that his presence might bring. He spent those 7 days working with the villagers, feeling more genuinely useful than he had felt in months of battles and confrontations. There was something deeply satisfying about physical labor that directly benefited people, that resulted in visible progress toward concrete goals. The harvesting work was methodical and repetitive, but it was honest work, and the villagers expressed genuine gratitude for his help. He taught several of the younger people basic cultivation techniques in his remaining time there, sharing what he had learned from Master Lin and from his own experiences. Most of them would never reach significant power levels. The village lacked the spiritual resources and organized training that major sects provided, but they seemed happy to have the knowledge, happy to understand the foundational principles of cultivation even if they could never truly master the art. On the evening before his departure, the village held a small celebration, a thank-you feast prepared with the best of their harvest. Shen Yue sat with the villagers, eating their food, listening to their stories about their lives and their families. For a few hours, he was able to forget about the forbidden art, about the sects hunting him, about the pressure that would inevitably find him again. But as morning came, the reality reasserted itself. The messenger from the Azure Heaven sect had delivered his warning. The sects were mobilizing. The righteous gathering was forming. Shen Yue could not hide in this village forever. His presence would eventually attract the attention of the sects, and when that happened, the villagers would be caught in the crossfire. He said goodbye to the village elder in private, thanking the old man for the wisdom he had shared. The elder had taught him something invaluable, that the choice was not about what was given to you, but how you responded to it. That lesson would serve him well in the trials ahead. Then, on a clear morning with the sun just rising over the mountains to the east, he walked away from the safety they had offered him and began moving southward, toward the massing sections. If they wanted to gather against him, then Shen Yue would give them exactly what they were preparing for. He would meet them not in hiding, not in ambush, but in open confrontation. He would give the forbidden art the pressure it craved. And in the process, he would demonstrate to the entire cultivation world what the art truly was capable of. Chapter 13. The Path to Reckoning. Over the following weeks, Shen Yue deliberately moved toward the territories controlled by the hunting sections. He chose roads that took him through regions where sect influence was strong. He did not hide his movements or disguise his presence. He did not attempt to evade pursuit. Instead, he walked openly along the roads, allowing his presence to become known, drawing the attention of every cultivator who had been enlisted in the righteous gathering. He wanted them to know he was coming. He wanted them to feel fear. He wanted them to understand that the hunt had become irreversible, that their attempt to destroy him had transformed him into something unstoppable. Scouts found him regularly, sometimes multiple times per day. Small groups of cultivators would be stationed along the roads, waiting for him, hoping to delay his progress while larger forces were mobilized. Each time, Shen Yue fought them, defeating them without fail. The forbidden art had reached such a level of power now that even small numbers of enemies could not defeat him. 10 scouts became nothing to overcome. He would pass through them like a sword through silk, disarming them, breaking their formations, leaving them alive but thoroughly defeated. 20 became a warm exercise, something to occupy his attention for perhaps 3 or 4 minutes, while the forbidden art was stirred to awakening. 30 required him to actually put some effort into the battle, actually consider tactics rather than simply relying on pure power, but still resulted in his victory with minimal injuries. The defeats came almost routinely now. Shen Yue was no longer the weak cultivator running for his life. He was the predator, and the hunting sects were becoming increasingly desperate. Reports of encounters with him spread through their ranks like wildfire. Scouts who returned, and more returned alive than were killed, as Shen Yue deliberately chose not to go for lethal kills unless absolutely necessary. Claimed that he had grown stronger since they last heard reports of him, that his power seemed to have no limits, that fighting him was hopeless. Some of the younger cultivators began to defect from the righteous gathering, claiming that the cause was lost, that they could not in good conscience throw away their lives against an opponent whose power seemed unlimited. The morale of the hunting sects began to erode. Even the sect leaders must have been beginning to wonder if their commitment to the righteous gathering was worth the cost. Some of the younger, less experienced cultivators began to defect, claiming that the cause was lost, that they could not face someone whose power seemed unlimited. The righteous gathering began to fracture, not from external pressure, but from internal doubt. The Azure Heaven sect redoubled its efforts, sending larger forces, demanding that the other sects contribute more troops. The Iron Palm School and the Serene Jade Society complied, but with visible reluctance. The Midnight Shadow Alliance withdrew entirely, deciding that the risk was too great. The Sacred Mountain Temple, which had never truly committed, issued a formal statement withdrawing from the righteous gathering. Only the Azure Heaven sect continued, pushing forward with what was becoming a personal vendetta rather than a collaborative effort. By the time he reached the border of the Azure Heaven sect's primary territory, reports of his approach had spread throughout the region. The sect had begun massing troops, creating a visible military force unlike anything that had been seen in these territories in decades. It was clear that the Azure Heaven sect was preparing for war, not for the capture of a single rogue cultivator. Shen Yue understood the danger of this. A sect preparing for war would have fewer scruples about civilian casualties, about using tactics that would normally be considered dishonorable. They would use every advantage, every tool at their disposal, every resource they could mobilize. He did not care. The forbidden art was ready. It had been waiting for this moment since before Shen Yue was even born, waiting for the day when it would face true opposition, when the pressure would be absolute, when the odds would be stacked impossibly high. 2 days before he reached the gates of the Azure Heaven sect's primary fortress, Shen Yue found a secure location in a small cave hidden in the mountains and wrote a letter to the sect master. It was a simple message, but each word was chosen carefully, deliberately, with full understanding of what it meant. "I am coming," he wrote. "Prepare your forces. Whatever you can assemble, I will face it. This ends here, one way or another. I do not come to destroy your sect or to demand surrender. I come to prove that the forbidden art is not something that can be suppressed through conventional means. I come to show you that the only viable path forward is acceptance and coexistence." The letter was written on high-quality paper obtained from a small village. His calligraphy was neat and precise, the writing of someone who had been educated, who understood the formalities of cultivation society. He included a formal seal obtained from a merchant, marking the letter as a genuine communication rather than a threat scratched on rough paper. He sent the letter by official courier, ensuring that it would be delivered with proper respect and formality. The Azure Heaven sect deserved to know what was coming. This was not an assassination attempt, not a cowardly ambush. This was a formal declaration, a challenge issued in the proper manner. The sect would have time to prepare, to mobilize forces, to arrange their defensive formations. When Shen Yue walked into the fortress, he would do so not as a thief or an assassin, but as a cultivator who had earned the right to be taken seriously, as a being worthy of respect and proper response. As Shen Yue made his final approach to the fortress, moving along the spiral road in the early morning hours, he felt a strange sense of calm descend upon him. For months, he had been running, fleeing from sect to sect, avoiding organized pursuit, living in constant fear of discovery. No longer. Today, he was choosing the terms of engagement. Today, he was walking toward his enemies rather than fleeing from them. Today, he was giving the forbidden art the pressure it craved, deliberately and with full consciousness of what he was doing. The fortress loomed larger as he ascended the mountain, its white stone catching the rays of the rising sun. He could feel the presence of cultivators within, could sense the spiritual energy concentrated in that one location. There were hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. The sect had mobilized significant forces in response to his earlier victories. Let them come. The more of them there were, the stronger he would become. Chapter 14. The fortress. The Azure Heaven sect's primary fortress was a towering structure of white stone and crystal, visible from miles away. It rose from the mountain peak like a monument to power itself, its towers reaching toward the sky, its walls catching and reflecting the sunlight in ways that seemed almost deliberately designed to impress and intimidate. The architecture was elegant and imposing, clearly the work of masters both in construction and in the magical arts. It sat atop a mountain, accessible only through a single main road that had been carefully engineered to favor defenders. The road spiraled up the mountain in a series of switchbacks, each turn offering defenders opportunities to rain down attacks on ascending forces. The road had been deliberately widened in some places and narrowed in others, creating bottlenecks where invaders would be forced to bunch up and become vulnerable to coordinated assault. The sect had clearly invested enormous resources into making this fortress into an essentially impregnable stronghold. Magical formations protected the walls, ancient arrays of power that had been maintained and strengthened over centuries. Defensive arrays were embedded in the stone itself, ready to be activated at a moment's notice. The interior contained enough resources and troops to withstand a siege lasting months. There were warehouses full of food and supplies. There were wells that could provide water even if the mountain streams were cut off. There were barracks that could house thousands of warriors, which meant nothing to the forbidden art. The fortress's defenses had been designed to counter conventional military threats. Armies of soldiers, siege weapons, coordinated assault forces. They were designed to resist sustained pressure from outside, to gradually wear down attackers until they either succeeded after months of effort or were forced to withdraw. None of these defenses were designed to counter a single opponent whose power multiplied with each enemy. The defensive formations would actually make Shen Yue stronger by creating more pressure for the forbidden art to feed upon. The narrow passages would concentrate his opponents, making the multiplier effect even more potent. The fortress would not slow him. It would accelerate him, transform him, feed him the very pressure he needed. Shen Yue approached the fortress in the early hours of morning, when the mountain mists were thickest. He had no plan for infiltration. He had no strategy for dealing with the fortress's defensive formations. He simply walked up the main road, his presence announcing itself, daring the Azure Heaven sect to respond. The response came swiftly. They sent 30 cultivators to intercept him, a force designed to delay and weaken him before he reached the fortress proper. The cultivators were arranged in tactical formation, their individual powers ranging from foundation establishment to early immortal ascension. They had been selected carefully, chosen because they had demonstrated excellent coordination and adaptability. Against a single opponent, this force would have been overwhelming. Against Shen Yue with 30 opponents providing pressure, the force was perhaps adequate to slow him, but not to stop him. The battle erupted as the two forces met. The forbidden art surged through Shen Yue's body, his power multiplying with each enemy in opposition. He moved through the formation like a knife through silk, his sword singing death with each stroke. The cultivators fought with skill and courage, their technique honed by years of training, their power drawn from legitimate cultivation achievement. But they could not overcome the fundamental inequality that the forbidden art represented. 10 fell in the first minute, their bodies broken by power they had not been trained to handle. Another 10 in the second minute. The formation began to collapse as cultivators realized that they could not win, that their individual power meant nothing against the scaling effect. By the time 5 minutes had passed, only 5 cultivators remained standing, and they were looking at Shen Yue with the kind of desperation that came from understanding that conventional power could not save them. "Withdraw," Shen Yue commanded, his voice carrying the weight of the forbidden art, resonating with power that made their bones ache. "Take your wounded. Tell your sect master what you have seen." The 5 did so immediately, backing away slowly, weapons still drawn but no longer positioned for attack. They helped their fallen comrades to their feet, those who could still walk, and began the painful process of carrying away those who were wounded but alive. Shen Yue walked past them, toward the fortress gates, leaving their fallen comrades behind. Some would recover, others would not. But he had made his point. The fortress itself was not a barrier that could slow him. The defenses that had taken decades to build would crumble in moments if he chose to attack directly. The gates opened before he reached them, a sign that the sect was choosing to allow him entry rather than force him to break through. Shen Yue stepped into the fortress courtyard and found himself facing the sect master, the ancient cultivator who had guided the founding of the Azure Heaven sect 3 centuries ago. The old man was seated on a floating stone platform, his power so overwhelming that the air around him seemed to crackle with potential. This was a true tribulation ascension stage cultivator, someone who had survived the celestial tribulation and reached the peak of mortal cultivation. The power radiating from him was almost visible, like heat waves rising from sand on a hot day. "Shen Yue," the sect master said, his voice steady and calm, carrying the weight of authority earned through centuries of power. "I have been waiting to meet you properly. The reports from my disciples have been fascinating. Now I understand why the sects sought to contain you. You are everything they feared." "I am nothing more than a man trying to survive," Shen Yue replied, his voice steady, feeling the weight of the moment. "The sects chose to make me their enemy." "Yes," the sect master agreed, his ancient eyes studying Shen Yue with the intensity of someone who understood the nature of power at its deepest levels. "We did. We sensed the potential in that bloodline, sensed the danger, and we moved to eliminate it. We were not wrong to be concerned. We were only wrong in our assessment of how quickly you would develop. Perhaps we underestimated you. Perhaps we underestimated the power of the forbidden art itself." Chapter 15, The Master's Test. "I have a proposition for you, Shen Yue," the sect master said, gesturing for the young cultivator to approach. Shen Yue did so cautiously, knowing that despite the calm tone, the old man was a threat unlike any he had faced before. The power radiating from him was absolute, the kind of power that came from centuries of cultivation and the survival of the celestial tribulation itself. "The Azure Heaven sect will withdraw its forces," the sect master continued, his words carrying absolute certainty. "I will convince the other sects to do the same. You will be permitted to leave, to go wherever you wish, to live your life without the constant pressure of our pursuit. In exchange, I ask for only one thing." "What is that?" Shen Yue asked, feeling a strange mixture of hope and suspicion. "Fight me," the sect master said simply, his eyes boring into Shen Yue's with an intensity that was almost physical. "A one-on-one duel. No restrictions, no holds barred, no formations, no allies, just the 2 of us. If you win, my word stands. I will call off the hunt. If I win, you will submit yourself to whatever judgment the sects determine. Do we have an accord?" Shen Yue felt the forbidden art quiver within him, protesting the very idea of a one-on-one duel. The art thrived on numbers, on pressure from multiple opponents. Against a single opponent, even one as powerful as the sect master, Shen Yue would be at his weakest. The multiplier effect would not activate. He would be forced to rely on his baseline power, which was formidable but not enough to overcome a cultivator of the sect master's level. But Shen Yue understood what the sect master was offering. This was not a trap. This was a genuine test, a way to determine whether he had truly transcended his weakness or whether he was still fundamentally dependent on the forbidden art's multiplier effect. "I accept," Shen Yue said. The sect master smiled slightly, and together they walked to the fortress's central courtyard, where space had been cleared for exactly this kind of challenge. The cultivators of the Azure Heaven sect gathered to witness the duel, knowing that they were about to see something that would determine the future of their sect and their pursuit. Word spread quickly through the fortress, and soon hundreds of cultivators had gathered, standing on walls and rooftops, watching with expressions of fascination and fear. They began without preamble, 2 cultivators suddenly moving with intent to do harm. One moment they were standing facing each other, and the next moment the sect master was moving with a speed that belied his age, closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. The sect master was shockingly fast, his movements carrying the authority of centuries of practice, the efficiency born from having performed the same techniques thousands upon thousands of times. His cultivation base was so much deeper than Shen Yue's that the young cultivator immediately felt himself at a disadvantage. The old man's every movement was precise, economical, designed to waste no energy while dealing maximum damage. He did not rely on flashy techniques or elaborate formations. Instead, he used simple, direct attacks, the kind of attacks that came from having mastered the fundamentals so completely that complexity was unnecessary. His first attack was a palm strike aimed at Shen Yue's chest. It looked simple, unremarkable, something that any mid-level cultivator could perform. But when Shen Yue raised his sword to deflect it, he felt the true weight behind the attack. The palm contained power that came from the accumulation of centuries of cultivation, from the absorption of spiritual energy at levels that Shen Yue had never even conceived of. He was forced backward, his feet sliding on the stone of the courtyard, his arms aching from the impact. But Shen Yue had something the sect master did not, the forbidden art. Even without multiple opponents to feed it, the art could activate, could provide a baseline boost to his power. It would not be as strong as it would be against 10 opponents, but it was still there, enhancing his abilities, giving him power beyond his normal reach. The moment the sect master's attack landed, the forbidden art recognized the pressure being exerted and responded by elevating Shen Yue's power to a higher level. The sect master attacked again, his movements flowing smoothly from one technique to the next. He used sword techniques, palm strikes, kicks, grappling moves, an entire arsenal of combat methods that came from centuries of studying the cultivation arts. Each technique was executed with absolute precision, each movement built on the one before it. Shen Yue found himself in a position of constant defense, using every ounce of his skill and power just to avoid being overwhelmed. The sect master was giving him no opportunity to attack, no openings to exploit. The old man was methodically testing him, probing for weaknesses, learning his patterns. The duel lasted longer than any of the previous battles. The sect master's techniques were refined, perfected through centuries of practice. His power was immense, his understanding of cultivation complete. He drove Shen Yue backward, into the deep recesses of the fortress courtyard, pushing him further and further toward defeat. But Shen Yue did not retreat mentally. He studied the sect master's patterns, learned the rhythm of his attacks, understood the philosophy of his cultivation, and slowly, incrementally, he began to adapt. Chapter 16. Understanding the master in the midst of the duel, somewhere around the halfway point when sweat was dripping from both combatants and their breathing was becoming labored, Shen Yue experienced a revelation. It struck him like lightning, a sudden understanding that changed everything about how he perceived the forbidden art and its true nature. The forbidden art was not about fighting multiple opponents. That was merely its most obvious application, the most straightforward way it manifested its power. The true nature of the art was about transformation through pressure. Every obstacle, every challenge, every moment of difficulty was an opportunity for the art to extract strength. Every moment when the cultivator was pushed to their limits represented an input of pressure that the art could convert into power. The sect master was a single opponent, yes, but he was also the greatest pressure Shen Yue had ever faced. The weight of his power, the inevitability of his attacks, the crushing force of his cultivation base. These things created a form of pressure that was different in kind from the pressure of multiple weaker opponents, but equally valid as fuel. The sect master represented intensity of pressure, while multiple opponents represented quantity of pressure. The forbidden art recognized both and could feed upon both. And so it adapted. Shen Yue's power began to multiply, not in the linear way it had against multiple opponents, but in a more complex and subtle manner. The art began to feed on the very challenge of opposing the sect master, transforming the old man's overwhelming power into fuel for Shen Yue's own growth. The equation was changing, shifting, becoming more favorable with each passing moment. With each exchange, Shen Yue could feel his power increasing. Not dramatically, not in the exponential way it increased when facing multiple opponents, but steadily, incrementally, like a river that was slowly rising higher with each passing hour. The sect master's techniques, which had been overwhelming moments before, were now becoming manageable. The pressure he was exerting was still enormous, but Shen Yue was rising to meet it, growing stronger to match the intensity. The sect master seemed to realize this at the same moment Shen Yue did. The old man's expression changed, his eyes narrowing with understanding. He began to attack with greater intensity, moving even faster, pushing harder, as if attempting to overwhelm Shen Yue before the young cultivator could grow any stronger. But it was too late. The feedback loop had been established. The greater the pressure the sect master exerted, the stronger Shen Yue became. The stronger Shen Yue became, the harder he pushed back against the sect master. The harder he pushed back, the greater the pressure he created, which fed the forbidden art, which made him stronger still. It was a vicious cycle, but one that favored Shen Yue. The equation had tipped. The tide of the duel shifted. Where moments before Shen Yue had been driven backward, he now began advancing. His strikes took on new force, new precision, new understanding. The sect master's techniques, which had been so overwhelming, began to yield, began to struggle against the increasing intensity of Shen Yue's counterattacks. The duel lasted for an hour. It lasted for 2 hours. The sun moved across the sky as the two cultivators engaged in combat that was becoming increasingly one-sided. The sect master was skilled, but Shen Yue was growing, adapting, learning, his power increasing with each exchange. The other cultivators of the Azure Heaven sect watched in horror and fascination as their sect master was slowly being overtaken by the young cultivator they had sought to destroy. The legend of the sect master's invincibility was being rewritten in real time. Finally, as the afternoon began to fade, the sect master withdrew from combat, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He was breathing hard. His power dimmed slightly from the exertion, but his eyes were bright with something that might have been satisfaction. "I yield," the old man said, his voice still steady and calm. "I have learned what I needed to know." Shen Yue stopped his advance, surprised. The sect master had not been defeated. He had simply chosen to stop. "You have transcended the simple application of your art," the sect master said. "I hypothesized that you were dependent on numbers, that without multiple opponents you would revert to your natural weakness. I was wrong. The art has evolved beyond that limitation. It feeds on pressure itself, regardless of its source. Against me, a single opponent whose power is overwhelming, the art multiplied just as it would against 10 weaker enemies." "What does this mean?" Shen Yue asked, breathing hard from the exertion of the duel. "It means you are no longer a threat that can be contained through conventional means," the sect master said, his ancient eyes studying Shen Yue with something approaching respect. "It means that the sects were right to fear your bloodline. The forbidden art is even more dangerous than we realized. And it means that I am keeping my word." The old man turned to address his gathered disciples. "The Azure Heaven sect will withdraw from the righteous gathering. We will offer Shen Yue safe passage through our territories. Let the other sects do as they will, but we have no further interest in his destruction. He has proven that the pursuit is futile. The wise course is to accept this reality and move forward." Chapter 17. The consequence of victory. Word of the duel between Shen Yue and the sect master spread through cultivation circles with astonishing speed. The implication was clear. If the Azure Heaven sect, the strongest of the hunting sects, had chosen to withdraw, then the unified pursuit was finished. This news had very different effects on the different remaining sects. The Crimson Flame sect, which had never truly joined the hunt, issued a formal statement of continued neutrality, reaffirming their earlier decision. The Iron Palm School issued a statement withdrawing from the righteous gathering, apparently deciding that the risk was too great and the reward insufficient. The Serene Jade Society issued a more cautious statement, expressing concern about the forbidden art, but indicating that they would not actively pursue Shen Yue. The Sacred Mountain Temple and the Midnight Shadow Alliance were more problematic. The Sacred Mountain Temple issued a formal declaration of eternal opposition to Shen Yue and all practitioners of the forbidden art. They vowed to hunt him to the ends of the earth, to dedicate themselves to his destruction, to consider it the highest calling of their organization. Their declaration was written in language that suggested religious fervor, the zealotry of those who believed themselves to be fighting against an existential evil. The Midnight Shadow Alliance was more subtle, issuing no formal declaration but making it clear through covert actions that they would continue to hunt Shen Yue in the shadows, using assassins and spies rather than open force. They operated in darkness, in the margins of society, using methods that would not draw as much attention or condemnation. Shen Yue understood that he had not achieved true peace. He had only achieved a temporary cessation of the most open pursuit. The threat would continue to exist, would continue to shadow his life, but it would be different now. The unified pressure of the sects was broken. The hunt was fragmented. He left the Azure Heaven sect's fortress with the sect master's blessing, his name now marked in the records of that great organization as someone to be left unmolested. As he walked away from the fortress, Shen Yue found himself thinking about what the sect master had said, about how the forbidden art fed on pressure itself, regardless of its source. This meant that Shen Yue could never truly escape the art's influence. It would always be seeking pressure, creating situations where he had to face opposition, driving him toward confrontation even when peace was possible. Or perhaps this was simply his nature now. Perhaps the young man who had been rejected in Crescent Valley, the cultivator who had received the forbidden art as an inheritance, had been transformed so fundamentally that peace was no longer possible for him. Perhaps he had become something that required conflict to survive, something that depended on opposition for its very existence. He did not know, but he continued moving forward anyway, walking deeper into the world, leaving behind the regions of the original hunting sects, entering territories where his name was less known, where new enemies surely awaited. Chapter 18. The road south. Shen Yue began traveling south, away from the territories of the major sects that had been hunting him, away from the regions where his reputation preceded him and filled every sect with fear or desire for his capture. He was curious about what lay in other directions, what cultivators existed in the southern regions, what new forms of cultivation and new philosophies he might encounter. The southern territories were largely unknown to him, mapped only vaguely in his mind from stories he had heard in Crescent Valley and from the fragments of information he had gathered during his journeys. The journey took him through progressively more populated regions, through cities and towns that grew larger as he moved south. The spiritual energy in the air became thicker, denser, more saturated with the presence of cultivators. Market streets overflowed with people searching for cultivation resources. Every corner seemed to house a small sect or cultivation school or academy. It was clear that he was entering regions where cultivation was more widespread, where sects were more numerous and smaller, where the entire infrastructure of power was more developed and more varied than in the north. In the north, there had been a clear hierarchy. The 6 major sects dominated, with smaller organizations existing in their shadow, dependent on the larger sects for legitimacy and resources. In the south, the situation was more chaotic. There were hundreds of sects, ranging from massive organizations with thousands of disciples to small family schools operating from single buildings. There were cultivation academies that taught generic techniques to anyone willing to pay. There were independent cultivators who owed allegiance to no organization. But with this greater civilization came new dangers. The southern sects did not know Shen Yue's name. They did not know his history or his accomplishments. To them, he was simply a young cultivator traveling through their territories, marked by an aura that suggested significant power. Some offered him hospitality, hoping to recruit him into their organizations. Others viewed him with suspicion, wondering if he was a threat to their operations. A few attempted to capture him, believing his aura marked him as someone valuable that could be sold or turned over for reward to higher-level sections. These new challenges were refreshing in ways that Shen Yue had not anticipated. For the first time since his awakening in the canyon, he was not constantly running from a known threat. He was not being pursued by an organized coalition of sects with specific plans and coordinated strategies. Instead, he was simply moving through the world, encountering whatever came, letting each new challenge test him and the forbidden art. The individual cultivators he faced were often skilled and powerful, but they lacked the coordination and strategic thinking that came from being part of a larger organization. As he traveled, Shen Yue began to understand more deeply the philosophy of the forbidden art. The ancient cultivation method was not truly about multiplying power based on numbers, though that was certainly a component of its mechanics. The deeper truth was that it was about thriving under pressure, about growing stronger through adversity, about transforming resistance into fuel. This was a complete inversion of the philosophy taught by conventional cultivation. Most sects taught that the cultivator should seek balance and harmony with the world's spiritual energy. They taught that advancement came through gentle cultivation, through careful accumulation of power, through the slow expansion of one's capacity. The forbidden art taught the opposite, that strength came from conflict, that power grew from pressure, that the more one was tested, the stronger one could become. This understanding allowed Shen Yue to use the art more efficiently. He no longer relied solely on the presence of multiple enemies to trigger its power, though that remained his greatest strength. He learned to draw strength from any form of opposition, any moment of difficulty. When he faced a single powerful enemy, he learned to recognize the pressure they exerted and feed the art from that pressure. A single powerful enemy operating at the peak of a mortal ascension stage could provide as much pressure as 10 weaker cultivators operating at foundation establishment stage, if Shen Yue could recognize and harness the quality of the pressure rather than just the quantity. He learned that an obstacle in his path could fuel the art. If he had to climb a difficult mountain or swim across a dangerous river or navigate through a region patrolled by hostile cultivators, he could use these challenges to power the art, converting them into strength. A setback or failure could be converted into power. When a mission did not go as planned, when enemies escaped, when he failed to achieve a goal, he could use those moments of frustration and disappointment to fuel the art, transmuting negative emotions into positive power. Weeks became months. The year that had begun with Shen Yue hiding in Crescent Valley now drew toward its close. He had grown exponentially, both in power and in understanding. The scared, weak boy had become a cultivator of genuine strength, someone who could face the masters of great sects and have a reasonable chance of victory. But with this growth came a new understanding. He would never truly be at peace. The forbidden art would always be part of him, always driving him toward new challenges, always creating situations where he had to fight. Chapter 19. The Trap. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. Shen Yue was traveling through a region controlled by a sect he had never encountered before, moving through a city built on the banks of a massive river. The city was called Riverport, and it was a significant trading hub where merchants from multiple regions came to conduct business. The streets were crowded with people of all types, cultivators and ordinary merchants, wealthy nobles and street beggars, people from dozens of different regions and sects all mingling in the marketplace. He had no reason to suspect danger. His aura was carefully controlled, his identity hidden beneath a veneer of normalcy. He had not used any of his power, had not drawn any attention to himself. He had spent days in the city simply resting, eating good food at local restaurants, sleeping in a comfortable bed in a modest inn. He had assumed that his lack of use of cultivation power would make him invisible to the sex detection networks. It was a mistake. And yet, somehow, a group of 9 cultivators had managed to position themselves perfectly to intercept him as he left the city toward the mountain roads to the east. They were waiting in a secluded area of the road where few travelers passed, a location that was far enough from the city that his cries for help would not be heard, but close enough that they could have tracked him without difficulty. Shen Yue realized, too late, that these were not random cultivators. They moved with a unity of purpose that suggested careful planning. They wore the insignia of an organization he did not recognize, a stylized crescent moon surrounded by shadows. The Midnight Shadow Alliance. They had finally come for him. Shen Yue, one of them said, a woman whose cultivation base marked her as at the peak of immortal ascension. The price on your head is substantial. The Sacred Mountain Temple has offered a reward beyond measure for your delivery. We intend to collect. Shen Yue looked at the 9 cultivators, analyzing their formation, calculating the odds. 9 enemies meant the forbidden art would provide 9-fold multiplier. But these were powerful cultivators, chosen specifically because they had demonstrated the ability to work as a coordinated unit. These were professionals, not amateur warriors. Still, 9-fold power was 9-fold power. Shen Yue had defeated worse odds. But before he could respond, before the first attack could be thrown, before his hand could even touch his sword, the situation changed in a way he had not anticipated. The river exploded. Water rose up in a massive wave, an enormous pillar of power that dwarfed the city itself, that seemed to contain all the accumulated force of the river concentrated into a single moment of overwhelming power. The wave crashed down on the 9 cultivators with a force that seemed impossible, obliterating the formation they had carefully arranged, scattering their coordinated assault into chaos. Several cultivators were swept away by the torrent of water, their bodies tumbling helplessly downstream, their cries of shock and pain echoing across the landscape. Others were driven into the ground with bone-breaking force, the massive weight of water pressing them against the stone, crushing bones and shattering meridians. From the river emerged a figure that Shen Yue had not seen since his desperate escape from Crescent Valley 5 years ago. Master Lin, his old teacher, his one true ally in the valley, stepped onto the riverbank with the kind of grace and power that suggested he had been waiting for this moment, had been preparing for it, had positioned himself in anticipation of Shen Yue's need. The old man's cultivation base glowed with power that Shen Yue had never suspected him of possessing. The old teacher had hidden his true strength, had presented himself as a simple instructor to a small sect in an insignificant valley. But in this moment, his real power was revealed. It was substantial, reaching into the early stages of tribulation ascension, a level that rivaled the sect masters who had hunted Shen Yue. Master Lin was not the weak old man he had appeared to be. He was someone of genuine power, someone who had chosen to hide his strength for reasons that remained unclear. Run, Master Lin commanded, his eyes fixed on the remaining cultivators. Now, I can hold them briefly, but not for long. Chapter 20. The beginning of the greater road. Shen Yue did not hesitate. He had learned long ago to recognize true danger, and he also recognized genuine aid. Master Lin was sacrificing himself here, using whatever final reserves of power he possessed to buy Shen Yue time to escape. He ran. Behind him, the sounds of battle echoed through the city. Master Lin's power was formidable, and he was clearly using techniques that had been carefully hidden through all the years of Shen Yue's training. ancient cultivation methods that the old master had never revealed, techniques that spoke of a past far more powerful than the simple instructor of a small valley suggested. But Shen Yue also understood that the old master was fighting a losing battle. 9 cultivators, even divided and disoriented by the initial assault, would eventually overwhelm a single opponent, no matter how skilled. Shen Yue ran toward the city gates, moving with all the speed that the forbidden art could grant him. He did not look back. He did not stop to help. There was nothing he could do, and in trying to help, he would only increase the danger that Master Lin faced. As he reached the gates, Shen Yue heard the sounds of combat fade behind him. He did not know if the old teacher had survived. He did not know what had driven Master Lin to reveal himself, to come to the city specifically to aid Shen Yue's escape. But as Shen Yue left the city and began running toward the wilderness beyond, a new understanding solidified in his mind. The hunt was not truly over. The Midnight Shadow Alliance was only the beginning. The Sacred Mountain Temple's vendetta would last forever. There would always be sects, always be enemies, always be pressure bearing down on him. The forbidden art thrived on this pressure. It fed on perpetual danger, perpetual opposition, perpetual struggle. This was not a weakness that could be overcome or a curse that could be lifted. This was the fundamental nature of the art, and therefore the fundamental nature of anyone foolish or blessed enough to inherit it. Shen Yue understood now that he would never find true peace in the conventional sense. He would never be able to settle down, to build a life of normalcy and happiness. The forbidden art would never allow it. The pressure would always find him, and the art would always demand that he transform that pressure into power. But there was another kind of peace, Shen Yue realized. Peace not in the absence of conflict, but in the acceptance of it. In the understanding that struggle was not an aberration but a fundamental part of existence. In the knowledge that he had been shaped by forces beyond his control, but that he could still choose how he responded to those forces. Shen Yue ran deeper into the wilderness, leaving behind the city and the sects and the grand conflict that had dominated his life for the past year. Before him lay the southern territories, unknown and filled with new challenges, new enemies, new opportunities for the forbidden art to grow and evolve. And deep within his dantian, the ancient power hummed with satisfaction, a sound like distant thunder or the roar of an awakening beast. The forbidden art knew that the true journey was only beginning, that this was merely the first chapter in a story that would span years or decades or lifetimes. The weak cultivator of Crescent Valley was gone, replaced by something new, something that the sects had feared and the world had never truly seen before. He was no longer simply Shen Yue. He was the bearer of the forbidden art, a living embodiment of a philosophy that challenged everything the organized sects believed. Shen Yue would walk this new path, and the forbidden art would walk it with him, growing stronger with each challenge, each enemy, each moment of impossible pressure that he transformed into fuel for his ascension. The art would never rest. It would never be satisfied. It would constantly drive him forward, constantly demand that he seek greater tests, greater pressures, greater challenges. The gates of the southern territories awaited. The larger world awaited, full of mysteries and dangers and opportunities. And somewhere ahead, unseen but inevitable, a trap was being set by a major sect. A trap that would bring together 10 powerful cultivators in a location carefully chosen to maximize coordination. It would be a trap that would create exactly the kind of overwhelming pressure that the forbidden art had been waiting for all along. The kind of pressure that could fuel its ascension to even greater heights. Shen Yue did not know this yet, but he would find out soon enough. And when he did, when the moment came for him to face that pressure, the forbidden art would be ready. It would be hungry. It would be ready to consume that pressure and transform it into strength that would shake the foundations of the cultivation world itself. His journey was only beginning. The story of the forbidden art and its bearer was just starting to unfold. The battles that had come so far, the 7 cultivators in the canyon, the 30 scouts on the road, the 10 warriors in the arena. These were merely prologue, mere introduction to what was to come. In the months and years ahead, Shen Yue would face greater challenges, more powerful enemies, more complex situations. He would encounter cultivators who had dedicated their entire lives to mastering their respective arts, who possessed power that came from centuries of accumulated tradition and knowledge. He would face the combined might of entire sects, people working in perfect coordination with shared goals and unified strategies. And he would prevail, not because he was stronger than each individual opponent. He was not, but because the forbidden art fed on pressure, and pressure was the one thing that his enemies would inevitably provide. The more they attacked, the stronger he became. The more they coordinated against him, the more power their coordination itself provided him. This was his gift and his curse. This was the path that his ancestor had chosen for him when he pressed the jade pendant into his hands. This was the legacy that would define the rest of his life. Shen Yue accepted it fully now, without reservation, without internal conflict. The forbidden art was not something imposed upon him. It was simply part of who he was, as integral to his being as his own bones and blood. Once he had truly accepted this fact, everything else fell into place. The pressure no longer hurt. The battles no longer terrified him. The future no longer seemed uncertain. He knew his path. He would walk it with strength and determination. And the forbidden art would walk with him, growing ever stronger with each step. In the days following the duel with the sect master, Shen Yue moved through the wilderness south and east of the Azure Heaven sect's fortress, putting distance between himself and the organized sects that had once pursued him in coordinated fashion. He traveled at night, staying off the main roads, avoiding contact with the few patrols he encountered. The sect master's decision to withdraw from the hunt had fundamentally altered the political situation across the entire cultivation world. The coalition that had been called the Righteous Gathering was fractured, broken beyond repair. Some sects had followed the Azure Heaven sect's lead and withdrawn, recognizing the futility of continued pursuit. Others were wavering, uncertain whether the pursuit was worth the cost, beginning to question whether the threat that Shen Yue represented was truly as severe as they had initially believed. The consensus was shifting. The fear was being replaced by something else, perhaps respect, perhaps acceptance, perhaps simple pragmatism. Only the Sacred Mountain Temple and the Midnight Shadow Alliance remained committed to his destruction, and without the support of the larger sects, their ability to pose a real threat was significantly diminished. They were like wolves separated from their pack, dangerous but ultimately vulnerable. Given time, they would either give up or fall to Shen Yue's power. But Shen Yue understood clearly that this reprieve was temporary, a brief pause in what would likely be a lifelong conflict. The Midnight Shadow Alliance would continue to hunt him through covert means, using assassins and spies, operating in the shadows where organized military responses would be less effective. The Sacred Mountain Temple would eventually rally other sects to their cause, finding reasons to convince them that the threat Shen Yue represented justified renewed commitment. The 6 had been reduced to 2, but those 2 would eventually become 6 again, or perhaps even more. New sects would eventually rise to oppose him. New enemies would find reasons to pursue him. The cultivation world would never truly accept the forbidden art. They would always see it as an aberration, as something that violated the fundamental principles upon which cultivation society was built. This was not something that Shen Yue could change through force alone. He could defeat his enemies, but he could not defeat the ideology that drove them to oppose him. The forbidden art would always be seen as dangerous, as fundamentally at odds with the philosophy of harmonious cultivation that the major sects promoted. The forbidden art hummed within him, satisfied but not content. It had been awakened, had tasted power, had experienced the rush of overwhelming multiple opponents. It would never rest. It would never stop seeking pressure, seeking challenges, seeking the next confrontation that would allow it to grow stronger. And Shen Yue had accepted this. He had accepted that his life would be defined by conflict, by constant struggle, by the perpetual pressure of enemies seeking his destruction. He had accepted that the forbidden art was not a curse to be overcome, but a fundamental part of who he was. The village elder had been right. Once you accepted something as part of yourself, it ceased to be a burden and became simply a characteristic, a defining feature of your nature. The question was not whether he could escape the forbidden art. The question was whether he could master it, could learn to use it not just in response to pressure, but as a tool for his own advancement. The sect master had taught him that the art fed on pressure regardless of its source, numbers or intensity, quantity or quality. This meant that Shen Yue could take control of the art in a way he had not previously imagined. He could create situations of pressure. He could deliberately invite challenges that would feed the art and accelerate his advancement. He was no longer a victim of circumstance. He was no longer running from his destiny. He was choosing to embrace it, to pursue it, to walk toward it with open eyes and full awareness of what it meant. The weak boy of Crescent Valley was truly dead now, replaced by something new, something powerful, something that the world had every reason to fear. The forbidden art would continue to demand pressure, and Shen Yue would continue to seek it, to invite it, to transform it into strength. This was his path now. This was his future. And though it led toward danger and conflict rather than peace and security, he had chosen it freely, and that made all the difference. Chapter 21. Rain hit the broken gateposts hard enough to make them ring. Shen Duan stood beneath the leaning arch of Hollow Banner Sect's frontier quarter and watched muddy water pour down the stone road in gray ribbons. To the left, a row of patched tents sagged under the storm. To the right, Crooked dormitory blocks huddled against a cliff face streaked black with old smoke. Everywhere he looked, people were being squeezed. Not by battle, by habit. A broad-shouldered disciple in an oilskin cape had planted a spear across the alley mouth. Behind him, 3 boys in outer sect gray were kicking through bundles at the feet of a one-armed old woman. Protection tax, the broad disciple said. Storm nights cost extra. Roofs don't stay on by themselves. The old woman clutched a sack of rice to her chest. This is mold grain. Then you should thank me for collecting it. Tai Luo shifted beside Shen Yue. Rain dripped from his cropped hair, ran along the ridge of his nose, and fell from his jaw in heavy beads. Frontier looks lively. Mu Yao pulled her medicine cart beneath the eave of a shuttered wine shop. If you throw yourself into the first problem you see, I am leaving you in the rain. Shen Yue's eyes did not move from the alley. Then stay close enough to drag my corpse somewhere dry. Mu Yao gave him a flat look. Useful. I always wanted more chores. He should have kept walking. They had a kill warrant behind them, half-healed wounds under their robes, and fewer spirit stones than honest meals. Elder Sui's name had already turned every checkpoint into a knife. The smart move was to enter quietly, rent a room, learn the lines of power, and only then stir the stagnant water. The broad disciple slapped the old woman across the face. Shen Yue stepped off the road. There goes the room rent, Mu Yao muttered. Tai Luo grinned, slow and dangerous. I like sleeping outside. The spearman turned. He had the raw, swollen meridians of ember vein and the expression of a man who had never once been forced to finish a threat. Who are you supposed to be? Shen Yue stopped just short of the spear point. Rain ran down his lashes. A passerby with enough manners to dislike men who rob the maimed. You frontier trash always say that before begging for a share. The 3 boys laughed. 2 more shapes moved behind the alley curtain. Hidden. Listening. 5. Not enough by themselves. But the hatred in the alley sharpened as the others recognized a challenger. The besieged heaven manual stirred under Shen Yue's skin like a nest of hot wire. Mu Yao caught his sleeve before he advanced farther. Her fingers were cool despite the humid air. Do not break open your meridians on gutter thieves. Shen Yue looked at the old woman, at the muddy rice, at the boys kicking apart winter bedding. If gutter thieves are all it takes to own this place, someone should embarrass them. The spearman barked a laugh. Hear that? He wants to embarrass me. Shen Yue smiled without warmth. No, I said someone should. Whether you qualify depends on how many friends you brought. The hidden men came out. 2. 7. The pressure shifted. It was not visible to ordinary eyes. To Shen Yue, it was as clear as torchlight in a tunnel. Hostility drew lines in the ring. Intent fixed itself in angles. One man favored his right ankle. One boy planned to swing low with a cudgel stolen from some supply yard. The spearman intended to lunge straight for the throat because men like him mistook directness for courage. Ember vein opened. Heat flashed through the encirclement nodes beneath Shen Yue's ribs. The alley widened inside his mind. Not physically, functionally. Each body became a moving barrier. Each patch of mud a place where balance could be stolen. He slid forward. The spear thrust came first, exactly where he had expected. Shen Yue slapped the shaft aside and stepped not away, but inward, shoulder first. The spearman staggered. Shen Yue hooked the man's wet cloak, twisted, and flung him into the nearest boy. Mud exploded up both their robes. The cudgel snapped toward his knee. Shen Yue stamped the puddle instead. Dirty water splashed into the boy's eyes. Shen Yue drove an elbow into his jaw, heard teeth click, and shoved the spinning child into the hidden man with the weak ankle. Tai Luo cracked his knuckles once. You started. Good. He hit the alley like a dropped millstone, smashing one extortionist's chest first into the wall. Bricks shook. Rainwater streamed red where a nose broke. The remaining disciples came all at once. That was the mistake. The besieged heaven manual drank the convergence. Shen Yue's breath synchronized with the closing lines. 7 angles. 7 entries. The lane between the wine shop post and the old woman's overturned basket became his. When one attacker crossed it, Shen Yue kicked his calf out from under him and let the falling body jam the others for half a beat. Half a beat was enough. He took a short knife from one wrist, drove the hilt into another man's temple, ducked a spear butt, and twisted sideways so a panicked slash buried itself in the spearman's thigh. The alley filled with shouts. He's using a battlefield art. He's from the mine warrant list. Call senior brother Liu. More people looked. More hostility came. The manual burned brighter. Shen Yue felt the cost at once. Needles jabbed through his meridians. The crowd echoes crept in with the rain, hot and filthy and eager. He tasted old fear in his mouth that did not belong to him. He forced it down. Not here. Not on trash. The spearman crawled back up. blood and rain on his lips. "You're dead." Shen Duan kicked the spear out of his hand and stamped on the shaft until it split. "Then stand up while you say it." The old woman, still clutching her grain sack, whispered, "Enough, enough, child. They'll bring the quarter wardens." He heard the warning in the distance before anyone else did. A bronze clapper striking 3 times from deeper in the settlement. Tai Luo spat rainwater. Real trouble. Mu Yao had already crouched by the bruised boys, checking which injuries were ugly and which only looked dramatic. "You have 10 breaths before this becomes organized incompetence." Shen Duan bent, picked up the mold grain sack, and handed it back to the old woman. "Who runs this quarter?" he asked. She stared at him like he had spoken lunacy. "Whoever arrives with the most people." There it was. The same truth, dirtier and smaller than the mine, but no different at the root. He turned toward the road where more disciples were splashing closer through the rain. "Then let's meet the people who think they own it." Mu Yao stood and pinched the bridge of her nose. "I have traveled with many fools. You are the first one who hears danger and mistakes it for an invitation." Shen Duan took the handles of her medicine cart and pulled it into motion. "Since they brought so many, let me return the courtesy." By the time they reached the center square of the frontier quarter, the storm had driven most honest people under cover and left only those with authority or desperation exposed. Wardens in stiff blue capes were already forming a line before the ration hall. Their captain was a thin man with fox eyes, a lacquer badge on his chest, and 2 clean rings on his fingers that told Shen Duan exactly how often poor people had paid for his comfort. The old woman from the alley hobbled after them despite Mu Yao's attempts to send her away. Others came too. Bent-backed laborers, failed disciples with spiritual scars, children carrying empty jars. Witnesses. The captain's gaze flicked over the crowd, paused on Shen Duan, then on the bodies being dragged from the alley. "You're new. You say that like it means I haven't already learned enough." Fox-Eye smiled. "And what have you learned?" Shen Duan looked at the shuttered ration hall, the storm-dark square, the people hugging the walls instead of the center. "That this place is a mine with better roofs." The smile vanished. "I am Quarter Warden Lu Renshu. You assaulted sect personnel. Extortionists wearing sect gray," Shen Duan said. "If that distinction pains you, perhaps the pain is educational." A murmur passed through the square. Lu Renshu's jaw tightened. "Outsiders do not speak here. That's convenient. You only let people pay." The crowd went still. Shen Duan felt Mu Yao's stare on the side of his face. She knew what he was doing. Humiliation answered with a public blade. Draw the rot into open air. Force it to defend itself before witnesses. It worked. Lu Renshu lifted a hand. Warden stepped forward. The people in the square recoiled, and with their fear came the sharper line beneath it. Hope so thin it almost cut. The manual twitched again. Shen Duan breathed once, slow, and understood that they would not be allowed to rent a quiet room tonight. He smiled anyway. Chapter 22. The ration hall doors boomed shut behind the wardens. Lu Renshu had not ordered an arrest. He had done something smarter and fouler. He had ordered a hearing. The word moved through the quarter by runner and gong, and with it came every hungry soul within 3 streets. By dusk the rain had thinned to a mist, and the open square before the hall was packed with refugees, debt-bound workers, failed disciples, and outer sect scavengers looking for spectacle. Lanterns hissed in the damp. Steam rose off soaked robes. The smell of wet wool and stale porridge hung over everything. Mu Yao stood by her cart beneath the eaves, grinding herbs with short, angry motions. "You could have beaten the wardens and fled." Shen Duan rolled his shoulders against the ache in his ribs. "Then we'd still need to find out who feeds this quarter and who bleeds it." "I know who bleeds it." She did not look up. The man speaking to me while his meridians sound like cracked glass. Tai Luo leaned against a pillar with his arms folded. "She's right. A moving day for miracles," Shen Duan said. Tai Luo grunted. "Mock later. If this turns ugly, I break the left side and you break the right. You always choose the side with fewer bricks." "Because I carry the bricks with my face." One corner of Mu Yao's mouth twitched despite herself. The crowd parted as Lu Renshu mounted a stone platform in front of the hall. Beside him came 2 scribes, 6 wardens, and a young man in faded scholar robes carrying a bundle of bamboo slips under one arm. He had sharp wrists, narrow shoulders, and an expression of perpetual offense. His hairpin was plain wood, but every knot in it was precise. He looked less like a disciple and more like a sentence looking for a target. Lu Renshu raised his voice. "By frontier custom, disputes affecting public order may be judged before witnesses." "Public order?" someone muttered. "You mean public collection?" A few people laughed, then choked it back. Lu Renshu's eyes swept the square. The newcomer Shen Duan stands accused of assaulting sect affiliates, obstructing quarter administration, and inciting unrest among refugees. He may answer. Shen Duan stepped forward into the lantern light. The mist clung cold to his cheeks. Will the old woman he robbed also answer? Or does public order only speak through full stomachs? The square stirred again. Lu Renshu gave a patient sign meant for the crowd. The accused mistakes tax for robbery. And you mistake fear for consent. That one landed harder. Shen Duan saw it travel. Not through Lu Renshu. Through the people. Heads lifting. Hands stilling around empty bowls. The hearing had not begun as law. It had begun as theater. Good. Theater was only a formation made of faces instead of flags. The scholar with the bamboo slips cleared his throat. If the accused intends to abuse rhetoric rather than produce evidence, this hearing will waste everyone's time. His voice was dry, clipped, and sharp enough to shave bark. Shen Duan turned. And you are? Wei Han, former assistant recorder of frontier allocations. Presently unemployed because I made the unfortunate mistake of being able to count. Tai Luo snorted. Lu Renshu's expression hardened. Wei Han will record the hearing. How generous, Wei Han said. You remembered my name only after needing someone literate. Shen Duan liked him immediately. Lu Renshu called witnesses first. Not victims. His own men. They described the alley incident with polished outrage. A poor elder had been harassed by the newcomer. Sect personnel had intervened. The newcomer had turned demonic and attacked without provocation. Every lie had edges too smooth to grip. Shen Duan let them speak. Mu Yao shot him a warning look. He ignored it. Then the old woman from the alley pushed forward on her own, sack of mulled grain under one arm, like proof from heaven. One warden moved to stop her. Mu Yao's needle flashed. It planted itself in the wood beside his hand with a sound like a bee kissing bark. If you touch a patient with that bruise, she said, I will make your fingers forget their purpose. The warden froze. Lu Renshu's lip curled. The physician threatens sect law? No, Mu Yao said. I am correcting your posture. The old woman climbed the platform one painful step at a time. Up close, Shen Duan saw that her missing arm had not been lost to battle. The shoulder was smooth, long-healed, and scarred by bite marks. Mind beast. Used once and discarded. His jaw tightened. She lifted the grain sack and dumped it at Lu Renshu's boots. Damp kernels and black fuzz spilled across the stone. He taxed me for rot, she said. Lu Renshu did not look down. And last week he taxed Widow Peng's roof patch. And the week before that he taxed a funeral mat. You want public order? Count graves. The square murmured louder. Wei Han's brush paused. He looked up at Lu Renshu for the first time with open interest. Lu Renshu smiled thinly. Old grief turns memory sour. Shen Duan stepped closer. Then let fresh memory answer. Search the alley post. Second brick from the left. Their tally board is hidden inside. Lu Renshu's eyes flicked, just once. Enough. Tai Luo was already moving. Two wardens lunged to stop him. He took one by the belt and another by the collar and knocked their heads together with a wet crack. The crowd gasped. Lu Renshu shouted for order. It was too late. Tai Luo ripped the alley post stone free and returned carrying a thin iron box. He dropped it before the platform. Inside lay marked slips, debt tokens, and a stack of red wax seals stamped with the quarter warden's insignia. Wei Han took one look and laughed. It was not a warm sound. Oh, this is beautiful. Illegal duplicate collection marks. Triple entries. Retroactive storm levies. Lu Renshu, you vulgar parasite. You didn't even vary the handwriting. The square erupted. People surged forward, shouting names and amounts. Widow Peng. Funeral mat. Winter charcoal. Water access. Lantern oil. Burial tax. Broken leg tax. Gate tax. Rain tax. Shen Duan felt the hostility gather like birds around grain. Not all of it aimed at him. That changed the flavor of the manual's response. He could sense pressure lines crossing the square, braided and tangled. Rage wanted direction. Lu Renshu wanted escape. He snapped his hand down. Hidden wardens burst from the ration hall doors with hooked chains. Seize the rabble, he shouted. Kill the agitators. There. Real intent. Sharp and clean. The besieged heaven manual ignited through Shen Duan's ember vein. Every lantern became a marker. Every body in motion defined a lane. He stepped into the square, and the world unfolded around the pressure. One chain flashed toward the old woman. Shen Duan caught it around his forearm, pain biting deep, and jerked hard. The warden flew off his feet. Tai Luo met him in the middle with a hammering punch to the sternum. Two more came for Wei Han. The scholar blinked once, then threw his bamboo slips directly into their faces. You may beat me, he said as one stumbled blind. But your arithmetic remains embarrassing. Shen Duan laughed despite himself and slid past him. He trapped both wardens in the lane between platform edge and lantern stand, then kicked the stand over. Burning oil splashed across wet stone, not enough to spread, but enough to force their footing wide. He shoved one man into the slick and chopped the other's throat. The crowd broke, not into panic, into sides. Some ran, some crouched, some grabbed dropped poles, broken stools, paving stones. Lu Rinxu had ruled by making everyone feel alone. Shen Duan saw the moment that feeling cracked. And because he saw it, he made a choice that cost him. He could have chased Lu Rinxu directly. The warden captain was already edging toward a rear passage. Ending him now would have won the square in a single stroke. Instead, Shen Duan saw 3 children pinned near the ration steps as wardens swung chains through the crowd. He changed direction. Tai Luo, left steps. That one choice opened a hole. Lu Rinxu escaped through the rear corridor while Shen Duan barreled into the children's attackers. A chain wrapped his shoulder and tore through cloth and skin. Fire went down his arm. He smashed one warden's mouth against the stone rail, took a baton to the ribs, and still kept moving until the children scrambled free. Mu Yao reached him as the last of the square fighting broke apart. She looked once at the blood soaking his sleeve and said, with murderous calm, "Congratulations. Your conscience has acquired a fresh opening." Shen Duan watched the rear corridor where Lu Rinxu had vanished. "I know." Wei Han crouched by the iron box, brush moving quick as a sparrow pecking grain. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting. You chose the bystanders over the captain. Do you record tactics too?" "Only when they reveal character flaws." The square was theirs for the moment, but moment was all it was. Shen Duan could feel it. A hearing ruined. A warden exposed. A crowd awakened. No roof. No protection. No quiet entry. He had bought justice in the alley and paid for it with any chance of anonymity. Wei Han rose and tucked the evidence box under his arm. "Lu Rinxu will return with sanctioned force by dawn. If you are less stupid than your face suggests, you will either flee tonight or do something large enough that force becomes inconvenient." Shen Duan looked around the square. At the hungry. At the injured. At the people already asking one another, in low, unbelieving voices, whether the ration hall could be opened. He smiled slowly. "Large," he said, "sounds about right." Chapter 23. They opened the ration hall with a stolen seal and a brick. Tai Luo used the brick. The hall side lock was reinforced with sect brass, the kind meant to imply permanence rather than provide it. Tai Luo struck once, twice, and on the third hit the plate tore free from the damp wood with a groan that echoed through the square. The watching crowd inhaled as one. No one moved. Not until Shen Duan stepped through the doorway first. The inside smelled of old millet, lamp smoke, and controlled hunger. Sacks were stacked in neat rows from waist-high to ceiling. Oil jars sat in lacquer crates. Dried roots hung bundled from rafters. There was enough food in the hall to keep the entire quarter from bargaining with extortionists for at least half a month. Outside, rain dripped from the eaves into 100 puddles. Inside, silence pressed harder than any storm. Shen Duan turned to the people clustered at the threshold. "If this belongs to the sect, let the sect come claim it in daylight and explain why your children were eating peel and mold." No one crossed. A narrow-faced man with a stitched scar across his scalp swallowed and shook his head. "If we touch it, we become thieves." "You were thieves when they counted your breath by tax token," an old woman snapped. "And dead if wardens come back." Wei Han, still standing with his bundle of records under one arm, sighed through his nose. "Every rotten system survives on one sentence. If I take what was taken from me, I become the criminal." "Remarkable. Elegant, even." Mu Yao pushed her cart past Shen Duan and into the hall. "Stop philosophizing and carry the grain that isn't mold. The children first." That broke the spell. People surged in, hesitant at first, then with frantic purpose. Not looting. Not yet. Searching. Counting. Crying softly when they found jars of medicine their families had been told no longer existed. Shen Duan watched the lines form by instinct. The strong moved first, then slowed when Mu Yao barked them back. "You with both legs, wait," she said, pointing with a bundle of dried willow bark. "You with the coughing boy here. No, not that jar, the blue seal. If you smash my stock, I will let your fever finish the argument for me." Her voice cut through panic like a needle through cloth. People listened because she sounded like someone used to being obeyed in rooms where pain was louder than fear. Tai Luo hefted sacks to the front without asking permission from anyone. Old women began directing him as if he had always belonged to them. Shen Duan had seen riots. This was not one. This was starvation trying to remember structure. That was when the sect's signal horn blew. Low. Long twice. Wei Han's face soured. There it is. Formal displeasure. Shen Duan stepped back out into the square. Lantern light shook over spearheads at both street mouths. 20 men at least. Maybe more behind the rain haze. Not enough to threaten him if they came clumsy. more than enough to butcher the quarter if he mishandled the next few breaths. Lu Rinchu stood between the two formations with a bandage on his cheek and fury soaking through his cultivated restraint. Beside him was a heavy-browed outer elder in dark robes, boots dry despite the weather. The man carried no weapon in hand. He did not need one. His cultivation pressure sat on the square like wet iron. Ember vein peak, maybe higher. By authority of Hollow Banner Sect's Frontier Administration, the elder said, all rioters will kneel. The grain hall is sealed. The outsider called Shen Yue will be bound and examined for forbidden arts. The people in the hall froze. Mu Yao looked out through the doorway, face unreadable. Shen Yue stepped into the center of the square where everyone could see him. You seal the hall after they discover it is full? The elder's gaze sharpened. You speak as if poverty grants ownership. No, I speak as if theft wearing a robe is still theft. Lu Rinchu pointed. Elder Mo, he has already incited the quarter twice today. Allow me to cripple him. Shen Yue felt the crowd behind him tremble. Not with courage, with old reflex. They were waiting to see if this, too, would end with some loud fool beaten into a lesson. He knew that lesson. He had swallowed enough of it in the mind. So he changed the stage. You want me bound, he called. Fine. But if frontier custom allows hearings before witnesses, then let witnesses hear this. Open your ledgers. Name every tax in this quarter and what it purchased. Lu Rinchu barked, irrelevant. Then say the numbers are false. Wei Han drifted to Shen Yue's side, like a scholar reluctantly approaching a fire he had already decided to feed. He lifted the iron box and spoke without shouting, yet somehow the whole front line heard him. Storm levy, roof levy, funeral mat surcharge, well access, winter charcoal allocation, duplicate collection marks under the same family seals. Would Elder Mo like the column totals or the names of widows? The elder's expression changed almost imperceptibly. Not guilt. Calculation. Good, Shen Yue thought. He knows exposure hurts more than fists. The elder said, Recorder Wei Han, I was told you had been dismissed. I was. Numbers remain loyal to me regardless. The crowd laughed, ragged and shocked by their own boldness. It gave Shen Yue what he needed, emotional tilt. Hostility shifted, no longer one clean spear point against him. The wardens hated him. The elder distrusted him. The hungry people behind him feared both sides. Pressure webbed the square from every angle. The manual rose. He felt the lanes before the first order was given. Advance, Elder Mo said. Wardens rushed. Shen Yue moved backward instead of forward. That was the first thing that threw them. He retreated 3 quick steps toward the ration hall doors, drawing the formation narrower, forcing more bodies through less space. Mud sucked at their boots. Shoulder met shoulder. Spears angled wrong. Now, he stamped. Chi pulsed down through the soaked stone. Not an attack. A claim. The Ember Vein's lane-seizing gift spread through the pressure-packed ground before the hall, defining channels of movement invisible to anyone else. The first 2 wardens hit the claimed lane and stumbled half a step wide. Half a step was enough. Tai Luo came out of the doorway like a battering ram and smashed a grain scoop handle into one man's elbow. Bone cracked. Mu Yao, of all people, slid low under a spear thrust and drove 3 needles into the other attacker's wrist. His fingers opened in spasms. The spear dropped. I said the children first, she snapped. More wardens piled in. Shen Yue pivoted through them, always one breath ahead of the pressure lines. He wasn't stronger than the whole square. He didn't need to be. He needed the crowd to become its own obstacle. One warden lunged too deep. Shen Yue hooked his ankle and sent him crashing into 2 more. Another tried to flank from the right. Shen Yue struck the lantern post and spilled light and hot oil down the exact path, forcing the man to jerk sideways into Tai Luo's shoulder check. The quarter gasped with each redirection. They had expected exchange. Blow for blow. Man against man. Instead, they were watching numbers turn traitor. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed. He saw it. The art was not brute strength. It was authority stolen from pressure. That made him dangerous. He cut through his own men with a palm strike that scattered them and drove straight for Shen Yue. The elder's chi hit first, thick as a hammer blow in the chest. Shen Yue's meridian screamed. One-on-one, as always, the manual faltered. No crowd angle to exploit in the same way. No easy lane to seize. So Shen Yue made one. He laughed into the elder's face. Careful, elder, he said. If you come alone, you'll disappoint me. It was insult. Bait. Public, childish, effective. Lu Rinchu snarled and joined the attack from the side exactly as Shen Yue had wanted. 2 more wardens rushed to protect the elder's face from humiliation. For angles. Enough. The manual flared. Shen Yue saw the opening between Elder Mo's heel and Lu Rinchu's forward step. He drove his shoulder into Lu Rinchu, sent the warden crashing into the elder's arm, then caught the elder's sleeve and turned with every shred of his weight. The older man lost center for the blink of an eye. Shen Yue slammed him into the hall threshold. Wood split. The crowd roared. Elder Mo rose with murder in his face. Before he could strike again, an old woman from the quarter hurled a rotten turnip at him. It bounced off his robe and burst. Then a second object flew. A cracked bowl. Then a stone. Then a dozen voices. Open the ledgers. Where did our medicine go? My son died waiting for winter charcoal. The elder stepped back. Not because they could hurt him. Because they could witness him. Shen Yue saw the line of retreat in the man's eyes and understood the true shape of the frontier. Not martial. Political. Not a fortress. A marketplace of fear. He wiped blood from his lip and raised his voice. From tonight, anyone the quarter threatens for speaking can stand in this square and speak beside me. Wei Han looked at him as if evaluating a structure for hidden cracks. That, the scholar said softly, is either the foundation of a faction or the preface to your execution. Shen Yue glanced at the hungry crowd, the open hall, the wardens no longer certain they owned the ground beneath them. Perhaps both. Chapter 24. By dawn, the square smelled like porridge and wet ash. People had slept where they could, under awnings, in the ration hall between stacked grain sacks, on dry patches of floor beside Mu Yao's medicine cart. The storm had broken sometime after midnight, leaving the air cold enough to sting the lungs and clear enough for every weakness in the quarter to show. Collapsed roofs, cracked cistern lids, children with fever-red ears, old men whose coughs had gone deep enough to rattle. Shen Yue had not slept at all. He sat on the ration hall steps with his forearms on his knees, staring at the street mouths while the last of the adrenaline drained from his bones. The besieged heaven manual had fed well the night before. It had also carved new lines of pain behind his sternum. Each breath carried a grainy scrape, as if hot sand had been packed into his channels. Mu Yao crouched in front of him and peeled back the blood-stiff cloth on his shoulder. He hissed. Try not to sound offended, she said. The chain got what it deserved. Your flesh was merely nearby. She smelled of bitter leaf and smoke. Her fingers were deft and merciless. When she poured warm tincture over the torn skin, pain shot down his ribs in a white line. You could warn a man. I did. Repeatedly. You ignored the warning and made yourself into a wall for 3 children. He looked past her at the square where those same children were carrying water under Tai Luo's supervision. They lived, and Lu Renshu escaped. There was no softness in it. Only fact. Facts hurt more when spoken quietly. Shen Yue leaned his head back against the pillar and closed his eyes. I know. Mu Yao tied the bandage in a sharp pull. Knowing after the fact is a hobby. I am asking whether you plan to learn before the next disaster. He opened his eyes. She was angry, yes, but under the anger was fear she refused to dress in gentle words. That touched something tender and inconvenient in him. If I tell myself to walk past the next old woman getting skinned for tax, he said, I'll only become the kind of man I already hate. Mu Yao sat back on her heels. Then become a better version of that hatred. Not a faster fool. Before he could answer, a commotion rose near the north lane. A woman with her sleeve burned away to the elbow was shoving through the crowd, dragging a girl no older than 12 behind her. The girl's ankle was chained to an iron weight no larger than a brick. Physician, the woman called. Please. Mu Yao was up before the word finished. Bring her here. The woman half carried the girl to the cart. The chain had worn the child's skin raw. Each step left a smear on the stone. Shen Yue's voice went cold. Who fitted that? The woman swallowed. Dead office. My husband borrowed winter coal. He died. They said until the balance clears, my daughter works the kiln yard and wears the bond. Tai Luo swore. Mu Yao examined the leg. The wound is dirty. If I cut the chain without treating the swelling, she may lose the foot. The girl tried not to cry and failed with terrible discipline. Shen Yue stood. Mu Yao looked up sharply. Do not. There is a dead office? Of course there is a dead office. There is always a dead office. She rose to face him, chin lifting. And if you storm it now, with 6 exhausted people and half the quarter clinging to your shadow, Lu Renshu will get exactly what he wants. The woman with the chained girl flinched as if afraid she had said too much. Shen Yue crouched so his eyes were level with the child's. The iron cuff had rubbed the skin down to wet red meat. Anger moved through him in a slow black tide. What is your name? Hey, she whispered. Hey, if I break that chain before your foot is ready, can you run? She looked at the weight, then at him. No, honest. He respected that. Mu Yao folded her arms. There is your answer. He rose. Then we don't storm the dead office. Mu Yao's shoulders loosened a finger's width. We make it come here. Wei Han, who had appeared as if summoned by bad governance, nearly choked on his tea. Interesting. That is somehow more troublesome. He was carrying a stack of quarter ledgers stolen or borrowed or morally rescued during the night's chaos. His sleeves were ink-stained to the wrist. He looked offended by sunrise. How many debt bonds are in this district? Shen Duan asked. Wei Han flipped the top ledger open with the tenderness some men reserve for lovers. Officially? 12. Realistically? More than 60 if one includes inherited kiln labor, wagon sureties, burial guarantees, medicine liens, and the charming custom of charging refugees for the right to breathe near sect walls. Mu Yao pressed fingers to her temple. I dislike him. No, you dislike accuracy when it arrives in my voice. Shen Duan reached for the ledger. Wei Han jerked it away. You bleed on documents. Read me the names. By noon they had the quarter lined across the square again. Not for a hearing this time. For treatment. Mu Yao set up a proper triage under the ration hall eaves with borrowed benches, boiled water, and a table made from 2 doors laid across casks. She did not ask permission. She assigned tasks with the confidence of a field commander and the patience of someone who had buried too many people to tolerate delay. You, fan the brazier. You, wash your hands before touching bandages. You, if you faint near my needles I will step over you. The work steadied the people. It also flushed out the dead enforcers. They arrived in the afternoon wearing dark sashes over sect gray, iron tally hooks at their waists, and the pinched expressions of men who believed paper granted moral superiority over pain. Their leader carried a lacquer register and a cane tipped with bronze. He stopped when he saw the chained girl sitting openly on Mu Yao's treatment bench. That collateral has been removed from assigned labor. Shen Duan stepped into the lane before him. Say collateral again, and I will feed that register to you page by page. The enforcer's lip curled. The disturbance. There were 6 of them. Not enough by themselves, but the quarter watched from every doorway and roof edge. Suspicion and hope pressed in from all sides. Shen Duan could almost feel the lines before they formed. The enforcer lifted his register. We are here under debt authority. Return the bond laborer and surrender any unlawfully withheld payment goods. Mu Yao did not look up from Pei's ankle as she slid a thin blade beneath the metal cuff to separate flesh from iron. If you force her to walk before the swelling drops, gangrene will take the foot. Then her debt will be adjusted for reduced labor value. The square went so silent Shen Duan heard the blade click against the inside of the cuff. Wei Han muttered, almost admiringly. He actually said it aloud. Shen Duan smiled, small and vicious. Good. Witnesses make generosity easier. He raised his voice. Everyone who has paid debt labor, inherited debt, or bond fees. Step forward. At first, no one moved. Then the burn-sleeve mother stepped up beside him. Then the stitched scout man from the ration hall. Then Widow Peng with her bent back and both fists clenched. Then 20 more. The enforcer's expressions changed. Numbers mattered. Even before the manual drank them, numbers mattered. This is unlawful assembly, the cane leader snapped. No, Shen Duan said. This is accounting. He took 1 step closer. Since you brought so many, let me return the courtesy. The quarter answered with a low murmur that rolled outward like surf against stone. The enforcers reached for their hooks. And this time, before they could decide whether to bluff or strike, the people of the square stopped flinching. Chapter 25 The first hook came for Pei. Shen Duan had expected that. Debt collectors loved symbols. Dragging the chained girl back in front of the quarter would have turned every heart in the square soft and defeated again. He moved before the bronze tip cleared the enforcer's sleeve. His palm struck the man's wrist. Bone popped. The hook spun loose, rang across the stone, and slid beneath Mu Yao's treatment table. At the same instant Tai Luo kicked over a grain cask to block the left lane, spilling millet over wet stone. Wei Han, of all people, snatched the lacquer register from the leader's hand and stepped back 3 paces as if the thing might contaminate him. Evidence should not remain with vermin, he said. Then the square erupted. The 6 enforcers rushed together out of training and panic. That was the moment the besieged heaven manual came alive. Hostility struck Shen Duan from 6 points in front and 100 frightened points from around. The pressure was raw, layered, perfect. Ember vein pulsed beneath his skin. The square sharpened into channels and collisions. He saw exactly where the grain under Tai Luo's boots would turn treacherous, where the treatment bench narrowed the approach, where the onlookers' fear would funnel bodies into a knot if the enforcers tried to force retreat. The world did not slow. It clarified. Shen Duan slid left. 1 hook whistled through the space his throat had occupied and buried itself in the awning post. He seized the taut chain, yanked, and the enforcer stumbled onto the millet-slick lane. Tai Luo met him with a forearm smash that folded the man over his own ribs. The cane leader drove straight in, bronze tip aimed for Shen Duan's eye. Too disciplined. Too direct. Shen Duan gave ground one step, then another, letting the other enforcers crowd their leader's flank. When the lane tightened, he stamped. Chi bit into the stone. The claimed path shifted under his feet and nowhere else. He twisted through it like water through a crack, while the attackers bunched shoulder to shoulder. Now, he chopped the cane aside and slammed his elbow into the leader's throat. The man gagged. Shen Duan caught his sash, turned, and hurled him backward into two subordinates just as they raised their hooks. Bronze teeth tore cloth and skin that was supposed to be allied. Someone in the crowd barked out a disbelieving laugh. Muyao did not look up from Pei's leg. If any of you bleed on my clean bandages, I will poison whoever remains standing. One enforcer lunged past Shen Duan toward her. That made Shen Duan smile. Bad choice. He let the man pass. Not out of mercy, out of calculation. The treatment lane was already marked in his mind. Muyao had laid bowls of boiled water, oil lamps, folded cloth, and herb jars in neat intervals along the bench. To anyone else it was a clinic. To him it was a battlefield. The enforcer stepped into the lane and skidded on spilled medicinal paste. His hook arm windmilled. Muyao rose just enough to flick two needles into the soft flesh between wrist bones. His hand went numb mid-strike. Out, she said. Tai Luo grabbed the man's collar from behind and sent him face first through the empty doorframe of the ration hall. The crowd shouted now. Not random noise. Directions. Warnings. Behind you. Right side. The tall one has a knife. That was new. Shen Duan felt it as keenly as the pressure of hostility. The quarter was no longer merely watching him fight. It was orienting around him. Not in worship. In participation. Ugly, frightened, half-believing participation. The manual responded with a hotter surge than before. More than movement lanes. For one breath, he sensed not just where enemies stood, but where the crowd wanted them trapped. The capability was incomplete, fragile, and startling enough that he nearly missed the knife. It flashed out from under the last enforcer's sleeve toward his kidney. Wei Han shouted. Lower left, you heroic idiot. Shen Duan turned too late to avoid the blade entirely. It cut a hot line across his side instead of sinking deep. Pain burst bright under his ribs. He caught the attacker's forearm, smashed his forehead into the man's nose, and felt cartilage cave. Blood sprayed warm across both their faces. The enforcer reeled. Shen Duan drove him backward, not into the ground, but into the crowd's edge where three refugees with hauling poles had already lowered their shoulders. They struck on instinct and outrage. One pole hit the man's knees. Another jammed his elbow. The third trapped his throat against the wall. That should have ended it. It did not. The cane leader, bruised and half-strangled, rasped a command toward the lane mouth. Wardens, forward. A second group rushed in from the street. Lu Renshu had held them back until the square committed. Smart. Let the dead men draw blood, then crush the district under the pretext of restoring order. There were at least 12 more, and this time they carried shields. Muyao looked up at last. Can you handle that many? Shen Duan wiped blood from his mouth. The new arrivals spread at the lane, trying to keep a clean wall. They had learned from last night. Fewer angles exposed. More discipline. Better spacing. Harder. Not impossible. If they keep formation, he said. Annoying. Tai Luo cracked his neck. Say where? Wei Han was already flipping through the stolen register with blood on one sleeve and delight in both eyes. The debt hooks correspond to bonded households. If we hang these pages where everyone can see them, half the quarter will know exactly which officer robbed them. Shen Duan understood at once. Not just fighting. Political pressure. Public lines. He grabbed the register and ripped it in half along the binding. Sheets scattered into the damp air like startled white birds. Read the names, he shouted. Wei Han did. Loudly. Relentlessly. Widow Peng, Roof Patch Levy. Pei family, inherited kiln shirty. Jian Potter, burial mat seizure. Lin brothers, double water access. Every name struck the crowd like flint. Faces changed. People who had been shrinking at the walls stepped forward instead. Not charging. Not yet. Just standing where the wardens wanted empty space. The shield line hesitated. That was all Shen Duan needed. The manual blazed through his meridians so hard his vision silvered at the edges. Crowd echoes slammed into him. Grief, humiliation, old helpless fury, the sour taste of debts paid with children's labor. It was almost too much. His knees dipped. Blood ran warmer down his side. Then he saw it. Not merely the enemy lanes. The quarter itself. Doorways, carts, benches, bodies, fear, rage, witness, shame. A living formation built by extortion and routine. If hostility created paths, then shared refusal could create walls. His perspective shifted. The square was no longer something he moved through. It was something he could ask to move with him. Barrels to the left, he roared. Tables to the lane. No one charge alone. The words ripped his throat raw, but the quarter answered. Not perfectly, not smoothly. A butcher and 2 refugees shoved casks into the narrow mouth. Women hauled benches. Tai Luo seized a shield from the first warden and rammed it sideways into the forming barricade. Mu Yao kicked the treatment table back with her hip, preserving space for patients while turning the rest into an obstacle maze. The shield line hit the improvised choke point and lost its clean shape. Shen Yue went through them like a blade through reeds. Not stronger. Placed. His claimed lane ran along shield edges and panicked footwork. He struck wrists, throats, knees. He used their own locked formation against them, forcing one shield to wedge another, one retreat to jam a second step. Tai Luo hammered the weak points. The quarter shouted openings. Even the old one-armed woman from the alley hurled a ladle hard enough to ring off a helmet. Lu Renshu saw the tide turning and backed away. Again the man chose survival over face. Shen Yue wanted him. The desire hit hard as hunger. And the captain now. Cut out the rot. But Pei was still on the bench. Mu Yao still needed a stable square. The barricade could still break if he chased too far. He forced himself to stop. That decision hurt more than the knife. Lu Renshu vanished into the lane with the remnants of his men, driven off but alive. Silence fell in ragged pieces. The square looked wrecked. Grain everywhere. Broken hooks. Blood on wet stone. Torn ledger pages plastered to boots and walls. Steam from overturned porridge pots drifted in pale ribbons through the cold. Shen Yue stood in the middle of it, chest heaving, the manual burning low and vicious inside him. He could still feel the afterimage of that new understanding, not just surviving encirclement, but making a crowd conscious of itself. Wei Han came to stand beside him, pushing wet hair off his brow with ink-stained fingers. Interesting, the scholar said softly. Very interesting. If you say that one more time, I'll start charging you for it. Wei Han ignored him. You don't have a faction yet, but you have the outline of one. Witnesses. Food. A clinic. Shared enemies. Shared memory. He looked at the square, then at Shen Yue. If you leave now, this collapses by tomorrow. If you stay, every outer elder and hollow banner sect will mark your face. Mu Yao snapped the cuff off Pei's swollen ankle with a chisel and mallet. The iron ring split and dropped to the stone with a sound small enough to be mistaken for nothing. Everyone in the square heard it. Pei started crying at last. The sound moved through the people more deeply than any speech. Shen Yue bent, picked up one of the broken dead hooks, and drove it point first into the square's central post where every passerby would see it. Then we stay, he said. He looked around at the quarter. At the old, the injured, the failed, the angry, the half-fed. At Tai Luo's bruised grin. At Mu Yao's blood-specked sleeves. At Wei Han already calculating 10 disasters ahead. This place likes naming people by what they lack, Shen Yue said, raising his voice enough for the square. Failed disciple. Refugee. Debtor. Labor trash. From now on, anyone who stands here under our protection belongs to the besieged court. No one cheered at first. The name was too strange. Too bold. Too much like a promise. Then the one-armed old woman lifted her mold-grain sack like a banner and barked a laugh. Court, she said. Then get me a chair, Your Excellency. The square broke into rough, startled laughter. For the first time since entering the frontier, Shen Yue laughed with them. Above the broken quarter, the clouds finally thinned, and a narrow blade of late sun cut across the ration hall door as if some patient heaven had decided to witness the beginning. Chapter 26. By noon the next day, Shen Yue's face was hanging from every gate in the frontier quarter. The notices had been pasted high on wall corners and low on chamber doors, slapped across cracked shrine posts and ration markers in fresh black ink that still smelled of pine soot. Demonic agitator. Forbidden practitioner. Cult gatherer. Reward for verified capture. Elder Sway seal sat on the bottom of each one like a nail driven through paper. Shen Yue tore one down and read it while standing in the open market lane, where everyone could see. Tai Luo leaned over his shoulder. Cult gatherer. That sounds organized. Give me half a day, Shen Yue said. I may grow into it. Wei Han, crouched beside a drainage stone with 3 notices spread around him, snorted. Lazy work. Same scribe hand on every district copy. Same phrasing. They want speed, not persuasion. Mu Yao came out of a stall with a bundle of bitter leaf and a basket of cheap pears. Persuasion is expensive. Fear is not. She glanced at the notice and clicked her tongue once. Your cheekbone looks better than the sketch. A rare mercy. Shen Yue watched the market. People pretended not to look at the notices, which meant they were looking at nothing else. Shopkeepers kept their eyes down. Refugees moved quicker than before. Every pair of sect gray sleeves drew space around itself, as if authority produced a private wind. That was Elder Sway's hand. Not just wanted notices. Narrative. You are not hungry people protecting yourselves. You are dangerous people gathering under a dangerous man. Break that story, he thought, or the next 30 fights will all begin with shame. Tai Luo peeled one notice from a post and crumpled it in his fist. Say where? Not yet. Wei Han rose, papers tucked under one arm. You are doing that thing again. What thing? The one where your eyes mean the rest of us are about to have a difficult afternoon. Shen Duan looked down the lane toward the shrine square where frontier disputes were sometimes settled before incense smoke and bored witnesses. If Elder Sway wants to paint the besieged court as a secretive cult, we should become the least secret thing in this district. Mu Yao bit into a pear. The crisp snap sounded unnaturally loud. If your plan includes another public fight before I finish rearranging your insides, I will poison you myself and save others the trouble. No fight unless they insist. Wei Han gave him a long, pitying stare. That sentence has never once survived contact with your face. Shen Duan smiled. We hold an open challenge. Tai Luo's grin appeared at once. Good. Mu Yao and Wei Han spoke together. Bad. Shen Duan ignored both reactions and started walking toward the shrine square. Not a dueling platform. A witness platform. Anyone extorted, beaten, denied medicine, denied grain, trapped by debt, or fined for breathing near sect walls can step up and speak. Anyone who wants to call them liars can come do it in front of the whole quarter. Wei Han's brows rose despite himself. You want public testimony to function as bait. I want public testimony to function as truth, Shen Duan said. The bait is a fortunate byproduct. By the time the sun tilted west, the shrine square was crowded enough to sweat. Someone had dragged out a fishmonger's chopping block for a platform. Someone else hung Elder Sway's wanted notices upside down on the square posts. Mu Yao set up a treatment bench at the north edge with a bucket of boiled cloth and an expression that promised violence against anyone who bled carelessly. Wei Han stood near the chopping block with ink, brush, and fresh sheets to record names. Tai Luo planted himself on the outer ring, arms folded, looking exactly like the answer to a bad decision. Shen Duan climbed onto the block. The wood was still stained dark from old scales. If you came to watch me preach, he called, you will leave disappointed. I talk enough in private already. A few rough laughs came back. He pointed at the upside-down notices. These say I gather a cult. Good. Let everyone hear what kind of cult it is. He stepped aside and slapped the block once. Speak. At first, no one moved. Then Widow Peng climbed up with both hands braced on her knees. My son died in a storage cave collapse. The quarter charged me burial mat tax, shovel tax, and candle smoke tax for the funeral. Her jaw shook, but she did not stop. When I couldn't pay the last one, they took my second blanket. Wei Han's brush scratched. Another came. A kiln porter with raw rope burns across his palms. Then a failed disciple whose room had been sold twice to cover emergency weather repair. Then a mother whose daughter had been chained. The crowd leaned in with every name. No sect law shouted over testimony sounds righteous, Shen Duan thought. It sounds frightened. He got what he wanted before the fifth speaker finished. 3 outer disciples pushed through the crowd in hollow banner gray, led by a narrow-eyed youth with lacquered boots and a smugness so polished it almost reflected lantern light. This gathering is unlawful, the youth said. Any further slander against sect administration will be treated as rebellion. Shen Duan stepped to the edge of the block. Then come up and call each witness a liar by name. The youth's face tightened. Witnesses in a crowd were one thing. Naming a widow false in front of 200 hungry people was another. Good. He had exposed the first weakness already. Authority liked distance. It hated detail. The youth recovered fast. I don't answer to gutter theater. Of course not. Theater expects talent. Laughter broke harder this time. The youth flushed. His hand went to his sword. The men behind him shifted with him. For more gray robes appeared at the lane edges, summoned by pride or orders. The pressure lines touched Shen Duan's skin at once. Not enough for battle yet. Enough for warning. Name yourself, Shen Duan said. Senior disciple Chao Ming. Good. Everyone heard it. Shen Duan stepped down from the block and into the open lane. If any sect official wishes to deny extortion, step here. If any sect official wishes to stop testimony, step here. If any sect official wishes to prove I am a demonic fraud, bring friends. He spread his hands, blood-dark scars visible where chains and hooks had torn him in the past week. Since you brought so few, he said, you may wish to correct that. The crowd laughed again. Chao Ming's ears reddened. He did not attack. That mattered more than if he had. Because silence from authority, in front of witness after witness, became confession. For a full hour they could not stop the square. Names piled. Charges piled. Wei Han's wrist cramped, and he switched hands without slowing. Mu Yao treated two people who collapsed while speaking. Tai Luo dragged a drunk collector off the edge of the crowd by the back of his collar before the man could raise a club. As dusk thickened, an old peddler in a ragged fur cap climbed the block, squinted at Shen Duan, and whispered, "You got bigger." Shen Duan stared. The peddler grinned around two missing teeth and dropped the whisper. "What? Mind smoke took your memory? Old Crane Shio sells junk, where better men sell lies." Shen Duan barked out a laugh. "You crossed half a region to peddle rust?" "I crossed half a region because your trouble traveled faster than my cart, and I resent being late." Chio dumped a sack onto the platform. Broken talismans, cracked spirit lenses, two half-burned formation plates, and one dented tea kettle clattered out. "Also," the old man added, lowering his voice, "your exiled friend Zhao Kaming has been buying ears in the frontier. Not troops. Ears. He wants your habits. The kind of man who lost face once will spend silver forever to steal it back." The warning lodged under Shen Duan's ribs. Not troops. Ears. So they would test him through watchers, informants, timing. Good, he thought. Let them watch what we are building. But when he looked back over the square, he understood another truth. Open challenges invited witnesses. Witnesses invited infiltrators too. Chapter 27. Lan Shui arrived just before dawn, when the quarter was quiet enough that every hoofbeat carried. Shen Duan heard the rhythm from the ration hall roof, where he had been sitting watch with a blanket around his shoulders and a cup of scorched tea in his hand. Not a troop column. Not a collection squad. 2 riders and 1 pack mule. Efficient pace. No theatrical delay. He leaned over the roof edge as they entered the square. Lan Shui swung down first in a traveling cloak the color of wet ash. Her hair was tied high for riding, and the iron token at her belt had been wrapped in cloth so the sect insignia would not flash at a distance. The second rider was a silent clerk with a narrow chest and more scroll cases than common sense. Lan Shui looked up without surprise. "If you fall off that roof, I am filing it as self-inflicted." Shen Duan dropped lightly to the eave, then to the ground. Pain tugged at his side where the knife wound was still knitting. "You crossed half the frontier to be insulting in person. Efficiency matters." Tai Luo emerged from the hall doorway rubbing sleep from one eye. He took one look at Lan Shui and reached for the cudgel leaning by the wall. Lan Shui's clerk stiffened. Lan Shui did not. "If he swings first," she said, "tell him I came before sunrise to avoid bringing a whole inspection detail onto his head." Tai Luo snorted and left the cudgel where it was. "You talk like a lock trying to sound friendly. And you talk like a wall trying to sound subtle." Wei Han, who apparently slept only when numbers permitted, appeared carrying 2 ledgers and looked Lan Shui up and down. "Interesting. The law still has legs. Only the parts not sold for transport permits," Lan Shui said. Mu Yao stepped out last, tying her sleeves back with a strip of cloth. She glanced at the clerk's dusty boots, then at the scroll cases, then at Lan Shui. "You didn't come to arrest him." "If I had," Lan Shui said, "I would have brought men less tired than this clerk." The clerk looked offended but too exhausted to defend himself. Lan Shui handed Shen Duan a folded packet sealed with dark blue wax. "Read." Inside were copied notices, route stamps, and an internal circulation memo. Shen Duan recognized Elder Sui's phrasing at once. Frontier disturbance to be contained. Besieged court to be designated unlawful association. Witness gatherings to be treated as coercive spectacles. Quarter ration hall to be repossessed under emergency procedure. At the bottom was the part that mattered most. External observer assigned. Avoid mass casualties until review. Shen Duan looked up. "Observer?" Lan Shui gave a short nod. "A senior examiner from the inner district. He is not here yet. That bought you 2 days, perhaps 3, before someone decides the easiest way to solve this problem is to stack bodies and call it order." Mu Yao took the packet from Shen Duan and scanned it herself. "You stole this. Borrowed for investigative purposes." Wei Han leaned closer. "And your own motives?" Lan Shui met his gaze without blinking. "If the frontier burns, every reform petition I have built for 3 years turns to ash. I am not here for Shen Duan's sake. I am here because Elder Sui's cure for instability is always more instability with official seals." Good, Shen Duan thought. Honest self-interest. Easier to trust than grand declarations. He folded the packet. "What do you want in return?" "Procedure." Tai Luo made a rude noise. Lan Shui ignored him. "No secret killings. No disappeared collectors. No torching storehouses because it feels satisfying. Every accusation recorded. Every witness named or marked if they fear retaliation. If you force this into the open, I can wedge tools into it. If you go full outlaw, I lose those tools." Shen Duan looked around the square. People were waking. Doors cracking open. Smoke from breakfast fires crawling low in the cold air. He could feel eyes on them already. News in the quarter traveled faster than flame through dry reeds. And if procedure fails, he asked, then you may continue being yourself. But I'd like to rule out civilization first. That pulled a short laugh out of Mu Yao. Shen Yue tucked the packet into his sleeve. Fine. We use your tools. Lan Shui looked relieved for half a breath, then suspicious. You agreed too easily. That means I have another part of the plan you won't like. I knew it. He led them into the ration hall where the besieged court's stolen, borrowed, and rescued supplies had already begun sorting themselves into rough order. Grain left. Medicine right. Loaned blankets hanging to dry over rope lines. At the back, Wei Han had pinned ledgers and copied tax notices onto a board made from crate lids. Lan Shui stopped in front of it. Who organized this? I did, Wei Han said. Your administration may send flowers. She read the board in silence. The clerk beside her swallowed twice and quietly pulled out his own brush to start copying. Tai Luo nudged Shen Yue. She brought a better rat. A clerk, Lan Shui said without turning, is simply a rat whose tunnel holds the roof up. For the first time since she arrived, a ghost of humor touched her mouth. Then the humor vanished. You are already too visible for the quarter to contain, she said. Outer disciple Qian Buofeng is on his way. Wei Han closed his eyes as if praying for either patience or lightning. That peacock. Lan Shui gave Shen Yue the shortest version. He oversees frontier discipline displays. He likes public punishments, polished boots, and being admired by people he could not pick out of a line. How many did he bring? Enough to stage something humiliating. Shen Yue's smile thinned. Humiliation was easier to answer than uncertainty. Good. Then we know what he values. Lan Shui folded her arms. If you provoke him into an unsanctioned bloodbath, I revoke my goodwill and record you as an unstable threat. You came to warn me, Shen Yue said. Why? For the first time, Lan Shui looked tired rather than iron straight. Because I saw the mine after you left. Because the official report called the dead lost assets. Because if law cannot stand where power is ugly, then it becomes bookkeeping for cruelty. Silence sat between them for one long breath. Mu Yao broke it by pushing a cup of hot herb broth into Lan Shui's hand. Drink before your noble principles collapse from poor circulation. Lan Shui blinked, then took the cup. Shen Yue watched steam climb from it in thin white curls. He had expected a warning. He had not expected an ally with rules. Those were harder. Because rules meant he would have to win in ways that lasted longer than bruises. Chapter 28, Qian Buofeng entered the quarter to drums. Not war drums. Parade drums. Sharp, hollow beats timed to display rather than battle. By the second roll, every child in the market had climbed something. By the fourth, every shop shutter along the main lane was cracked wide enough for one cautious eye. Shen Yue stood in front of the ration hall, with Tai Luo on one side and Wei Han on the other, watching the procession come in. Qian rode at the front on a white-maned horned horse bred from mountain roads and vanity. His armor had more silver edging than useful reinforcement. His sleeves were embroidered with disciplined sigils that flashed whenever the sun caught them. Behind him marched 30 outer disciples in clean formation carrying black staffs tipped with red tassels. Lan Shui, standing half a step back under the eaves, muttered. He had the drums polished. Wei Han pinched the bridge of his nose. I hate him with educational rigor. Qian reined in before the square and let the drums stop on the final beat. Dust drifted down in the silence. He looked over the quarter as though inspecting livestock he might one day own. Which of you is Shen Yue? Shen Yue stepped forward. Which of you needs 30 men and a musician to ask a question? The front rank of disciples twitched. Qian smiled the way some men smile before ordering beatings. So the gutter hero speaks. Good. I prefer a voice attached to a kneeling body. He raised one hand. 2 attendants came forward carrying a portable punishment frame made from lacquered wood and iron rings. They planted it in the center of the lane with ceremonial care. Mu Yao looked at the frame, then at Shen Yue. Please tell me you aren't about to let him put you in that. I'm still deciding whether to make him climb it himself. Qian's voice carried cleanly. By frontier discipline edict, unlawful gatherings, ration theft, witness coercion, and the establishment of a false court shall be answered with public correction. He let his gaze sweep the crowd gathering along the lane. The sect is merciful. If the named agitator kneels and receives 12 staff blows, this quarter's lesser offenses may be reviewed with lenience. There it was. Humiliation weaponized as administration. And because Qian had announced mercy in front of the poor, refusal would be painted as selfish pride. Nicely done, Shen Yue thought. Crude, but nicely done. The pressure in the lane thickened. Not combat yet. Anticipation. Fear. Curiosity. The besieged heaven manual stirred like a beast smelling blood from behind a door. Shen Duan did not step toward the frame. Instead, he turned to the crowd. Did he say lenience? No one answered. Good. Let the silence accuse him first. Shen Duan walked around the punishment frame as if inspecting a market cart. He tapped one iron ring. If I kneel, the dead stay dead. The grain remains stolen. The dead hooks remain in children's legs. But perhaps our honored senior disciple believes pain improves bookkeeping. Qian's jaw tightened. You don't negotiate discipline. No. Shen Duan looked at the formation behind him. Then why bring an audience? The line landed where he wanted it. Several onlookers gave short, startled laughs. Qian heard them too. His smile thinned. Shen Duan put one foot on the punishment frame and leaned on his knee like a man settling into tea talk. Let's do this properly. You say the quarter is guilty. Fine. Let everyone here see the process. Bring forward the names of every person you intend to spare if I kneel. Read the charges. Read the proof. Read who took what and under what seal. Qian stared at him. He did not have names. He had spectacle. Shen Duan pressed harder. Or is your mercy just another costume? Wei Han coughed into his fist. It sounded suspiciously like laughter. Qian dismounted in one smooth, angry motion. His boots hit the stone without a single speck of dust touching the silver trim. Bind him. The front rank surged. Lan Shui stepped from the eaves and snapped open her wrapped token. The iron seal flashed. Senior Disciple Qian, she said. Under active review orders, any frontier correction involving mass witnesses requires recorded charge presentation before implementation. Qian turned, disbelief and fury fighting on his face. Who let a procedural crow into my district? Procedure let itself in when you started using it as jewelry. Several people in the crowd had the poor judgment to laugh aloud. Qian flushed dark. Fine, he said. Record this. The agitator has inspired defiance among indigents and is hereby designated an example. He snatched a staff from one of his men and pointed it at Shen Duan's chest. Kneel. Shen Duan looked at the staff, then at the polished boots, then at the disciplined formation arranged for fear rather than war. He made his decision. He dropped to one knee. Gasps broke through the lane. Mu Yao's head snapped toward him. Tai Luo swore. Even Wei Han blinked. Qian smiled, triumphant too soon. Good, he said. Shen Duan rested one hand on the punishment frame and lifted his chin. My turn. Then he drove his fist through the frame's side brace. Wood exploded. The iron rings snapped loose and spun through the dust. The whole punishment scaffold collapsed sideways into Qian's immaculate boots, showering him in splinters and splashed mud from the lane gutter. The crowd made a sound half laugh, half animal bark. Qian staggered back, robes spattered. You wanted me kneeling, Shen Duan said, rising. There. We have both experienced disappointment. Qian screamed and lunged. So did his men. This time Shen Duan was ready. He kicked the broken frame into their shins and retreated 2 steps into the lane he had been studying since the procession entered. The drums. The horse. The spacing. The awning ropes overhead. Not a battle map. A parade route. Even better. Parade routes assumed obedience. Once broken, they tangled beautifully. The first 3 disciples crashed over the wrecked frame together. Shen Duan seized the angle, slapped one staff aside, ducked under the second, and yanked the red tassel from the third hard enough to drag its owner off balance. Tai Luo hit that opening with brutal joy, plowing shoulder first into 2 bodies and sending one man through a stack of empty basket frames. Qian tried to pull back and reform the line. Shen Duan would not let him. He sprang for the drum cart, kicked off its axle, and sliced the binding cord with a borrowed knife. Both drums tipped free and rolled downhill into the formation. One disciple tripped. Another leaped the wrong way. A third tangled in a red tassel and landed on hands and knees in the dust. The quarter roared with laughter now, not fear-broken laughter. The sharp, dangerous kind that killed authority faster than blood. Qian struck at Shen Duan himself, staff humming with ember vein qi. Shen Duan took the hit on his forearm and felt bone-deep pain thud up to his shoulder. Qian was not weak, just vain. The second strike came low and honest. Shen Duan gave ground, let 3 of Qian's own men crowd the lane behind their leader, and smiled. Since you brought so many, he said, let me return the courtesy. The manual opened. The formation that had arrived as discipline became an encirclement with one insult. Shen Duan saw every staff line at once. He dipped under Qian's third swing, seized the polished disciple by the belt, and flung him backward into his own front rank. Staffs collided. Boots slid in drum dust. Tai Luo caught one falling pole and used it to sweep 2 more legs out from under them. Overhead, children from the roofline dropped the parade banners into the lane because no one had told them not to. Lan Shui did not interfere. She simply raised her clerk's voice over the chaos. Recorded. Senior disciple Qian Buofeng initiated corporal correction before formal presentation of charges. Qian heard that and made his worst mistake. He swung for the clerk. Shen Duan hit him in the ribs hard enough to fold his breath. Qian fell to one knee in his own mud-splashed lane while the quarter laughed around him. Not one man defeated. An image ruined. That was the real blow. Chapter 29. The broken discipline banners were hanging over the ration hall by evening. Tai Luo had insisted on draping them upside down. Wei Han had insisted on labeling each one with the staff number of its former owner. Mu Yao had insisted all triumph was secondary to the fact that 3 ribs, 2 wrists, and 1 scalp needed stitching before sunset. Qian Buofeng had retreated under Lan Shui's temporary administrative restraint, which was law speak for get him out before the quarter stones him with rotten turnips. His humiliation had done more work than any beating. By dusk, failed disciples and laborers from 3 adjacent lanes were arriving to ask in rough, embarrassed voices if the besieged court meant what it said about protection. Shen Duan should have been pleased. Instead, he stood in the rear storeroom with one of Qian's confiscated discipline staffs laid across 2 crates, while Wei Han scratched symbols onto the wood with a charcoal nub. The room smelled of grain dust, lamp oil, and old cedar. Rainwater still ticked from the eaves outside. Again, Wei Han said. Shen Duan exhaled and placed his palm flat on the staff. Nothing. Wei Han sighed so sharply it might have shaved bark. No, not like a blacksmith admiring timber. Like the square. You keep trying to force the manual as if every problem is a throat. Many problems are throats. And yet here we are, chasing a solution not improved by strangling wood. Shen Duan pulled his hand back. Since the fight with Qian, Wei Han had become fixated on one detail. The discipline formation had buckled the moment the crowd, the drums, and the banners turned from display into interference. Not merely because Shen Duan was good at using pressure. Something else had happened. A hostile arrangement of objects and intent had fed the manual for a brief breath. If that was true, then the besieged heaven manual might interact with formations. Not break them by brute force. Drink from them. That possibility had not let Wei Han sleep. Mu Yao appeared in the doorway carrying a tray with a bowl of black paste, folded cloth, and a cup that smelled like medicine brewed by a sadist. If either of you falls unconscious, she said, do it on a surface that can be cleaned. Wei Han took the cup, sniffed it, and grimaced. Why does healing always taste vindictive? Because sickness is arrogant. Shen Duan rolled his shoulder and returned his hand to the staff. This time he closed his eyes. The manual did not care about carved symbols on their own. It cared about pressure with intention. Crowds. Angles. Desire to restrain, punish, force movement. Qian's parade had been full of it. The formation had not been a battlefield array, but it had been built to impose one will on many bodies. That was close enough. He pictured the lane. The drum beats. The staff line. The moment Qian pointed and told him to kneel. Humiliation as architecture. Something in the staff answered. Warmth. Not from within him. From the old qi rubbed into the discipline wood by repeated use, repeated punishment, repeated public fear. Shen Duan's eyes opened. Faint red lines crawled along the charcoal marks Wei Han had cut into the staff. Wei Han inhaled hard. Interesting. There it is, Shen Duan said. No, don't interrupt, genius. The red lines flickered once, then sank. Shen Duan felt the pressure trail vanish before he could seize it. Wei Han was already wiping away charcoal and drawing a tighter set of marks. The discipline formations are not proper arrays. They're habits given shape. Repeated route. Repeated command. Repeated fear. Enough repetition leaves residue. Your manual isn't sensing tools. It's sensing coordinated coercion. Shen Duan considered that. Every organized force left traces. Orders shouted the same way. Boots turning in the same rhythm. A crowd taught where to stand and when to kneel. The manual could touch that. If so, then hostile formations were not walls. They were reservoirs. Set it in the square, he said. Mu Yao looked up sharply. No. Yes. You bled on 3 people by accident yesterday because you insisted you were steady. 2 people, Shen Duan said. She stared at him until he corrected himself. Fine. 3. Wei Han, for once, sided with her. If this works badly, it could blow your channels open. If it works well, it could also blow your channels open. I require you conscious long enough to observe. Shen Duan looked between them and understood they would block him by force if needed. Annoying. Useful. Then we do it controlled. An hour later they stood in the square with 6 confiscated discipline staffs planted into the mud in a rough ring around Shen Duan. Wei Han had connected them with chalk lines and thread dipped in lamp soot. The array looked flimsy because it was. That was the point. He was not building a sect formation. He was mocking one into revealing its habit. The quarter watched from a careful distance. Lan Shui had returned to the district office, but left her clerk to observe misconduct with literacy. The clerk now stood behind a cart wheel with his brush ready and his courage parked somewhere else. Mu Yao folded her sleeves and set a small chest of needles on a stool within arm's reach. If your eyes go red again, I am stabbing first and apologizing later. Tai Luo rolled a loose shoulder. If he explodes, pick the expensive pieces out of the grain. Wei Han stepped back from the ring. Shen Duan, do not force the draw. Let the formation declare itself hostile. You speak as if it has feelings. Everything repeated by cruelty develops personality. Fair enough. Shen Duan stepped into the ring. The staff smelled faintly of lacquer and old sweat. Their red tassels stirred in the evening wind like severed tongues. He placed the broken bronze tally against his chest inside his robe without knowing why. A habit, maybe. Or instinct. The metal felt cool against scarred skin. Wei Han lifted one hand. Begin. The clerk read Qian's discipline proclamation from memory, voice shaking only a little. By frontier discipline edict, unlawful gatherings, ration theft, witness coercion, and the establishment of a false court shall be answered with public correction. As the words filled the square, Wei Han snapped the soot thread with a knife. The ring lit. Red lines surged across the staffs. Not bright. Not enough for spectacle. Enough to mark the old channels of command embedded in repeated use. Shen Duan felt them reach for him at once. The phantom pressure of being pointed at, lined up, judged. Kneel. The command was not spoken. It existed in the arrangement itself. His ember vein answered like a flint struck against steel. He inhaled. Hostile intent from living men was easier. Messier. This was stranger. Coercion without current emotion. Authority stored in pattern. The manual reached toward it and skated at first, unable to find purchase. Not an enemy, Shen Duan thought. Not alive. Then he understood. The array did not hate him. It expected him. That was enough. He shifted his breath to the same cadence the wardens had used when closing ranks. Left. Right. Hold. The red lines brightened. The staffs began to hum. Around the square, people flinched. The pressure that spread outward was thin but unmistakable. A memory of public punishment pressing down on every spine in reach. Mu Yao took one step forward. Shen Duan lifted a hand without looking at her. Wait. The manual caught. Fire ripped through his meridians. Not the hot riot pressure he knew. This was dry and rigid, like swallowing lit bamboo splinters. The staff ring shuddered. Two poles cracked at the base. The chalk lines burst into red sparks. But in that pain was revelation. He did not need to smash hostile formations. He could empty them. The pressure in the ring poured toward him in a harsh, ordered stream. Not chi exactly. More like the authority of formation claimed over the people inside it. His ember vein seized that current and folded it inward. The staffs went dull. Every watcher in the square straightened at once, as if a weight had been lifted from the backs of their necks. Shen Duan saw more than the ring now. For one impossible breath, he could sense every coercive line tied to the district office, the debt hall, the punishment routes, the ration queues. Like roots under stone, hidden only because everyone had stepped over them too long to notice. Then the cost arrived. Blood flooded his mouth. He dropped to one knee, coughing red onto the mud while the last two staffs split with gunshot cracks. Mu Yao was beside him in an instant, fingers on his throat, then chest. Idiot. Breathe. He forced air in through a locked rib cage. The square blurred and sharpened in waves. Wei Han knelt opposite him, eyes bright and almost frightened. You did it. Shen Duan spat blood and grinned anyway. Charge extra if I do it again. I may. The quarter was staring. Not at a spectacle this time. At the broken staffs. At the fact that the discipline pressure they had all learned to hunch under had vanished from the square like smoke ripped apart by wind. Wei Han rose and turned to them, voice suddenly sharp enough to ring. Look carefully. Their arrays are not heaven. They are habits. Habits can be starved. Shen Duan pushed himself upright with Mu Yao's help and understood that the square, the quarter, the whole district had become larger in his mind. Not just bodies. Structures. He could fight structures now, if he survived learning how. Chapter 30. The poison smelled like apricot bark and ash. Shen Duan caught it only because Mu Yao had once shoved a pouch under his nose and told him, in her usual tone of patient contempt, that anyone who could smell blood from 20 paces should also learn the scent of the things meant to stop it. He was crossing the south lane with Tai Luo at dusk when the scent reached him from the clinic annex they had set up in an abandoned weaving shed. Sweet first, then bitter. Wrong in exactly the way a smile on a corpse was wrong. He dropped the sack of dried roots he had been carrying and ran. The weaving shed door was open. Inside, a brazier glowed under a hanging pot. Shelves of bundled herbs lined the walls. 2 laborers lay on mats waiting for treatment. Mu Yao was at the rear table, one hand braced on the wood, the other pressed against her own stomach. Her face had gone white under the lamplight. "Don't drink the brown decoction," she said before he could speak. Then she folded at the waist and vomited black into the rush basket. The 2 laborers jerked upright in panic. One reached for her. Shen Yue shoved past him and caught Mu Yao before she hit the table edge. Her skin was cold and damp. Her pulse was racing so fast it felt thin. Tai Luo was already overturning shelves, sniffing jars, knocking lids away. "Who was here?" Shen Yue asked. Mu Yao swallowed hard and forced words through clenched teeth. 3 kiln men, 1 old woman, 1 boy with a handburn, then 1 helper with district bandages. New face. Too clean. Her lashes fluttered. Bad sign. Shen Yue took the pot off the brazier and smelled it. Apricot bark. Ash. Something metallic beneath. Slow bloom, nerve poison. Not meant for instant death. Meant to twist the channels first. Cripple a healer. Spread fear. One of the waiting laborers whispered, "I only drank a little." Mu Yao grabbed Shen Yue's sleeve with surprising force. Salt brine. Force vomiting. Then mashed the blue leaf packet under the second shelf. Not the first. The first is for cough. She was still giving orders. Good. He moved. For 6 breaths the shed became pure action. Tai Luo hauled a water bucket in with one hand and the laborer with the other. Shen Yue found the blue leaf packet, crushed it with the heel of a cup, mixed salt so fast half of it hit the floor, and forced the draft between the poisoned laborer's teeth while Mu Yao, half collapsed and sweating, barked corrections from the table. "Not that much. Do you want his stomach or his soul out?" "You're talking. Good. Don't sound pleased. Your hands are clumsy. Even poisoned." She found ways to insult him. That steadied him more than any reassurance. When the 2 laborers had been purged and dosed, Mu Yao's fingers finally loosened on his sleeve. "Needle chest," she whispered. "Bottom tray. 6th from the left. If my breathing catches, use 2 fingers below the collarbone. Not deeper than the nail." Shen Yue opened the chest. Rows of silver glinted up at him. Fine. Precise. Terrible. He looked back at her. Her pupils had begun to widen. Fear hit him then, clean and hot. Not battlefield fear. Not tactical fear. Personal. The kind that made thought want to narrow into one violent line. "Who?" he asked. Mu Yao made an effort to focus on him. No guessing. "Who? If you run now." She dragged in a breath that hitched halfway. "You'll kill the wrong person." The words landed because they were true. He could already feel the manual answering his anger, eager for pursuit, eager for bodies to gather around the outrage. Someone had touched what was his. No, not his. Someone had touched someone he could not afford to lose. Different. More dangerous. Tai Luo saw his face and stepped into the doorway, blocking it with his bulk. "Say where." "Not yet." "Move." "Not yet." They stared at one another while Mu Yao's breathing grew shallower behind them and the shed filled with the sour smell of poison and overturned herbs. Tai Luo did not lower his voice. He never did. "If you go hunting blind, the quarter burns tonight." Shen Yue wanted to hit him for being right. Instead, he shoved the needle chest at him. "Then hold her shoulders." The silver trembled in Shen Yue's fingers as he set the first needle. 2 fingers below the collarbone. Not deeper than the nail. Mu Yao hissed through her teeth. "If you miss," she whispered, "I will haunt you with accuracy." He almost laughed. The sound died in his throat. He placed the second needle. Then the third. Her breathing stuttered once, then dragged in with a ragged, painful success. Color did not return to her face, but it stopped leaving. That was enough for now. Wei Han burst into the shed carrying 3 ledgers and 1 terrified apothecary boy by the sleeve. "Interesting problem," he said, taking in the scene in a single sweep. The district bandage issue was withdrawn 2 months ago for mold contamination. Anyone wearing fresh district wraps this week either stole them from stores or was given them off record. Shen Yue looked up. "Names." Wei Han pushed the apothecary boy forward. "He sold apricot bark concentrate and ashvine powder this afternoon to a man claiming he was restocking the dead office infirmary." The boy noticed because the buyer paid in clean silver and spoke like he hated bargaining. The boy gulped. Tall. Scar under the ear. Didn't smell like kiln smoke. Lan Shui entered behind them with 2 constables at her back and stopped hard when she saw Mu Yao on the table. For one heartbeat her face lost all its official armor. "Who authorized district issue wraps?" she demanded. Wei Han handed her a copied ledger page. Lan Shui scanned it and went cold. "No one. These signatures are forged." Shen Yue stood. This time nobody tried to stop him. Because now there was a trail. Because now his anger had a shape. "South Dead Office," Lan Shui said. "Substore Annex. If the wraps were stolen, They moved through there. Mu Yao's hand caught his wrist again, weaker than before, but still deliberate. Bring me the poisoner alive. He looked down at her. Even now, even shaking, even half drowned in venom. She was setting terms. Alive then. Shen Yue nodded once and left the shed with Tai Luo, Lan Shui, and 4 of the quarter's angriest volunteers at his back. Night had fallen by the time they reached the South Dead office. The annex sat behind the main hall, a low brick room with barred windows and a drain channel running black into the gutter. 2 guards stood under the awning with wine cups in hand. Shen Yue did not slow. The first guard barely had time to lower his cup before Tai Luo hit him hard enough to drive him through the door lintel. The second reached for a horn. Lan Shui's baton cracked his wrist with official precision. Bone snapped. The horn fell. Inside, shelves of sealed bundles lined the walls. District wraps, medicine rolls, bond irons, ledger hooks. And there, at the rear table under a hanging lamp, stood Lu Renshu. Not alone. Chao Ming from the witness square was with him, along with 2 dead enforcers and a lean man with a scar under his ear who was wiping dark residue from a spoon. The poisoner looked up first. His expression did not change. Professional. Lu Renshu's did. You people never die on schedule. Shen Yue stepped into the room. The annex was narrow. Shelves close. 1 door. 1 rear shutter, nailed half open. 8 bodies if the guards outside were counted. Perfect. Hostility crashed toward him from all sides. The manual opened so fast it hurt. He moved before anyone finished drawing breath. 1 shelf went over with a kick, cloth bundles bursting across the floor to wreck footing. He caught the poisoner's spoon hand, bent it backward until the man's elbow popped, and slammed his face into the table edge. Chao Ming came in with a short saber. Shen Yue led him, sliding half a step into the tight lane between shelf and wall so the dead enforcer behind Chao clipped his own ally's shoulder on the follow-through. Lan Shui struck low and fast, not to grandstand, but to disable. Tai Luo used the broken doorway as a funnel, turning every man trying to escape into a body jam. Lu Renshu fled for the rear shutter. Again. Shen Yue saw him, and the room narrowed into 1 line. Catch him now. End him now. He took 2 steps after the warden captain. Then Mu Yao's voice, weak and exact, cut through memory. Bring me the poisoner alive. The scarred man was on the floor at Shen Yue's feet, dazed but breathing, 1 hand already creeping toward a hidden blade. Lu Renshu was almost at the shutter. 1 choice. Shen Yue changed direction. He stamped the poisoner's wrist flat to the floor and kicked the hidden blade under the shelves instead of pursuing Lu Renshu. The captain dove through the rear shutter into the alley darkness and vanished. Shen Yue roared, furious enough that the sound shook dust from the rafters. Tai Luo looked over, panting. Wrong one. Shen Yue hauled the poisoner up by the collar until the man's toes scraped uselessly across the bricks. Right one, he said through his teeth. Still not enough. They dragged the scarred man back to the weaving shed with his elbow bound behind him and his mouth full of blood. Mu Yao was conscious by then, pale as paper but propped upright by blankets. She looked at the prisoner and nodded once. Good, she whispered. Shen Yue stared at her, anger still clawing inside his chest because Lu Renshu had escaped again. Because his flaw still cost him 1 enemy every time innocence stood in the way. But Mu Yao was alive. And when the poisoner saw the needle tray laid out beside her bed and realized the physician he had tried to cripple was about to conduct his questioning, real fear finally entered his face. For the first time that night, Shen Yue felt the urge to laugh. Chapter 31. The poisoner broke on the 3rd needle. Mu Yao did not scream, threaten, or perform for the crowd gathered outside the weaving shed. She sat propped against folded blankets, pale enough that the blue shadows under her eyes looked painted there, and held the silver needle between 2 steady fingers while the scarred man sweated through his shirt. This one, she said, studying the point in the lamplight, won't kill you. The poisoner swallowed. It will, however, make every old injury announce itself at once. Judging by your elbow, jaw, and lower back, you have lived with poor judgment for years. Shen Yue stood beside the doorway with his arms folded, listening to the quarter breathe beyond the wall. The night smelled of lamp oil, damp rope, and old wood. Nobody in the crowd outside was speaking above a whisper. They all wanted the same thing. Names. The poisoner held out longer than most because he had practiced being hard. Not noble. Professional. There was a difference. Men like him knew pain as a contract condition. Mu Yao slid the needle in just below the wrist. The man's back bowed so violently the stool legs shrieked against the floor. Sweat burst from his brow. He made a sound like a laugh dragged over broken glass. Who paid you? Mu Yao asked. He tried to spit. No saliva came. I don't know names. She flicked a second needle into the side of his neck. His shoulders seized. Try again. Dead office runner. Through Lu Rinchu. Shen Yue leaned forward. Why poison a physician? The man looked at him with one eye because the other had swollen half shut. Because healers preserve witnesses. Sick people stay grateful. Dead people stay quiet. That answered more than the question. Wei Han, perched on a crate with his brush ready, looked up sharply. They weren't merely removing an inconvenience. They were protecting a revenue stream. Mu Yao's mouth tightened. Which medicines? The poisoner laughed once, then regretted it when the needles turned the motion into agony. All of them. She did not blink. Useful answer. Insufficient answer. The next needle made him shout. Outside, the murmur in the crowd swelled. He spilled it in pieces after that. Forged district wraps stolen from the dead annex. Medicine stock redirected from quarter stores to elder intermediaries. Laborers charged fivefold for tinctures that had already been allocated through sect relief. When local shortages worsened, debt terms were added. Families sold tools. Then labor. Then children. The whole thing smelled like rot hidden under incense. Lan Shui stood in the corner of the shed with her jaw clenched, and her clerk copying every word. She interrupted only once. Which elder intermediaries? The poisoner licked cracked lips. Storekeeper Yin. Outer hall broker he. Quarter assessment office. Sometimes direct sealed packets from Elder Sui's adjutants. Lan Shui closed her eyes for one breath. When she opened them, they were harder than iron. Good, she said. Keep talking. By dawn the quarter could not contain the story. People were already crowding the square before the first cookfire lit. They came with medicine jars, debt tokens, stale prescriptions, cloth-wrapped account slips, and dead relatives' names held behind their teeth like blades. The air bit with early cold. Breath streamed white. Metal bowls clanged against belt rings and stair rails as more bodies pressed inward. Shen Yue stepped onto the old chopping block platform and looked over them. No speeches yet. First, shape the field. He placed 3 things on the block, where all could see them. The poisoner's confession sheet. 3 redirected medicine jars bearing district seals. 1 rusted child bond cuff. Symbols first, then names. Lan Shui arrived in full inspection cloak this time. Token visible. Clerk behind her carrying 2 law cases. Wei Han set up his writing board under the eaves and sharpened 3 brushes in advance. Tai Luo took the left flank of the square, where the dead office lanes fed in. Mu Yao came last, wrapped in a thick dark shawl and leaning very slightly on the wall when she thought no one watched. Shen Yue watched. She saw him watching and rolled her eyes with enough force to count as communication. If you tell me to sit, she said, I will assign you to chamber pot duty. You can barely stand. Standing is different from surrender. He let it go because he understood the point. This hearing was hers as much as his now. Lan Shui lifted her token. By provisional authority, this is a debt and medical allocation review under witness record. Anyone interrupting named testimony forfeits later complaint rights. Wei Han murmured. A beautiful sentence. Dry as bone and twice as lethal. The first witness was not a widow or laborer. It was the poisoner himself. They brought him out with both wrists bound and one eye purple-black. The crowd hissed. He flinched at the sound more than he had at the needles. Shen Yue saw Elder Sui's men at the back edges of the square almost at once. Different robes. Same watchfulness. Let them hear. Speak, Mu Yao said from her stool. The poisoner looked at her and chose survival. He named storehouses, routes, runners, markup percentages. Which elders' servants got clean medicine first? Which labor lanes were told to boil mold water and call it broth? Which collectors carried ash vine to create shortages at convenient moments? Gasps rose in waves. Then anger. Then the first old man climbed onto the block holding a cracked medicine bottle and said, in a voice that shook only at the edges, my wife died because this bottle was sold to me empty. After that the square did not stop for 3 hours. One woman brought funeral receipts. One boy brought his mother's stitched dead order. A dock porter dumped 4 price slips onto the chopping block and showed how the same fever tincture had cost more each time a district emergency was declared. Wei Han pinned every slip to the board until it looked like a wall made of grievance. Shen Yue did not need to shout often. He only guided. Name who took it. Read the seal. Who told you there was no stock? Did anyone here see the same runner? The strategy was simple. Keep the stories concrete. Concrete things broke authority faster than rage. By midday the square was too crowded for easy entry. That was when storekeeper Yin made his mistake. He arrived with 6 hired bruisers and the confidence of a man who had always settled disputes with private doors. Round face. Fur collar. Gold thread on his sleeve cuffs despite the quarter's hunger. He took one look at the block, the evidence board, the poisoner, and decided he could still bully the day back into shape. This hearing is fraudulent, he shouted. All medicine flows through approved channels. Those channels cost silver. If beggars can't pay, that is not corruption. That is arithmetic. The square went so still Shen Duan heard broth boiling over somewhere in the back lane. Mu Yao stood up from her stool. The motion alone carried enough contempt to cut cloth. Arithmetic, she said. Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. Come here and explain arithmetic to the girl who drank kiln runoff because your clerk priced fever herbs above her father's week's wage. Yin hesitated. There. Fear of detail again. Shen Duan stepped down from the block and into the lane between Yin and the platform. No need to be shy. Since you came to call everyone liars, stand close enough for them to remember your face. The 6 bruisers shifted around Yin. Better. More angles. But Shen Duan did not strike. He only smiled and kept the lane narrow. Lan Shui opened one of her law cases and drew out a wax slate. Storekeeper Yin, your name has now been entered on record. If you refuse witness challenge, refusal will be noted. Yan's face twitched. You don't have authority to seize my stock. No, Lan Shui said. But I have authority to freeze movement pending fraud review. Wei Han added, almost kindly. And Shen Duan has authority of a more immediate flavor. The bruisers looked at the crowd. The crowd looked back. Yin folded. Not by confessing. By fleeing. He shoved one bruiser forward and tried to twist away through the side lane. Tai Luo caught the fur collar in one hand and yanked him backward so hard the gold thread cuff tore off in Shen Duan's fingers. The square exploded into shouts. This time the fight was short and ugly. Yan's hired men had come for intimidation, not war. The moment Shen Duan used one as a stumbling block for the others, the line broke. Tai Luo dropped 2. Lan Shui cracked a third across the knee. Mu Yao, still pale, put a needle into the 4th man's shoulder and made his arm go dead before he could swing. When it was done, storekeeper Yin was on his knees before the chopping block with medicine seals, false price ledgers, and quarter names spilled around him like organs. Shen Duan held up the torn gold cuff. Look carefully, he told the crowd. This is what your hunger bought. The hatred that answered him was not wild. It was precise. He could use that. He would need to. Because once you exposed a local parasite, larger predators always noticed the blood. Chapter 32 The old beggar asked for porridge, then corrected the salt. He was sitting on an upturned grain bucket beside the ration hall wall, wrapped in 3 patched cloaks and 1 layer of dust, with a bamboo hat low over his brow and a walking stick across his knees. He had arrived sometime between the hearing's end and sunset, while the square was still buzzing with argument and victory and fear of the next reprisal. No one had seen him arrive. That alone made Shen Duan suspicious. Mu Yao handed the man a bowl anyway. Eat before you criticize the cook. The beggar took 1 sip, clicked his tongue, and said, too much fire root. Good for winter lungs. Ruins millet. Mu Yao stared at him. You could have died quietly without revealing such character. A wasted opportunity. Shen Duan sat across from him on a broken crate. Clothes enough to smell road dust, horse sweat, and something better hidden beneath. High-grade washing soap. Not a quarter beggar's smell. The man noticed his gaze and smiled around the steam. You're thinking I stand like a soldier and complain like a magistrate. I was thinking your boots cost more than this lane. The beggar tucked 1 foot under the other robe too late. Tai Luo, passing with a sack of charcoal, barked a laugh. Caught. The old man accepted this with good humor. Then let us say I once served a household that preferred dry feet. Wei Han, seated nearby with 3 fresh ledgers and a half-burned abacus bead, didn't look up. That is either a lie or court language for nobility. Continue. I'm enjoying the shape of it. The beggar bowed his head slightly toward Wei Han. You have an irritating ear. Thank you. The quarter around them felt different tonight. Not safe. Never that. But arranged. Refugees had started building real sleeping rows in the hall. A pair of old masons were repairing the north cistern with stolen or liberated lime mortar. Children were sorting cracked bowls by usable size. Shared labor made a place look less like ruin and more like intent. The beggar watched it all while eating his porridge in slow, thoughtful spoonfuls. You move people quickly, he said. Hunger does some of the moving for me. And the rest. Shen Duan considered lying, then didn't bother. I give them something obvious to stand against. Ah, the beggar nodded. An enemy is cheaper than a constitution. Lan Shui, who had been reviewing C's seals under the eaves, lifted her head at that line. So did Wei Han. The beggar smiled into his bowl. Too smooth, Shen Duan thought. Not a magistrate. Someone used to speaking across 3 levels at once and being understood on all of them. What household did you serve? Shen Duan asked. One with too many cousins and not enough competent sons. Wei Han looked up at last. Definitely nobility. The beggar sighed. I was trying to preserve everyone's appetite. Before Shen Duan could push further, A commotion broke at the lane mouth. Two porters had come in from the west road with a mule cart and a broken axle. Their cargo was cheap cloth and lamp oil, but what mattered was the shouting behind them. Market toll doubled. Again, district stores say relief stock is now contracted. The words spread through the square in sharp bursts. Contracted. That was not a local collector's word. That was merchant language. Higher than quarter thieves. Broader than wardens. The beggar finished his porridge and set the bowl down with care. Your little war just entered a more expensive phase. Shen Yue stood. You know who? I know the smell of a move when I hear one. The beggar rose too, and the old man's slouch vanished for the blink of an eye before he remembered it. Someone has decided the frontier is worth organizing. Mu Yao folded her arms. You say that like disease naming itself. Madam Physician, markets are diseases that charge admission. Lan Shui came over, token hidden again beneath cloth. West Road tolls don't change without regional letters. If they doubled in one evening, someone upstream is buying routes. Wei Han's face soured, which means all our lovely local corruption just became inventory. The beggar looked at Shen Yue. If I were you, I would learn the supply roads before dawn. If you were me, Shen Yue said, you'd stop pretending to beg in rented dust. For the first time, the man's smile sharpened into something less harmless. Fair. He reached into the patched sleeve of his outer robe and drew out a folded strip of oiled cloth. Inside was a military road sketch, hand-copied but precise, showing caravan routes, checkpoint towers, washed-out ravines, and 3 alternate trail lines around the western ridge. No beggar should have had it. No common merchant either. Shen Yue took the map. The paper was fine, the ink recent, the corner mark clipped off where a seal had once sat. Why give me this? The old man rested both hands on his walking stick. Because anyone squeezing medicine out of laborers during a frontier shortage is either stupid or ambitious. Stupid men die local. Ambitious men spread. Name. Tonight? No. Tai Luo had drifted close enough to reach out and break the stick across the man's knee if asked. Shen Yue could feel the question in the air around them. Seize him. Press harder. Find out. He did not. The man had come with a gift and a test. Breaking him without understanding the board behind him would satisfy anger and waste value. Then I will invent one for you, Shen Yue said. How do you feel about old dry boots? The beggar laughed, warm and genuine this time. Unkind, but memorable. He turned to leave, then paused beside the ration hall step. One more thing. There are ways to build a refuge by making yourself indispensable. Be careful not to become another hunger with a better face. Then he was gone into the dark lanes, walking like an old man again. Mu Yao watched him disappear. Annoying. Insightful. Poorly disguised. Wei Han tapped the map with one ink-stained finger. A prince or a spy? Lan Shui's mouth went thin. Those are often cousins. Shen Yue unfolded the road sketch under lantern light. 3 routes. 1 washed-out cut. 2 ridge checkpoints. 1 dry streambed ideal for an ambush. Whoever had given it to him had not just offered information. He had offered a battlefield before the enemy even stepped onto it. Chapter 33. Lady Ji Rulan arrived with bells instead of drums. Small silver bells hung from the harnesses of 6 black carriage beasts, chiming softly as the convoy rolled up the west road at noon. The sound was delicate enough to feel almost polite, which made it worse. Parade drums demanded attention. Bells assumed they would be granted it. The convoy did not stop at the district gate. The gate guards opened for it. Shen Yue watched from the upper balcony of the old weighing house with the road sketch in one hand and old Crane Shio's brass lens in the other. The lens was cracked down one side and made bright things split at the edges, but it was good enough to count. 12 wagons. For covered carriages. 30 hired escorts, all in matched ash-gray coats without sect insignia. 3 accountants riding muleback with ledger tubes slung behind their shoulders. No waste in the arrangement. No loud flexing. Every piece chosen to say competence and reach. Wei Han stood beside him and clicked his tongue once. Well, there goes our chance to remain a charming local scandal. You know her. By reputation. Ji Rulan of the 9 Ledger Exchange. Grain, medicines, transport contracts, or salvage, debt acquisition, funerary credit if she is feeling sentimental. Tai Luo leaned on the balcony rail hard enough to make Oldwood groan. Funerary credit sounds like grave robbery with more writing. It is. Below, the lead carriage drew to a stop in the square that had once belonged to Lu Rinshu's petty extortion web and now belonged, uneasily, to the besieged court. Bells chimed once more and fell still. A servant stepped down first and unfolded a ladder. Lady Ji Rulan descended as if stairs had been invented for her convenience. She wore no gaudy silk. That would have been provincial. Her outer robe was deep cedar red lined with winter fox, the cloth rich enough that the light slid across it instead of sticking. A ring of black jade rested on her gloved hand. Her hair was pinned with nothing showy, just one lacquered stick set exactly where it needed to be. Beautiful was too small a word for her. She looked expensive in the same way fortified walls looked expensive. The square quieted, not because of fear alone, because everyone present understood that this woman could alter prices with a sentence. Ji Roland looked around once and took in the clinic, the ration lines, the repair work, the posted witness board, the upside-down discipline banners, and the central post still bearing the broken dead hook. Then she smiled. So this is the besieged court. Her voice was low and smooth, touched by faint amusement that never quite became warmth. Shen Yue came down the weighing house stairs and crossed the square to meet her in the open. He did not rush. Let her see he knew stages too. And you are the bellwoman. A severe reduction of my holdings, but yes. Ji Roland. She extended neither hand nor token. Interesting. No need to insist on recognition when you assume it. Mu Yao joined Shen Yuan's left side. Lan Shui came from the district office lane. Wei Han remained half a step back, where he could watch mouths instead of posture. Ji Roland's gaze passed over each of them and lingered a moment on the witness board. You've been busy. People were already suffering, Shen Yue said. We merely gave the suffering a place to speak. And in doing so, disrupted 3 local collection structures, 2 discipline channels, 1 medicine siphon, and at least 1 mid-tier broker partnership. Wei Han's brows rose. She did homework. Ji Roland inclined her head the smallest degree. Numbers are polite. They arrive prepared. She turned back to Shen Yue. I prefer direct dealings, so let me save us both time. The frontier markets are unstable. Hollow Banner sect is losing local confidence. Relief flows are fragmented. Bandit raids are rising. Road tolls are inconsistent. Under these conditions, ordinary people starve while lesser men posture over scraps. Her eyes flicked to the broken debt hook on the post. You have shown admirable energy. Energy is not infrastructure. The square had gone quiet enough that the bell harnesses ticked when the beasts tossed their heads. Shen Yue smiled slightly. And you are infrastructure? I am distribution, Lan Shui said. You doubled the West Road tolls this morning. Ji Roland did not even glance at her. I standardized them. Wei Han muttered. A bandit with diction. Ji Roland heard and smiled. Scholar, all order is expensive. The question is only who pays and who wastes less of it. Shen Yue studied her while she spoke. No false outrage. No preacher's mask. She genuinely believed this. Not kindness. Systems. Choke points. Predictable pain to prevent chaotic pain. That made her more dangerous than Lu Rinshu ever had been. What do you want? He asked. Partnership. The word landed like a knife laid gently on a table. My convoy can supply grain, medicine, winter fuel, and tools within 10 days. I can reopen 3 roads currently paralyzed by local theft and sect confusion. I can convert debt labor into redeemable work bonds. I can even make your witness hearings unnecessary, because shortages breed most petty corruption. Mu Yao's eyes narrowed. And the price? Ji Roland looked at her directly for the first time. Control. Route security. Exclusive handling of relief stock. Standardized labor repayment under my clerks. In simple terms, the besieged court keeps the streets obedient while I make the frontier function. Tai Luo barked a laugh. There it is. Ji Roland looked at him as one might look at weather. There what is? The chain. Just polished. For the first time, a trace of impatience touched her face. You mistake mechanism for cruelty. Hungry districts do not become fair because one physician is brave and one brawler is angry. They become stable when goods move. Shen Yue stepped closer until the nearest escort's hand twitched toward his saber. Good. Let them tense. And if someone can't pay your standardized mercy? Ji Roland answered without hesitation. Then we assign productive obligation before desperation mutates into riot. The square murmured darkly. Shen Yue heard in her answer every polished version of the same old theft. Not random extortion. Managed extortion. He wondered how many cities she had already convinced to thank her for cleaner chains. No, he said. Just that. No speech. No negotiation. Ji Roland's expression did not change for 3 beats. Then she smiled again, softer this time and much colder. You should think before refusing what keeps winter from entering through your walls. Shen Yue looked around the square. At the patched awnings. The ration line. The clinic smoke. The people pretending not to listen. I have. Since you brought so many wagons, let me return the courtesy. Stay tonight. Walk the quarter without your guards. Ask what people paid for stability before we arrived. Ji Roland's eyes sharpened. That was the first real thing to touch her all meeting. Not the insult. The offer. Because he had turned the negotiation outward. Toward witnesses she could not price immediately. Interesting, she said. Wei Han coughed once into his sleeve, offended on principle. Ji Rulon turned and mounted her carriage steps with perfect control. I accept the walk, she said over one shoulder. And tomorrow I will make you a better offer. The bells chimed as her convoy rolled toward the upper market compound she had already rented without asking permission from anyone who mattered. Shen Duan watched her go and understood the shape of the next fight. Not merely who controlled fear, who controlled dependence. Chapter 34. Ji Rulon walked the quarter at dusk in plain boots and a fur-lined cloak worth more than 3 alleys. To her credit, she came with only 2 escorts, 1 accountant, and no carriage bells. To her discredit, the accountant kept quietly noting roof conditions, storage capacity, and average family size whenever they passed a doorway with enough light to count. Muyao noticed first. Your scribe is measuring misery. Ji Rulon glanced back. He is estimating supply needs, with the same hand one uses to price them. The accountant, a narrow man with winter-reddened ears, looked pained at being turned into philosophy and continued writing. Shen Duan led the walk through the quarter's worst lanes on purpose. The kiln row where smoke had blackened every lintel. The cistern court where children had once lined up with debt tags on their wrists. The patched dormitories where 3 families shared one brazier and still argued over whose turn it was to warm numb fingers. He did not narrate suffering. He let the people do it. Widow Peng showed Ji Rulon her funeral receipts. Pei's mother showed her the iron rub scar around her daughter's ankle. 2 laborers took the merchant lady to the medicine shelves and pointed out which jars had arrived only after the besieged court broke the dead annex. Ji Rulon listened. That was what made her unsettling. She did not flinch, defend herself, or perform sympathy. She absorbed details the way a merchant absorbed costs. When the walk ended back in the square, the first stars had come out above the broken roofline. Cold crept up through the stones. Someone nearby was roasting chestnuts, and the sweet smoky smell drifted between them. Ji Rulon clasped her gloved hands before her. Your testimony is persuasive, she said. It changes none of my conclusions. Tai Luo made a sound like a kicked dog deciding whether to bite. Ji Rulon went on. This quarter suffered because petty men controlled local choke points without discipline. That is not an argument against centralized distribution. It is an argument for competent centralized distribution. Shen Duan leaned one shoulder against the central post. And the besieged court? Useful. There it was again. The clean knife. Your people know the lanes. They already command loyalty. They are feared by the extortion webs and admired by the desperate. If we formalize that relationship, I can flood this district with supplies in a week. Muyao said, formalize how? Ji Rulon turned to her. You run the clinics under my stock guarantees. Shen Duan and his court handle route enforcement, debt collection on revised humane terms, and labor discipline against thieves and hoarders. Lan Shui may even keep her review ledgers, if that comforts her. Lan Shui's eyes went flat. You say humane the way others say decorative. Ji Rulon ignored the interruption. No one need starve. No child need wear a bond iron. All it costs is accepting that order has owners. The square held its breath. For one dangerous moment, Shen Duan could feel the temptation moving through the quarter. Not greed. Exhaustion. People were tired enough to consider almost any chain if it came padded with grain and medicine. That was Ji Rulon's real strength. She made surrender sound mature. Shen Duan pushed off the post. And when your caravan gets attacked, when a harvest fails, when some district cannot repay your revised humane terms, then I adjust labor assignments and flow priority, meaning someone else eats less, meaning everyone eats at all. The answer came so fast it had been waiting in her mouth. He understood then that she had made this argument 100 times in 100 hungry places. He also understood something worse. She might have won most of them, because the world was full of Lu Renchius and Elder Sui. Next to them, Ji Rulon looked like reason. Shen Duan stepped close enough that the accountant stopped writing and the escorts shifted their weight. No, he said quietly. I will not make my people your polished cudgel. Ji Rulon met his eyes without blinking. Then you choose chaos. I choose witnesses over owners. Witnesses do not move grain. Neither does fear forever. For the first time, irritation hardened into something more personal on her face. Very well, she said. We will test your philosophy against weather. She turned and left. By morning, the test had begun. The west road did not open. It closed. 3 contracted caravans bound for the quarter rerouted north. 2 grain brokers abruptly discovered inventory discrepancies. A fuel merchant who had agreed to trade with the besieged court woke up to find his axle pins missing and his nephew arrested on an old toll violation. By noon, refugees started arguing in the ration line. Not over ideology, over ladle depth. That was when the bribed voices appeared. One old man Shen Duan had never seen before shouted, At least the bell lady had wagons. What does your court have besides speeches and bruises? Another woman, too clean for the lane and too loud for her supposed grief, wailed that Ji Rulon had offered fuel and Shen Duan had chosen pride over winter. The crowd stirred restlessly. Wei Han, standing by the tally board, muttered, "Planted. The second one keeps watching reactions before she cries." Lan Shui said, "I can remove them for disturbance." "No," Shen Duan said. Mu Yao looked at him sharply. "If you let this spread unchecked, the line breaks." "I know. That was the problem. If he dragged out every planted voice by force, Ji Rulon would get to say he feared dissent. If he ignored them, scarcity would do her work for her. Economic war, he thought. Ugly, patient, designed to make visible heroics look childish. The quarter needed food before arguments. He climbed onto the chopping block and raised his voice. "Anyone here who believes Ji Rulon should run this district, stay." Gasps. Murmurs. A few startled faces turned up. Mu Yao swore under her breath. "What are you doing? Separating honest hunger from purchased noise." He waited. The planted old man stayed. The clean-sleeved woman stayed. 5 real refugees stayed too, shivering and ashamed. Good. Real need attached itself to convenient lies because need needed somewhere to stand. Shen Duan pointed at the road map pinned on the post beside the witness board. "By sunset, I leave for the West Ridge with anyone willing to guard wagons instead of waiting for permission to eat. If I fail, you can call me proud to my face tomorrow. If I return with grain, you can decide whether bells sound better than work." The planted old man shouted. "And if Ji Rulon blocks you?" Shen Duan smiled. "Then she saves me the trouble of finding her hand in the road." Tai Luo grinned at once. Mu Yao looked furious for 3 whole breaths, and then, because she understood him too well, started packing field medicines instead of arguing further. Lan Shui stepped close and lowered her voice. "This is not a legal solution." "No," Shen Duan said. "It is a hungry one." She held his gaze, then exhaled through her nose. "Bring back proof. Not just grain. Proof." He nodded. By the time the sun began to sink, 23 volunteers stood in the square with poles, patched armor, kitchen knives, hauling hooks, and expressions worn down to one hard layer. Ji Rulon had wanted to test philosophy against weather. Shen Duan intended to answer with a road ambush. Chapter 35. The West Ridge Road smelled of cold pine, mule sweat, and waiting men. Shen Duan knew the ambush was ahead before he saw it. Not because the old Prince Beggar's map had marked the dry stream bed crossing in neat black strokes. Not because the birds had gone quiet. Not because one of the caravan mules kept rolling the whites of its eyes and trying to bite the trace rope. Because pressure had a taste now. Since the staffing breakthrough, organized hostility no longer felt merely like bodies aiming harm. It felt structural, layered, like hands pressing from behind walls. He rode in the middle of the convoy on a borrowed mountain mare that hated him on principle. 2 grain wagons creaked ahead. 1 medicine cart bounced behind. Tai Luo led the front team on foot because he trusted hooves less than his own balance. Wei Han rode a mule and muttered at the road gradients. Lan Shui had not come, but her clerk had insisted on joining, so someone literate survives to describe the stupidity. Mu Yao rode the rear bench of the medicine cart despite still looking too pale. Shen Duan had argued. She had won. "If you bleed in a ravine without me," she had said while climbing aboard. I refused to hear the story secondhand. Now the ravine narrowed around them. Rock walls climbed close on both sides, dark with seep water. Pine needles carpeted the higher ledges. The dry stream bed cut across the road in a bed of fist-sized stones, perfect for wrecking wheels. Perfect for funneling wagons, too. Shen Duan raised one hand. The convoy stopped. Tai Luo looked back. Here. He slid down from the mare. Cold bit through his boots as he crossed the stones. The pressure was all around now, tucked behind rock outcrops, under brush, above the ledges. More than a dozen. Maybe 20. Bandits, he thought. Or hired raiders wearing bandit dust. Either way, useful. Wei Han nudged his mule up beside him. Interesting place to admire gravel. They're already on us. The clerk behind them made a small, miserable sound. Mu Yao set her medicine case on the cart bench and looked toward the ledges. Can you break them before they hit the mules? Shen Duan considered the ravine. Too many blind angles. Too much high ground. If he pushed the convoy forward, the first wagon would jam in the stream bed, and the rest would stack behind it. If he retreated, the rear slope was too soft for fast turn. Either way, the attackers would collapse on the cargo from both sides. Unless he let them. The thought settled cleanly. He looked at Tai Luo. Loose the side ropes on the first wagon. Now. Wei Han's eyes narrowed. You want the encirclement? I want it honest. The scholar sucked his teeth once, then started unpacking the confiscated disciplined staffs they had strapped beneath the grain sacks. Broken pieces. Cut lengths. Crude things. Good enough. Because the question he had been asking since chapter 29 now stood sharp as a blade in Shen Yue's mind. Could he turn hostile arrangement into shelter? Not just starve a formation. Invert it. The answer waited in pain. Raiders moved first. A horn cried from the left ridge. Arrows came from both sides, hissing down through pine shade. One mule screamed and reared. Tai Luo slammed his shoulder into the animal's flank hard enough to keep the wagon upright. The first shafts clattered off wood, canvas, stone. Then men poured down the slopes in patched leather and rode masks, hook blades in hand. 15. No, 19. 2 more behind the rear cart. Perfect. Shen Yue bared his teeth. Since you brought so many, he said, let me return the courtesy. He ran forward instead of back. That checked the raiders for half a heartbeat, exactly as he'd expected. Most caravan guards curled around cargo by instinct. Only madmen charged the collapsing mouth of a ravine. Good. Let them believe madness while he built lanes. The first raider came in low with a hooked blade for the thigh. Shen Yue kicked the dry stream stones under his feet, spraying sharp gravel into the man's eyes, then drove an elbow into his temple. The second leaped from above. Shen Yue caught his cloak, twisted, and flung him into the path of 3 descending men. The manual ignited with a violence that nearly made Shen Yue gasp. So many hostile lines. So much converging intent. The ravine became a lattice of attack routes, falling bodies, shieldable angles. He saw not only where they stood, but where their formation pressure wanted the convoy to collapse. There, at the streambed crossing, at the trapped center. He kicked one of Wei Han's planted staff fragments into the stones and drove Qi into it. Nothing happened. Not enough. Too crude. Too early. A raider's cudgel slammed into Shen Yue's shoulder and numbed half his arm. Another blade scored across his back. Hot pain flooded under his cloak. Crowd echoes roared up at once. Not from a city square this time, but from a ring of killers who smelled profit and meat. He staggered. Mu Yao shouted from the cart, Shen Yue. The sound cut through the roar in his head. He looked back once and saw the medicine wagon, the grain carts, Tai Luo bracing one wheel with his body while smashing a raider's knee with a hammering hook. Wei Han on the cart bench driving short iron pins into plank seems according to some pattern only he fully understood. Not just cargo. A refuge under attack. That was the missing piece. The hostile formation was trying to close. He did not need to break the closure. He needed to fold it inward around what must survive. Wei Han, he shouted. The cart corners. Tie them to the stream stones. Wei Han looked up once, saw the line in Shen Yue's face, and answered without asking why. At last. I was growing old. He slapped the mule's rump, jumped down into arrow rain, and began lashing soot thread from cart axle to staff fragment to stream rock in a mad zigzag. Shen Yue bought him breaths with blood. He threw himself deeper into the raider knot, drawing more and more of them onto him. Hooks bit cloth. A club caught his ribs. An arrow grazed his thigh. Perfect. More pressure. More lines. The besieged heaven manual blazed so hard his vision trembled at the edges. Too much and I burst, he thought. Then he forced the thought away. The manual did not care about his survival. It cared about function. So he gave it one. Protect. Not kill. Protect. He stamped both feet into the stream stones and drove Qi down through the encirclement nodes, not outward in claims of movement this time, but inward toward the cart formation Wei Han had improvised. The staff fragments answered like dry bones catching fire. Red lines raced along the soot threads. The stones beneath the wagons shuddered. Raiders hit the boundary first. Not a wall. A turn. The pressure of their own closing formation bent at the last breath and slid around the carts instead of into them, as if the convoy sat inside a pocket cut from the river of hostility. Arrows meant for mule necks curved off planks. A charging raider found his foot skidding away from the grain tarp and into open stone, where Tai Luo crushed his collarbone. The environment answered too. Dust spiraled up from the dry stream bed in a red-brown ring. Canvas snapped without wind. The wagon lanterns, unlit a moment before, flashed with dull ember glow from the formation pressure running through them. Wei Han laughed outright. Interesting? No. Beautiful. Shen Yue saw it then. Not a lane. A shelter drawn from enemy intent. The world shifted. Encirclement was no longer merely something endured or redirected. It was material. A resource. Hostility could be made to roof the vulnerable. That understanding drove through his core like an iron stake wrapped in flame. His ember vein, stretched beyond breaking for weeks, compressed under the new logic. All the collected pressure from mine pits, alleys, hearings, disciplined squares, poison clinics, and this ravine converged inward. His dantian clenched so hard, he tasted copper and ash. Then it opened. Furnace core. The breakthrough hit the ravine like a hidden bell struck underground. Dust leaped from the stones. The mule traces rang. The raiders around him reeled as the hostile formation they had built began feeding the cart shelter harder instead of crushing it. Grain sacks glimmered under a skin of red gold force. Medicine jars stopped rattling as the impact waves slid away from them. The cost came at once. Blood burst from Shen Yue's nose and mouth. Heat scorched his channels from throat to belly. His new core felt less like a jewel and more like a kiln just beginning to burn. Hungry for fuel, he could not safely keep giving it. No time to admire it. He moved. Now every raider close to the shelter was a flaw in his own formation. He seized them one by one. A wrist twisted into a hook blade. A shoulder slammed into a rock face. A masked man hurled backward into two archers scrambling down the ledge. Tai Luo broke the front with joyous brutality while the quarter volunteers, seeing the shelter hold, surged from fear into action and dragged the wounded under the red gold pressure skin. The raider captain finally showed himself on the upper ledge, shouting for retreat. Too late. Shen Yue ripped a dropped javelin from the stones and threw it. Not to kill. To pin the captain's cloak to the pine trunk behind him. Who hired you? He roared. The captain slashed himself free and fled upslope without answering. The surviving raiders broke with him. Within 10 breaths the ravine held only groaning wounded, trembling mules, and the strange fading shimmer around the wagons as the hostile shelter bled away. Shen Yue stood in the center of it and swayed. Mu Yao was there before he fell. She caught his jaw, forced his eyes to focus, and pressed a bitter pellet under his tongue. Swallow. He did. It tasted like burned bark and revenge. Furnace core, Wei Han asked, half in awe, half in clinical hunger. Shen Yue coughed blood onto the stream stones. Ask me after I stop seeing double. Tai Luo looked up the slope where the captain had vanished. Bandits don't withdraw that clean. Lan Shui's clerk, somehow still alive and still carrying ink, lifted a dropped arrow shaft with shaking fingers. Markings, he said. These are caravan interdiction fletches. Contract work. Mu Yao met Shen Yue's eyes. No one said Ji Roland's name. They did not need to. Shen Yue looked at the grain carts under their fading red gold shield and understood the next stage of war had arrived. Winter would not be fought only with blades. It would be fought with roads, ledgers, and the question of who got to stand inside the shelter when pressure closed in. Chapter 36. The granary entrance was hidden behind a collapsed shrine wall and 3 rows of winter cabbages. Mu Yao knelt in the dirt with a short iron trowel, scraping loose soil away from the stone rings sunk into the ground. The air had turned knife cold after sunset. Every breath came out in a white ribbon. Frost silvered the cabbage leaves and made the earth brittle under her gloves. Shen Yue stood watch at the lane mouth with a lantern hooded in his sleeve and a sack of dried millet over one shoulder. If anyone asks, Mu Yao said without looking up, we are either stealing vegetables or burying a relative. You make both sound practical. Both are. She pried the stone ring up. Beneath it lay a narrow shaft lined with old brick, dry despite the season. The smell rising from below was dust, old grain, and forgotten air. One of Ji Roland's caravans could own the roads, Shen Yue thought, but roads failed the moment a gate closed. Hunger moved slower underground. Better. Harder to count. Harder to seize. That was why they were here at midnight with 20 sacks, 2 willing masons, and 3 children agile enough to fit where adults did not. Not because it was glamorous. Because hidden reserves meant the quarter could argue 1 week longer before surrendering to polished chains. Tai Luo lowered the first sack by rope while grumbling into his scarf. If we keep hiding food in holes, we become rats. Wei Han, balancing a tally slate on one palm, answered without sympathy. Rats survive empires. Mind the drop. Shen Yue passed down another sack. His new furnace core still burned like banked coals under his ribs. Every time he drew on it too quickly, heat licked up his throat, and the back of his tongue tasted faintly of metal. The breakthrough in the ravine had changed his sense of the world. He no longer saw only clashes of bodies. He saw weak points in systems, flow lines, stores, bottlenecks, places where pressure pooled. It was useful. It was also dangerous. Because once you could see all the shortages at once, every shortage felt like your personal accusation. Mu Yao rose from the shaft and dusted her gloves off against her thighs. Moonlight silvered the sharp line of her cheek. She was still thinner than he liked, still recovering from the poison, though she denied it every time he looked too long. You're swaying, she said. I'm standing. Inaccurately. She stepped closer and touched 2 fingers to the inside of his wrist. Her fingertips were cold. His pulse was not. Your channels are overfiring again. Furnace core is noisy. Furnace core is not the one volunteering your flesh for public use every other hour. The line struck because it had been waiting. Tai Luo and Wei Han, hearing the tone, if not the words, developed urgent interest in the rope knots by the shaft. Mu Yao lowered her hand, but stayed close enough that he could smell the bitter leaf oil worked into her sleeves. You keep doing this, she said quietly. Every time there is pain enough for 10 people, you decide your body is the shortest road between that pain and everyone else. He looked past her at the hidden shaft, at the sacks, at the freezing lane. Sometimes it is. That is not an answer. Her voice was not sharp now. That made it worse. Shen Duan opened his mouth with 3 responses ready. The practical one. The mocking one. The one that turned concern into a lighter thing because lighter things were easier to carry. None of them survived the sight of her standing there half-healed because she had almost died in a clinic built around his war. What do you want me to say? He asked. Mu Yao's jaw tightened. That you know the besieged court is not built from your blood alone. That if you keep spending yourself like borrowed coin, one day there will be nothing left but a name and a crowd of people taught to wait for a dead man to solve their hunger. The truth sat between them, visible as frost. He had no answer because she was right, and because some colder part of him had always assumed spending himself was the cleanest way to avoid asking others to pay. Cowardice wearing sacrifice. That was a bitter thought. Mu Yao watched his face change and looked away first. Help me with the second shaft. He bent, lifted the next grain sack, and followed her behind the ruined shrine wall in silence. Later, when the last hidden cache had been sealed and the children sent home with chestnuts for secrecy, they sat on the shrine steps to warm their hands over a clay brazier. The coal snapped softly. Far away, dogs barked at something crossing the ridge road. Mu Yao held her palms toward the heat. You know what I dislike most about you? She asked. Shen Duan looked sideways. There is a list? Volumes. That drew a tired smile out of him. She kept watching the brazier. You make impossible things look simple enough that people forget they are asking the impossible of you. He thought of the quarter, the hearings, the road, the shield over the wagons. Thought of how easily people had stepped under whatever protection appeared and called it hope. And you? He asked. What do you ask? Mu Yao looked at him then. Really looked. Her answer was small enough that the coal had to crack before he was sure he heard it. That you stay alive long enough to become more than a weapon everyone borrows. He looked away first. Not because he disliked the words. Because he did. And because in that moment, with frost on the shrine stones and hidden grain under the earth, he understood that if he spoke honestly, the night would become something he did not yet know how to carry. So he said nothing. Mu Yao made a soft sound that might have been annoyance, might have been mercy, and fed another coal to the brazier. The silence between them held more warmth than the fire. Chapter 37. The debt notices arrived tied with red cord. Not 1 or 2. Dozens. They were nailed to the central post at dawn, bundled and weighted so they would not scatter in the wind. By the time Shen Duan reached the square, a ring of quarter residents had already formed around the post in tight, fearful silence. He knew before he untied the first cord that Ji Rulon had made her next move. The paper was too fine, the handwriting too calm, the seal too elegant. He broke the wax and read. Transfer of claim. By purchase, consolidation, and legal succession, the undersigned house now holds the following obligations. Below that came names. Pei Family, Widow Peng, Kiln Lane Cooperatives, North Cistern Repair Team, 2 of the masons from last night's hidden cache, the charcoal porter who had given them half his winter stock, the tailor whose daughter sorted clinic bandages. Nearly everyone the besieged court protected. Mu Yao came up beside him and took the second packet from his hands. Her face hardened as she read. She bought the dead debts, she said. Wei Han, already sorting the bundles by seal and date, made a low noise in his throat. Not bought. Aggregated. There are original debt transfers from quarter offices, relief proxies, funeral liens, kiln contracts, and 3 transport sureties folded under 1 exchange house. She has swallowed the district's misery and come back calling it property. The crowd around them tightened. Not all of them could read. All of them understood enough. Tai Luo looked up from the post where he had ripped half the notices free. Can we burn them? Of course, Wei Han said. And then tomorrow the law still exists. Shen Duan read deeper. Ji Rulon had not merely purchased debt. She had reclassified it. Reduced penalties in some places. Combined family obligations. Removed visible bond irons. Replaced them with labor assignment clauses, collateral rights, and route participation requirements. Cleaner chains, just as Tai Luo had called them. Harder to point at. Easier to defend. That was the cruelty. Not uglier. Smarter. A woman pushed through the ring then, clutching one of the notices in both hands. Shen Duan recognized her at once. The charcoal porter's wife. Smoke-rough voice. One eyelid scarred by a brazier flare years ago. They came last night, she said. Said if we signed under the new terms, No one would touch our son for the old kiln fines. Said your court cannot cancel sealed debt, only delay collection. Said Lady G can turn all of this into work and rations if we stop following you into trouble. She wasn't accusing him. That would have been easier. She was asking if the trap had teeth. Shen Yue looked at the notice in her hands and knew the answer. Yes, because systems did not have to beat people openly to own them. He climbed onto the chopping block and raised one of Ji Rulan's red cord packets where all could see. Listen carefully, he said. The square quieted. These are legal theft. A murmur ran through the crowd. Not relief. Not panic. Recognition. Shen Yue held up another page. She is not wrong in the way Lu Runshu was wrong. That is why this is dangerous. These papers will survive a beating. They will survive one warehouse fire. They will survive one vanished clerk. If we answer only with fists, the law will grow new hands and come back wearing cleaner sleeves. Lan Shui had arrived in time to hear that much. She stopped at the edge of the square and looked at him, surprised. Good, he thought. Let her hear that I learned something. He kept going. Anyone who wants to sign with Ji Rulan because winter is close may say so in this square, and no one under the besieged court will touch them. Tai Luo turned toward him, shocked. Mu Yao did not. She had already guessed the shape of the move. Several people looked up in disbelief. Shen Yue pointed at the road map pinned beside the witness board. But before anyone signs, you will hear the terms aloud. All of them. Every labor clause. Every transfer path. Every collateral right. If she wants to own this district, her ownership will stand in daylight first. There it was. A plan. Not to burn the papers. To strip them naked. Wei Han's face changed from alarm to hungry delight. Interesting. Very interesting. Lan Shui stepped forward at last. If you conduct contract readings under witness record, I can file coercion challenges where disclosure was insufficient. Shen Yue looked at her. How many? She did not lie. Not enough. Then we make enough. All day they read debt terms aloud. Not summaries. Every clause. Wei Han read in the driest voice in the world, which somehow made the cruelty sound sharper. Labor conversion after missed weather quota. Child residence clauses tied to tool replacement debt. Collateral migration rights. Medical lien priority. Funeral cost inheritance if no adult male guarantor remained. Each time a clause landed, the square reacted. Not with chaos. With faces changing. People who had nearly signed stiffened. People who had signed sent for their neighbors. Women who had never once stepped onto the witness block climbed it now to ask why a fuel debt could move from husband's brother to widow to daughter without crossing any hand that had consented. Ji Rulan's agents appeared by midday to smooth the edges. Polite men in dark wool. Clean hands. Good diction. Lady G offers dignity through structure, one said. Mu Yao answered from her stool, shawl wrapped tight against the cold. Then why does every page hide the knife in the fourth line? Shen Yue let the agents talk. He wanted them to. Because every defense made the structure more visible. By sunset, only 2 families signed the red cord terms. Ji Rulan had still gained ground. 2 families mattered. But the district had seen the chain before wearing it. That mattered more. As darkness came down, Lan Shui pulled Shen Yue aside under the weighing house stairs. This slowed her, she said. It does not stop her. If the debt transfers were backed by sect decrees, she still has standing. Then we find the decrees. Lan Shui hesitated. That told him there was more. There may be something else, she said. 3-quarter offices cited the same emergency authorization number. I checked the sequence. It should belong to grain flood relief from 2 years ago. Wei Han, overhearing because scholars were born without respect for conversational distance, looked up sharply. Forgery, he said. Shen Yue felt the next move click into place. Good, he said. Then we stopped chasing the net and cut the knot. Chapter 38. The forgery room was hidden behind a wall of funeral tablets. Wei Han found it by being offended. He had spent half the day inside the district records hall comparing authorization numbers until his eyes went red and his temper grew theological. Shen Yue found him at midnight kneeling in front of an ancestral alcove, brushing soot off the base stones with the intensity of a man preparing to insult architecture. This hall is lying to me, Wei Han said. Does it know? Profoundly. Lan Shui stood beside him holding a hooded lantern. The yellow light carved hard shadows under her cheekbones. He noticed the wall depth was wrong. Wei Han tapped the base stone. Hollow. 2 constables loyal to procedure rather than profit had closed the hall doors behind them. Tai Luo stood at the entrance with a poleaxe borrowed from somewhere he had not explained. Mu Yao had ordered Shen Yue not to reopen his ravine wounds and therefore stayed behind at the quarter to supervise contract testimony, which meant she was also not here to stop the worst ideas. Shen Yue counted that as both freedom and loss. Wei Han slid a thin blade between the stones and levered. The funeral tablet wall shifted inward with a grainy scrape. Cold air breathed out, carrying the smells of lamp ash, sealing wax, and old ink. Behind it lay a narrow records room no larger than a storage closet. Shelves lined every wall. On them sat bundles of decree forms, copied seals, district relay stamps, and 4 fresh packets tied in Ji Rulan's neat red cord. Lan Shui went very still. "Close the door," she said. They did. Inside the hidden room, the lantern light looked almost guilty. Wei Han opened the first packet and hissed through his teeth. Elegant monsters. The decree was perfect at a glance. Frontier Emergency Supply Stabilization Order. Signed under sect authority. Countersigned by a quarter administrator. Stamped with archive relay marks. Fine script. Proper clause order. Only the calligraphy of the date hook was wrong by a hair. Wei Han shoved it at Shen Duan. "You see that curve?" Shen Duan did not. "No." "Good. That means the forgery would work on anyone normal." Lan Shui took the page and found the flaw at once. The archive hook uses inter-district style. Frontier offices have not used this stroke in 4 years. She opened the second packet. And the third. By the fourth, her face had gone pale with anger. These aren't isolated approvals. These are chain authorizations. Medicine rerouting. Transport exclusivity. Debt consolidation permissions. Ji Rulan's road acquisitions were legalized through sect emergency authority. Shen Duan leaned against the shelf and thought through the board. Elder Sui had called him cult gatherer. Ji Rulan had called her self-distribution. Together, they had built a legal machine that could starve districts cleanly and then blame unrest on anyone resisting the remedy. Not coincidence. Partnership. Wei Han opened a lacquer case and gave a humorless laugh. Here. Even better. Blank sect relay slips with pre-pressed seal wax. They weren't just covering tracks. They were planning future weather. The room suddenly felt too small. Lan Shui closed her hand around one forged decree so hard the paper crackled. If this goes to the wrong elder, it disappears. Shen Duan looked at her. Then where does it go? She met his eyes. Outer assembly. Public table. Recorded read-in before any private chamber can bury it. Tai Luo grunted from the door. "You saying we carry stolen papers into a room full of people who already want him dead?" "Yes." "Good. I was worried the night would be dull." Lan Shui ignored him and began sorting packets with ruthless speed. Originals here. False decrees there. Blank relays separate. She moved like a woman stripping rot from bone. "I can't present them officially," she said. "Not alone. Elder Sui will challenge standing before content. He'll bury me in procedure." Wei Han pointed a charcoal black finger at Shen Duan. "Then we do what he does best. Get insulted in public?" Shen Duan asked. "Precisely." The plan formed in fragments as they worked. Lan Shui would enter by official channel with the least incriminating documents first. Wei Han would seed copies through scribes and clerk circles before the session, making burial harder. Tai Luo would place quarter witnesses in the outer gallery. Shen Duan would come not as petitioner, but as the problem Elder Sui most wanted to humiliate in front of every frontier faction at once. That part was ugly enough to work. They had just finished bundling the evidence when footsteps sounded in the outer hall. Too many. Not the 2 constables. Lan Shui killed the lantern with her sleeve. Darkness slammed down. Voices outside. "Open the archive." Lu Renshu. Still alive. Still mobile. Still slithering around the edges of every scheme. Shen Duan's hand tightened on the hidden room latch. Tai Luo breathed once through his nose. "Ready," Wei Han whispered. "If we fight in here, the papers burn." "Right. Not a brawl. A delay." Shen Duan leaned to Lan Shui's ear. "Can your loyal constables argue?" "Professionally." "Then let them." Outside, bolts thudded. One constable raised his voice with admirable bureaucratic misery. "Night access requires district countersign and archive witness." Lu Renshu snapped back. "By emergency authority, I am the witness." Another knock. Harder. The first constable, bless his stubborn little soul, said, "Then I require written emergency proof of your witness being yourself." Tai Luo almost laughed aloud. The argument outside bought them breaths. Shen Duan used each one. He slid the most damning packets under his coat. Lan Shui hid 2 bundles inside the false bottom of a relic case. Wei Han tucked copied seal plates into his sleeves with the ecstatic focus of a thief stealing insults from heaven. Then the outer door cracked. "Enough," Lu Renshu snarled. Shen Duan opened the hidden wall, stepped out behind the funeral tablets, and kicked the nearest oil lamp off its stand. Darkness flooded the hall. Shouts exploded. "Fire! No! Idiot! The lamp only broke." "Who's there?" Shen Duan hit Lu Renshu first. "Not to stay. To open space." The captain crashed into 2 record clerks and went down under a rain of wooden tablet plaques. Tai Luo barreled through the doorway at the same instant. turning the hall into a mess of boots, shelves, and swearing. Lan Shui shouted official citations so fast they sounded like curses. Wei Han, appallingly calm, walked straight through the confusion carrying a relic case like a scholar late to dinner. They escaped out the rear record's courtyard into sleeting rain. By the time Lu Renshu got men organized enough to chase, the forged decrees were already split across 3 routes and 6 sleeves. Lan Shui wiped sleet from her lashes and looked at Shen Duan across the dark alley. "Tomorrow," she said, voice thin with cold and fury, "we stop playing quarter politics." Shen Duan nodded. Tomorrow, then, they would walk into the assembly and force the frontier to choose what kind of theft it preferred to call order. Chapter 39. The outer assembly hall had no doors at the front. It had columns, tall cedar pillars lacquered red-black, set wide enough to imply openness, while still reminding everyone who owned the roof. Beyond them, the floor spread in terraces down toward the central stone table where petitions, punishments, and trade rights were all made to look equally legitimate. By mid-morning it was packed. Outer elders in layered robes, quarter wardens smelling of metal polish and resentment, merchants in winter fur, clerks with stacked brush cases, witnesses from the district galleries pretending not to shake, and at the center, seated with perfect posture beside 3 ledger boxes and a brazier of perfumed charcoal, Lady Ji Rulan. Elder Sui sat 1 tier above her. Of course he did. Shen Duan entered from the lower steps in plain dark robes with no sect insignia and the broken bronze tally hidden at his chest. The murmur that met him spread like ripples under thin ice. The cult gatherer. The mind fugitive. He really came. Good, he thought. Let every eye tilt hostile. He needed them looking. Tai Luo remained in the gallery with quarter witnesses. Wei Han had vanished into scribe rows 5 breaths before the session, which meant copied packets were probably already moving from sleeve to sleeve in offended little hands. Lan Shui stood at the petition line with 1 sealed case and the kind of expression that made lesser officials revise their posture. The herald struck the floor with his rod. Frontier grievances, 3rd winter session. Party's present state standing. Elder Sui did not wait. Before standing, he said, voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. This body should note the dangerous impropriety of allowing a forbidden practitioner, self-styled faction leader, and riot inciter into formal proceedings. There it was. Humiliation first. Procedure second. Content last. Shen Duan let the insult breathe. Let the hall settle around it. Hostility sharpened from every tier. Not combat, but social pressure with teeth. Furnace core answered from under his ribs. The besieged heaven manual did not care whether the encirclement wore armor or rank badges. Good. Ji Rulan watched him over folded hands, unreadable except for the smallest tilt at one corner of her mouth. She wanted to see whether he would lunge. No, not today. Shen Duan bowed with exaggerated courtesy. Elder Sui worries for safety. Admirable. Though if frontier law now fears witness statements more than forged seals, perhaps we should update the banners outside. Laughter flickered from the clerk rows before dying under the elder's glare. Elder Sui's gaze hardened. You speak of forgeries because you lack lawful claim. Lan Shui stepped forward then and struck her token against the petition rail. Inspector standing, she said. I submit record challenges on 3 emergency authorizations and 1 transport exclusivity chain. Sui turned his head slowly. Junior Inspector Lan. Again you confuse ambition for jurisdiction. I confuse very little today. The herald reached for the case. Elder Sui lifted 1 finger. Objection. Without original archive verification, any challenge may be fabricated by hostile interests. Predictable. Shen Duan did not move yet. Not until he saw what the room wanted. Left tier, merchants leaning toward Ji Rulan. Upper benches, elders waiting for Sui's signal. Clerk row 3, 2 scribes already glancing at hidden copied packets. Right gallery, district witnesses clutching their own debt notices hard enough to crumple them. The pressure web formed. He stepped into it. Then let us verify in the open, Shen Duan said. Read the decrees aloud. All of them. If they are clean, your names brighten. If they are dirty, the room already stinks enough to hide nothing. Ji Rulan spoke for the first time. Such theatrics waste institutional time. Her tone was smooth, mildly amused. Shen Duan turned toward her. And your red cord debts waste generations. Yet here we all are. The hall stirred. He saw it then. 1 merchant in Ji Rulan's cluster flinched before she spoke, not after. 1 elder from Sui's side glanced toward the 3rd ledger box instead of the sealed case. A witness at the back started to rise before anyone had called the transport route number under dispute. Too early. Planted. Furnace core sharpened the room into vectors. Not only bodies. Anticipation. Prepared lies. Rehearsed outrage. He smiled. Before we begin, Shen Yue said, perhaps the assembly should ask why witness how from Kiln Lane arrived with today's answer already memorized. A man in the back froze halfway to standing. The hall turned. The man sputtered, I was only. And why Broker Chin keeps looking at the third ledger box every time Ji Roland's transport chain is mentioned. Shen Yue pointed without turning his head. Or why Elder Hu's clerk has ink on only one sleeve though he claims to have reviewed both copies. The room shifted, startled into self-scrutiny. Good. He had turned the hall's hostility sideways. Not against him. Against its own choreography. Wei Han chose that moment to begin. From the clerk rows, papers started moving. One copied decree. Then another. Then a side-by-side stroke comparison. Then seal impressions marked with archive inconsistencies. Scribes loved nothing more than catching elegant mistakes. Their whispers spread faster than shouts. Wrong date hook. Relay wax mismatch. This seal plate was cast from a district copy, not the original. Lan Shui pushed her sealed case onto the petition rail. Originals from the hidden district archive room. Retrieved under witness. Backed by copied relay forms and blank authorization slips. Elder Sui rose so quickly his sleeve struck the brazier. Coals rattled. Retrieved by theft from a compromised archive under the influence of a demonic practitioner. Shen Yue stepped forward at last into the open center of the hall. The hostile focus slammed onto him from every side. Perfect. The manual thrummed, not for blood but for position. He could feel who wanted escape, who wanted silence, who wanted the matter buried before their own names surfaced. Good, he said. Now we're honest. Not about law. About fear. He turned, sweeping one arm toward the galleries where quarter witnesses stood shoulder to shoulder in patched winter clothes. These people were sold medicine already paid for. Their debt was repackaged and called relief. Their labor was transferred by forged decree. If this hall calls that governance, then stop pretending the word justice belongs here at all. Ji Roland's composure held, but barely. She touched the third ledger box once. Signal. 3 hired witnesses started shouting from different corners at once. The besieged court hoards grain. Shen Yue runs private punishments. The quarter is safer under exchange order. Too clean. Too synchronized. Shen Yue heard the stagger in their timing and stepped exactly where their lines crossed in the center lane. The manual did the rest. Not power in the flashy sense. Placement. He interrupted the shape of the lie. Then step down here and say which punishment, which grain lot, which date. His voice cracked across the hall like a thrown stone. Since you brought so many answers, let me return the courtesy. One at a time. None stepped. One witness bolted for the side aisle instead. Tai Luo caught him in the gallery stairs and marched him down by the scruff before the entire hall. Lan Shui's clerk thrust a brush at the man's face. State occupation. I carry salt. Wei Han called from the scribes, delighted and merciless. Remarkable. Yesterday he carried fuel under Ji Roland's North contract. The hall burst. Not into violence. Into collapse of confidence. Merchants began muttering openly. Clerks pushed forward to inspect copied seals. One outer elder from Sui's flank took 2 steps back from Ji Roland's ledger boxes, as if forgery might stain his sleeves. Ji Roland stood. At last. Enough, she said. The single word cut through the room. She looked not at Shen Yue, but at the assembly as a whole. If the frontier wishes to starve under spectacle and fragmented sentiment, it is welcome to try. I will not sponsor incompetence merely to flatter outrage. And just like that, she tried to step above the accusation instead of under it. Beautiful, Shen Yue thought. Dangerous too, because some men in the hall still wanted her roads more than they wanted moral clarity. He made his final move. No one here doubts you can make goods move, he said. The question is whether you move them with forged law and purchased throats, because that is easier than asking people to choose you freely. Silence. That one landed. Ji Roland met his gaze for a long breath. Then she smiled. Not graciously. Like someone marking a future debt. You have talent for wrecking tables, Shen Yue. Let us see whether you can build one. She turned and left the assembly floor before formal censure could be spoken, abandoning her 3 ledger boxes and half her local prestige to preserve the network beyond this hall. Elder Sui shouted for guards. Too late. The hall had already seen enough. Ji Roland lost formal authority in that room. But as Shen Yue watched her go, he understood she had escaped with the most dangerous part intact. The roads still remembered her name. Chapter 40. The Purge Order was read over burning paper. They had barely returned from the assembly when the bells atop the district office began clanging in frantic triplets. Not carriage bells. Alarm bells. Their bronze throats filled the winter afternoon with sharp, ugly sound. By the time Shen Yue reached the square, Messengers were already nailing fresh proclamations onto the central post, so fast the paper edges curled from the cold, and the hammer blows rang like little executions. Elder Sui had moved without waiting for night. Good. That meant he'd been waiting to move anyway. Lan Shui ripped one notice free and read aloud with a voice gone flat from fury. Emergency Suppression Edict. Unlawful association, known as the besieged court, is declared a parallel coercive body operating against sect governance. Harboring, feeding, or materially supporting its members will be treated as rebellion under frontier preservation law. The square erupted, not into cheers, into panic. Women grabbing children, porters cursing, men arguing whether to hide grain or flee. One old refugee trying to tear down all the notices at once and nearly falling off the post ladder. Shen Yue felt the whole quarter tilt toward fracture. This, he thought, is why Sui survived. The old man understood timing. Humiliate Ji Rolan? Fine. Expose forgeries? Fine. Then answer not with defense, but escalation. Make every neutral soul decide whether Shen Yue was worth losing shelter over. Tai Luo smashed the hammer from one messenger's hand and sent the man running. Wei Han was already hauling the witness board toward the ration hall before the crowd could trample it. Mu Yao, pale under the winter light, climbed onto a grain crate and began shouting triage instructions because panic had opened one child's scalp and dropped two old men flat in the crush. Everyone was moving. Too many directions. Shen Yue climbed the chopping block and drew a breath deep enough to hurt. Listen, the word hit some. Not enough. He seized the broken debt hook still sunk in the central post and ripped it free. Metal screamed against wood. The whole square turned at the sound. If you want to run, run now, he said. If you want to stay, stop trampling the people you claim to fear for. That bought him silence. Not calm, just silence. Enough. Sui wants the quarter broken before his men arrive. Do not do his work. Clinic to the north wall. Grain under the hall. Witness records with Wei Han. Children and elders inside first. Anyone able to carry water, carry it. Anyone able to stand watch. Form at the lane mouths in threes, not alone. Orders. Specific. Immediate. The panic bent around them. Mu Yao took the clinic line without waiting for more. Tai Luo bellowed names of volunteers and shoved poles into their hands. Lan Shui dispatched her last loyal constables to intercept seizure teams at the lower gate. The quarter, which a moment ago had been one shove from collapse, began snapping into rough function. Then the first attack hit. Not full troops. Probe squads. Wardens in black armbands and outer disciples hungry for promotion slammed into the east lane with shield boards and hooked pikes, expecting a broken crowd and finding barricades built from grain casks, cart axles, and old kiln bricks instead. Shen Yue dropped from the chopping block into the lane before the first pike thrust landed. Furnace core answered in a hot red surge. He no longer had to wait for chaos. The pressure of the advancing line, the fear of the defenders, and the geometry of the barricade all laid themselves bare at once. He could see where the enemy shield wall would bite and where it would catch. He slammed his palm into the lead shield. Not to break it, to turn it. The hostile pressure feeding the advance slid sideways into the barricade edges. The first two pike thrusts skated off cask rims instead of punching through. Tai Luo roared and drove a beam into the opening. Men went down in a knot of shields and legs. Boiling washwater from the upper window line came next, courtesy of three old quarter women who had apparently chosen sides with enviable speed. The east lane held. The south lane did not. A runner stumbled into the square, gasping blood and sleet. Dead Hall sighed. They set the storage sheds alight. Shen Yue's head snapped. Storage sheds meant the hidden reserve nearest the kiln row. Food. Winter cloth. One of the two medicine caches. Mu Yao heard it too. If the fire reaches the alcohol stock, half the lane goes up. Tai Luo grabbed Shen Yue's arm. East lane breaks if you leave. There it was. Always the same shape. People here. People there. His flaw laid out like a butcher's counter. If he held the east lane, the quarter kept one entrance and lost a reserve plus anyone trapped near the shed fires. If he ran south, the wardens here might crack through and turn the square into slaughter. He hated that the choice existed. That changed nothing. Tai Luo, he said. Hold east. Use the shield turn. Hit where the pikes slip. Tai Luo's jaw worked once. He understood what Shen Yue was asking. Hold without him. For perhaps the first time since the mine, Shen Yue was not the center of every answer. That stung and relieved him in equal measure. Good, Tai Luo said. If I die, I haunt your meals. Shen Yue was already moving. He took 8 volunteers and ran south through smoke. The storage lane was a throat of orange light and black sparks. One shed roof had already fallen in. Cloth bales burned with greasy, choking smoke. A knot of wardens was forcing two trapped families back from the alley mouth with hooked poles, while a collector team dragged reserve sacks toward a waiting handcart. Not random destruction. Seizure under cover of fire. Of course. Shen Yue hit them like a thrown door. The first collector turned with a triumph shout still forming and took Shen Yue's shoulder under the jaw. Teeth cracked. The second swung a pole hook low. Shen Yue vaulted the burning cart wheel, landed in cinders hot enough to bite through his soles, and drove both palms into the man's chest hard enough to send him into the shed wall. Too many hostile bodies. Too much smoke. Perfect. He felt the fire line, the collapsing roof angles, the warden's attempt to pin civilians against the alley wall. Furnace core folded that pressure inward. The handcart laden with seized grain flared red gold for one breath as enemy force slid across it instead of through it. He kicked it sideways into the family cluster. Get behind that. Heads down. They did. The cart became a moving shield long enough for the trapped civilians to crawl clear while sparks spat from its rim like angry insects. One warden captain recognized him. Shen Yue. Cut him down. 5 came at once. He laughed in their faces because at least this part of the world still made sense. Since you brought so many, the rest of the line died under the clash. He tore through them in tight, brutal steps, using smoke, heat, and panic as if they'd been trained with him since childhood. A hook blade caught his sleeve and burned cloth to skin. He answered by seizing the hook chain and wrapping it around 2 necks together. A falling roof beam smashed the paving stones beside him and showered sparks across his hair. He used the impact to mask his turn and drove one man into the beam path, so the second half of the collapse took him instead. The civilians got out. The reserve did not. By the time Mu Yao reached the south lane with clinic runners and sand buckets, half the hidden stock was gone to flame or seizure. She looked once at the smoking ruin, then at Shen Yue standing blackened and bleeding in the cinder light. You saved the people. Not praise. Accounting. He looked past her at the ruin and said nothing. The flaw had cost them again. Necessary, perhaps. Still cost. Night fell under attack. Skirmishes broke at 3-lane mouths. 2 quarter blocks declared for elder sway rather than risk collective punishment. One supply broker tried to open the north gate for G. Roland's people and was found tied to his own axle by residents who had apparently reached political maturity through rage. The frontier was no longer a district with unrest. It was becoming factions in the open. Civil war at the scale, poor people suffered first. Near midnight, while Shen Yue was bracing the west barricade with a splinted shoulder and ash in his mouth, a lone rider entered under a white lantern. No escort, no drums, no bells, just the rider and the light. Tai Luo raised a spear. Lan Shui put a hand on his arm. The rider dismounted in the square and pulled back his hood. Old dry boots. No rags now. No dust. Only a dark riding cloak fastened with a small understated clasp in the royal style and the face of a man who had spent far too much of his life pretending to be less important than he was. Prince Ning Shoren, Lan Shui said, stunned despite herself. The square went still. Prince Ning looked at the barricades, the smoke, the clinic line, the half-burned notices, and finally at Shen Yue. I had hoped to speak under calmer conditions, he said. The frontier has declined to cooperate. Shen Yue wiped blood and soot from his mouth with the back of one hand. You choose theatrical entrances for a man dressed as a beggar. I contain multitudes. Even now, even here. The man found room for dry wit. Prince Ning stepped closer, lowering his voice just enough that only the nearest circle heard. Elder sway will keep escalating until either you are buried or the frontier becomes useful enough to the capital that he can no longer solve you locally. There is one path to that threshold. He drew a folded tablet order from his sleeve and held it out. Royal Provisional Sponsorship. Capital Merit Access. Grand Trial Qualification Review. The words on the tablet seemed impossible in the smoke-stained square. The kingdom's grand trial opens soon, Prince Ning said. Win your way in, and this stops being a frontier matter. Lose, and Sway gets his purge with legal blessings. Around them, the quarter breathed through smoke and fear. Somewhere east, another alarm bell started ringing. Shen Yue took the tablet. It was heavier than paper had any right to be. When he looked up, Prince Ning's expression had gone hard beneath the old beggar humor. Decide quickly, the prince said. Your enemies already have. Chapter 41. The tablet was still warm from Prince Ning's sleeve when Shen Yue took it under the ration hall lantern. Around him, the quarter smelled of smoke, blood, wet ash, and the bitter herbs Mu Yao had boiled into every available pot. Half-burned purge notices flapped on the central post. The east barricade was patched with wagon planks. Somewhere behind the clinic screens, a child cried in exhausted little hiccups. Prince Ning stood in the middle of it all, as if this were merely an inconvenient reception hall. Say the useful part again, Shen Yue said. Ning did not seem offended by the bluntness. The grand trial is royal enough that sect elders cannot resolve you as a local inconvenience if you enter it under provisional sponsorship. Win favor there, and every hand touching this frontier must answer to a wider audience. Fail to enter, and Elder Sui gets to finish the purge before spring. Lan Shui folded her arms tight against the cold. The prince is right. Tai Luo shot her a look. You saying we send him away while Sui circles the quarter? I'm saying the quarter survives longer if this war stops being only ours. Prince Ning's gaze shifted to Tai Luo. And it will need someone here who can hold a line without trying to turn every insult into a public holiday. Tai Luo grunted. That was aimed at him, but I still dislike it. Mu Yao came down the clinic steps with blood on one sleeve and frost in her hair. She had heard enough to understand. When Prince Ning answered her, not Shen Yue. Before dawn. That drew silence. The quarter behind them was only barely standing. Granaries half-burned. Neutral lanes wavering. Ji Rulan's contract webs still alive beneath the formal defeat in the assembly. Elder Sui about to press harder precisely because the district had not broken cleanly enough the first time. To leave now felt like tearing out a pillar. Shen Yue hated it on sight, which usually meant it was the correct move. He looked at the people filling the ration hall, at the volunteers turning shield boards into sleeping platforms, at Tai Luo's broad back already half bent toward defense even while arguing. Then he made the mistake of looking at the south lane where the reserve shed had burned. Blackened beams. 2 families alive because he had gone there. 1 hidden cache gone because he had gone there. Always the same arithmetic. Save the immediate wound, leave the disease another day. Mu Yao had been right at the hidden granary. He kept turning himself into the shortest road between pain and answer. Useful for battles. Deadly for building. Prince Ning watched the thought move through his face. You can refuse, the prince said. I will not dress refusal up as heroism, but you can refuse. Shen Yue looked at him. And if I go, I get you to Riverglass under my name and under just enough secrecy that every checkpoint does not become a battlefield. Once there, you survive the grand trial and prove Elder Sui's preferred solution is too small. Wei Han emerged from the witness table with a bundle of copied contracts tucked into his belt. Interesting. I dislike courts, princes, and travel in nearly equal measure. When do we leave? Tai Luo turned. We. Wei Han blinked at him. Someone must stop Shen Yue from making philosophical speeches to the capital's paving stones. Also, the trial arena records may be worth stealing. Mu Yao said, I am coming too. Shen Yue started to object. She cut him off with one raised finger. If the trial involves combat, politics, travel, or your continued presence, it involves injuries. I prefer my patients where I can supervise their bad habits. There was no arguing with that tone. There seldom was. Tai Luo looked from one to the other, jaw working. And me? The question sat heavier than the tablet. Shen Yue walked with him to the east barricade where frost had begun to silver the blood on the boards. The lane beyond was quiet now. Too quiet. Sui's men were regrouping. Tai Luo rested both forearms on the barricade rail. Say it plain. I need you here. Tai Luo nodded once, as if he had expected it, and still didn't like hearing it. Because I hold lines. Because people here trust you when I'm not standing in front of them getting hit. Tai Luo let out a breath that smoked in the cold. Fair. Shen Yue pulled the broken debt hook from his belt and pressed it into Tai Luo's hand. If the quarter turns, if Sui cuts too deep, if Ji Rulan's people try to buy whole lanes at once, put this in the central post and call the besieged court to witness. Tai Luo turned the hook in his hand. That all? No. Shen Yue met his eyes. Don't die doing my part because you think it honors me. Tai Luo's laugh was rough. You hear yourself lately? Mu Yao's making progress. They clasped forearms. No speeches. No brotherhood vows. Men like them distrusted words that elegant. Before dawn, Shen Yue stood in the square one last time while a thin line of residents gathered under blankets and patched cloaks. Widow Peng brought dried chestnuts for the road. Pei's mother brought a charm made from red thread and kiln bead. Lan Shui delivered 3 sealed memoranda and a list of capital names to avoid trusting. Wei Han complained about the horse quality before even seeing the horses. Mu Yao adjusted the bandage at Shen Yue's ribs with brisk fingers. Do not break through again until you can stand afterward. I promise nothing. I know. That is why I packed more thread. Prince Ning mounted first. Shen Yue swung into the saddle next, turned once more toward the quarter, and saw Tai Luo already on the barricade with the debt hook at his belt and a row of volunteers beside him. The frontier looked smaller from horseback. More fragile too. He hated leaving it. That changed nothing. He kicked his horse forward into the dark and rode for the capital, while smoke from the besieged court curled up behind him like a signal no one honest could mistake. Chapter 42 Riverglass announced itself by pretending not to care who entered. Its outer walls were high enough to shame smaller cities, but the main south gate stood open under broad stone arches painted with river reeds and old campaign victories. Merchants passed beneath them in orderly streams. Porters shouted axle widths. Shrine bells chimed from terraces above the inner canals. The smell of silt water, lamp oil, hot chestnut cakes, and horse dung mixed under the winter sun into something too alive to be pleasant and too rich to ignore. Shen Yue rode in wearing a travel cloak over patched frontier armor and felt the city's eyes without needing to look up. Not fear. Assessment. Riverglass had seen too many petitioners, criminals, hopefuls, and disasters to grant any of them immediate importance. The city sorted you by use first and morality later. Prince Ning's escort met them one street inside the gate. Small, quiet, better equipped than any frontier checkpoint squad. Ning had not lied about preferring modest theatrics when possible. They were led not to a palace wing, but to a river compound set among archive towers and trial dormitories. The choice was deliberate. Not quite royal. Not quite common. Visible enough to start rumors and controlled enough to manage them. By the time Shen Yue washed the road dust from his face, the rumors had already arrived before the water cooled. He heard them through the half-open lattice windows as clerks and servant boys passed in the courtyard below. That's him, the crowd devil. He looks poorer than the notices. They say he turns mob rage into chi. They say he ate a formation alive. Wei Han, seated cross-legged on the floor with 5 borrowed city maps around him, did not look up. Capital gossip has superior shoes and inferior imagination. Mu Yao was unpacking medicine jars onto a shelf with military precision. One of those boys said you looked poor. You should challenge the whole city. I may. She shot him a brief look that was almost a smile. Before he could answer, a servant announced that 3 academy scholars requested audience to clarify matters of trial eligibility. Prince Ning, who had been reading memorial slips in the corner as if sleep were a superstition, said, "This means they want to inspect the frontier barbarian before deciding whether to mock him politely or impolitely. Do I get a choice? Only in how entertaining you are." The scholars entered in layered winter robes and thin expressions. All 3 were young enough to still believe intellect improved posture, and all 3 wore jade tally tags from the Riverglass Examination Academy. Their leader had elegant brows, a precise beard trimmed to suggest maturity rather than reach it, and fingers stained with ink. He bowed to Prince Ning first, then to Mu Yao and Wei Han, and lastly to Shen Yue with just enough shallowness to register. "I am Assistant Examiner Lu Shun. These are record scholars Peng Rue and Xie Wen. We were informed that a frontier cultivator of irregular method seeks entry into the grand trial." Wei Han murmured, "Irregular method. Very kind. They usually say contamination." Lu Shun's gaze passed over Shen Yue's scars and paused on the patched armor peeking beneath the cloak. The trial favors broad martial competence, solo evaluation, stable chi control, ethical formation conduct. It is not designed for crowd situations. There it was. Capital contempt was cleaner than frontier contempt. Better washed, better phrased. The same root beneath it. Shen Yue leaned one shoulder against the window frame. "And yet you've invited me in before proving I can't pass. Confidence or curiosity?" Scholar Peng answered before Lu Shun could. "Procedure," Scholar Xie added, "and concern for arena safety." Mu Yao, without turning from her medicine shelf, said, "If you fear arena safety, remove half the noble sons before discussing my patient." Scholar Xie flushed. Shen Yue looked at the 3 men and understood the board. They had come to take his measure, yes, but also to establish hierarchy. Let him feel unsuited before the first step. Make the capital itself a one-on-one duel he was supposed to lose. Fine. He smiled. "How many entrants this year?" Lu Shun frowned, wary. "Enough. How many from hereditary houses?" "That information is public after registration." "How many from frontier districts?" Peng Rue answered, a little too quickly. "Very few." "Then you're right to worry." Shen Yue pushed off the frame and stepped closer, not aggressively, just enough that the scholars had to remember he took up physical space and not only rumor. A man out of place in this city might embarrass those born proper inside it. Wei Han coughed to hide a laugh. Lu Shun stiffened. "This is not a matter of propriety." "No? Then why mention my method before asking my rank?" That hit. Because it was true. Because their first concern had not been strength. It had been category. Prince Ning watched the exchange over the rim of his teacup and said nothing. Good. Let Shen Yue earn his own place or fail in public trying. The scholars recovered enough to deliver schedules, registration conditions, and a warning that conduct violations may be judged alongside combat performance. When they left, it was in the careful, offended silence of men already rewriting a first impression into a defensive theory. As the door slid shut, Wei Han finally laughed aloud. Congratulations. Riverglass dislikes you on formal grounds. Shen Duan crossed to the lattice window and looked out over the canals flashing dull silver between roofs. The city felt vast in a way the frontier never had. Not because it was more dangerous, because it could ignore suffering with better architecture. Down in the street below, two porters were being beaten by a warehouse steward for dropping a lacquer chest into the canal. No one intervened. Not because no one saw. Because it was a weekday and the city had taught itself when to avert its gaze. The familiar anger moved. Mu Yao saw his shoulders change and set down the herb jar in her hand. No, he's using a bamboo rod on a man with a bad knee. And if you jump out that window to start a street war before registration, I will revive you only to poison you myself. Shen Duan kept looking at the beating in the street below. Every instinct wanted motion. Intervention. Public challenge. The same old compulsion. Not here, he told himself. Not yet. Then the porter with the bad knee fell face first into the canal slush, and the steward raised the rod again. Shen Duan was already moving. By the time Mu Yao cursed, he had vaulted the stair rail and was taking the courtyard in 3 long strides. His flaw reached Riverglass before his name fully did. Chapter 43. The bamboo rod snapped on Shen Duan's forearm. The steward, a narrow-waisted man in warehouse gray with a fur-lined cap and the expression of someone deeply betrayed by interruption, stumbled back when the blow didn't land where expected. Who are? Shen Duan took the rod from him and threw it into the canal. The porter in the slush was trying to rise on one leg while his companion hauled at his sleeve. River water soaked through both their padded jackets. Their breath came in sharp, white bursts. Around them, the dock lane had already widened into a circle of spectators doing what city people did best, watching while pretending not to be involved. Perfect. Public. The steward drew himself up. This is bonded warehouse discipline. Then your warehouse lacks imagination. The crowd gave a short, uncertain laugh. Behind Shen Duan, Prince Ning's escort had finally caught up, too late to prevent the scene and too disciplined to groan aloud. Mu Yao arrived a heartbeat later and pressed the heel of one hand briefly to her eyes, as if appealing to ancestors for stronger sedatives. He tripped and broke a lacquer chest. The steward said, pointing at the porter as if the man's wet body were evidence enough. The compensation clause is clear. The porter in the water whispered, please. Let it go. There it was again. City reflex. Not justice. Survival through shrinking. Shen Duan crouched and hauled the man up by the elbow. The right knee did indeed wobble the wrong way. Old injury. Real weakness. Not laziness. What was in the chest? The steward sneered. Trial registry tablets. Shen Duan looked toward the shattered lacquer box on the stones. Thin wooden slips had spilled out, each stamped with the seal of the grand trial and wrapped in wax string. Useful. Also annoying. Because now the scene touched the trial directly. The steward saw the realization and smiled like a man spotting leverage. You interfered with royal trial materials. Prince Ning finally stepped fully into the lane, hood back, expression mild enough to be dangerous. No, he interfered with your misunderstanding of bonded discipline. The steward's color drained so quickly Shen Duan almost respected it. Your Highness. People in the circle began bowing in confused waves. Prince Ning ignored them and looked at the porter instead. Your name? Guo Lian, Highness. And yours? The second porter bowed so hard his forehead nearly struck his own knee. Bao Jun. Ning bent, picked up one shattered tablet wrap, and inspected the registry slips beneath it. Interesting. The tablets survived, which means the chest broke before the man did. Yet you were beating the man and not salvaging the goods. The steward opened his mouth. Shen Duan stepped on the lacquer splinters with a crunch. Maybe his accounting style is visual. The crowd laughed harder this time. Humiliation landed. Good. The steward's face modeled. These men are bonded by warehouse lean. If discipline fails, losses spread upward. Prince Ning looked at Shen Duan. You wanted to know how Riverglass handles injustice. Here is one answer. Then he turned back to the steward. Take your complaint to the trial registry hall. Ask whether compensation for damaged transport may be extracted through public beating before inventory preservation. I would enjoy hearing the answer. The steward bowed, swallowed his pride whole, and fled with what remained of his authority in both hands. Mu Yao crouched to check Guo Lian's knee. Ligament strain on old scar tissue. You keep working this line. Guo Lian stared at her, as if uncertain whether help cost money if offered politely. Every day, miss. Then every day is foolish. She motioned for a clinic runner. Take both of them inside. Hot towels first. Then I'll decide whether their city deserves them walking again. As the crowd broke apart, Prince Ning's mouth twitched once. Your arrival in Riverglass is now associated with trial documents, bonded labor, and public embarrassment for a registry steward. Fast work, Wei Han said from where he had somehow appeared beside a tea stall halfway through the scene. I approve. Prince Ning's amusement faded as another escort rode hard into the lane from the upper avenue and dismounted with military urgency. Highness, Marquis Gu Feisin requests your presence at the registration review. The name changed the air, not by mystical pressure, by reputation. Shen Duan saw it in how the escort straightened, how two clerks at the lane mouth lowered their voices, how even Wei Han's expression sharpened with disdain rather than curiosity. Who? Shen Duan asked. Wei Han answered first. Border General, National Savior, Banner of the Western Defense. Owner of a smile I have distrusted from a great distance. Prince Ning looked up the avenue where the escort had come from. He is also one of the trial's sponsoring authorities this year. Useful, Shen Duan thought. Powerful man attached to the board before he even reached the first stage. Gu Feisin received them in the review court beneath hanging river maps and campaign standards. He was taller than Shen Duan expected and broader through the shoulders, the kind of man whose age had thickened into command rather than softness. His robe was military black with only one line of silver thread at the collar. No peacock vanity, no merchant polish. His eyes were warm. That was the most dangerous part. So, the Marquis said, looking directly at Shen Duan, the frontier's crowd wolf finally reaches my city. His voice was genial enough to disarm listeners before they noticed how much room it took. Shen Duan bowed only as much as required. And the famous general finally sees whether the rumor walks on two legs. Gu Feisin laughed like they had already become men who might enjoy a drink together. Shen Duan distrusted him instantly. That laugh was too easy for a man who had survived command. The Marquis gestured toward the trial registration tables where wax tablets, arena markers, and sponsor seals lay arranged in perfect order. Your methods are controversial, Gu Feisin said. Good. Merit rots when everyone arrives polished. But understand this before entering my trial. The capital rewards results, not outrage. Many frontier talents mistake noise for weight. There was the test. Dismissive enough to provoke. Reasonable enough to sound wise. Shen Duan felt the urge to answer with his fists. Instead, he answered with the truth that hurt. Many capital men mistake clean roads for innocence. Something flickered in Gu Feisin's eyes. Not offense. Interest. Perhaps, the Marquis said. Then show us which mistake costs more. He signed Shen Duan's trial tablet himself. The wax seal cooled under the stamp with a soft hiss. When the audience ended, Wei Han muttered, I prefer Ji Roland's knives. At least, she leaves them visible. Prince Ning nodded once. Be careful with Gu Feisin. He likes men who can be admired in public and spent in private. Shen Duan looked back toward the general's map room where laughter had resumed behind the curtain. He had come to Riverglass for legality, status, and room to fight on a bigger board. Now the bigger board had looked directly at him and smiled. Chapter 44. The arena vault opened because Wei Han distrusted stairs. The grand trial grounds spread across half a district of Riverglass, all polished stone walkways, carved archways, and water channels that made the whole place look serene enough to insult the idea of competition. Above ground, candidates sparred in marked courts while clerks registered weapon preferences and noble servants delivered tea to men pretending birth did not matter. Below ground, according to city rumor, and one particularly loose-tongued tile worker, the older parts of the arena still sat on military foundations from a vanished siege complex. That was all Wei Han needed. By midnight, he had bribed a maintenance boy with better boots, borrowed a lamp key from someone who would regret his hospitality tomorrow, and led Shen Duan, Mu Yao, and one deeply unwilling registry runner into the service stairs beneath the West Training Court. Why am I here? The runner whispered as they descended. Because you know which corridors creak, Wei Han said. I know because the floors are unsafe. Excellent. That is nearly a skill. The air underground was colder than the city above, touched by old stone damp and the metallic smell of dust left too long undisturbed. Their lamp flamed through thin gold over walls carved with faded route marks, old drainage numbers, and one half-chiseled campaign slogan no one had finished before history moved on. Shen Duan ran his fingers along the brick as he walked. His furnace core stirred. Not at people, at structure. The deeper they went, the more the old pressure traces under the arena resolved themselves. Repeated troop movement, drill routes, formation anchor points ground into stone by generations of ordered feet. Not alive, not active, remembered. At the fourth landing, Wei Han stopped so sharply the runner nearly walked into him. There, the scholar whispered. He raised the lamp. On the wall ahead, half buried under later plaster, ran a line of old military script and a carved sigil the size of 2 palms pressed together. Broken banner shaft, encircling hooks, a central tally mark. Shen Yue's hand went to his chest under the cloak where the bronze tally lay hidden. Same language. Not identical. Related. The sight made the back of his neck prickle. Mu Yao stepped closer, lamplight catching in her eyes. You know it. Not the words. The shape. Wei Han was already scraping plaster away with the edge of a registration tablet. This is not decorative. It's layered over older formation notation. Look, beneath the sigil emerged faint lines spreading outward along the wall in a pattern like roads around a fortress gate. Not random. Not pretty. Functional. Shen Yue could feel it now with the same new sense that had let him catch coercive lines in districts and ravines. An ancient battlefield logic slept in the arena foundations, and somehow the besieged heaven manual recognized it. The registry runner swallowed audibly. I would like to return to the surface and continue being unimportant. Mu Yao said, a sound instinct. Stay quiet anyway. Wei Han pressed 2 fingers into the grooves and looked back at Shen Yue with naked excitement. The manual wasn't some isolated heresy scribbled by a mad pit corpse. It's a branch, a surviving fragment of a formal system. Siege command architecture. Shen Yue looked along the wall and imagined thousands moving under signals like these. Not mob violence. Not desperate improvisation. Design pressure. Ordered encirclement. The thought rearranged old assumptions inside him. If the manual had once belonged to something larger, then the sect story that buried it as demonic accident had been alive from the root. What else had been cut away? He touched the bronze tally through his robe. The metal warmed, then warmed more. Shen Yue sucked in a breath. The tally was reacting, not to him alone, to the wall. Red gold lines flashed for 1 heartbeat beneath the plastered grooves, bright enough to throw shadows across the corridor. The lamp flame bent toward the stone. Dust leaped from the cracks. Mu Yao seized his wrist at once. Enough. The warmth vanished. Too late to prevent the cost. Pain lanced through his core like a heated nail driven upward. He doubled over, 1 palm on the wall. Wei Han caught the lamp before it hit the floor. You idiot, Mu Yao snapped under her breath. Every ancient thing you touch tries to answer. Have you considered refusing occasionally? He coughed once and tasted cinders. The tally responded on its own. And you leaned into it. Fair. The runner made a tiny noise of despair. I knew I should have become a scribe. Wei Han ignored all of them and kept scraping. More of the old wall emerged. A command ladder. Flank route symbols. Then a phrase in battle script sharp enough to survive ages under plaster. Holds when outnumbered. Shen Yue stared. The words were not the same as the title he had given his life in private, but close enough to make his pulse change. Mu Yao saw it and softened, just slightly. What is it? He touched the carved phrase with 2 fingers. Proof, he said. Not of victory. Of lineage. Of intention. Someone had built this logic. Someone had trained it. Someone had buried it well enough that a mind skeleton became his first teacher. That meant others might have pieces too, or reasons to kill anyone who found them. Footsteps sounded above. Not 1 pair. Several. The registry runner nearly fainted standing up. Wei Han extinguished the lamp with his sleeve. Darkness slammed in around them. Overhead, voices crossed the landing grate. Storage below? Only old maintenance brick. General's office wants the subfloor checked before the solo stage. Who faces people? Shen Yue pressed himself against the carved wall and felt the old sigil cooling under his palm. The footsteps lingered, then moved on. When they were gone, Wei Han relit the lamp with shaking fingers and an ecstatic grin. We are definitely stealing a rubbing of this. Mu Yao glared at him. We are definitely leaving before the prince has to retrieve your body from a construction trench. They compromised by taking quick paper impressions and 1 broken chip of plaster where a later repair had already loosened the original line. As they climbed back toward the surface, Shen Yue looked once over his shoulder into the dark below. The arena no longer felt like neutral ground. It felt like an old battlefield pretending to be a test. Chapter 45. The first trial stage was called the Lone Reed Examination. Everything about the name was designed to flatter the capital's preferred myth. 1 man, 1 court, 1 clean display of individual excellence. The arena floor had been swept until the pale stone gleamed. Candidate platforms ringed the outer bowl like carved petals. Noble banners stirred above the stands where sponsors watched with lacquered calm. No crowds. No teams. No excuses. Shen Yue understood the insult as soon as he stepped onto the waiting platform. This stage had not been built for him. Or rather, it had been built with men like him in mind and arranged to make their strengths look like defects. Wei Han, from the lower spectator rail, said what Shen Yue was already thinking. They've isolated the entrance by challenge lot. Short bouts, clean spacing, quick resets. They want solo brilliance and stable chi signatures. How very boring. Mu Yao adjusted the wrap at Shen Duan's wrist one final time and looked up at him. You don't need to dominate the stage. You need to survive the design without letting it define you. That sounds suspiciously like wisdom. I resent your tone. Across the arena, Lu Xun and the academy scholars sat with the exam scribes, expressions sharpened into official neutrality. Marquis Gu Facin occupied the sponsor dais beneath a Black River standard, speaking easily with two armored commanders while missing nothing below. Prince Ning stood farther back, deliberately less visible and somehow therefore more significant. The herald's voice rolled out over the stone. First sequence. Pair challenges by draw. Yield, incapacitation, or ring displacement determines result. Shen Duan looked at the polished ring and felt a rare, specific irritation. No terrain, no bystanders, no pressure not to work. One-on-one, clean as a preacher's dream. His first opponent was a spear disciple from the Eastern Academies who moved with textbook precision and enough banner pulse leakage to make the air around the spearhead hum. The man bowed. Shen Duan bowed back. The signal chime rang. The duel lasted 13 breaths. Shen Duan lost the center on the fifth. Not from fear. From absence. The besieged heaven manual gave him little here beyond hard-earned instincts, and the sturdier body furnace core had forged. Without converging hostility, his path felt like a hall built for an army and inhabited by one man. Useful in pieces. Incomplete in total. The spear disciple saw the weakness and drove it hard, never overcommitting, keeping distance, forcing clean exchanges. Shen Duan yielded on the edge of displacement rather than take the spear point through his shoulder. The stands murmured. Not mockery. Worse. Confirmation. Lu Xun made a note without expression. Scholar Peng leaned to say something behind his sleeve. On the noble tiers, a few observers already looked away toward the next polished prospect. Shen Duan stepped off the ring with his jaw tight and his thoughts colder than anger. Mu Yao met him at the rail with water. You didn't lose badly. I lost correctly. That's more annoying. Wei Han was already pacing. They expected your type to fail the purity test. Fine. Then ruin the purity test. Prince Ning joined them with the economy of a man who disliked wasting steps. There is a repechage bracket for disrupted pairings and challenge irregularities. Most candidates avoid it because it turns messy. Messy may suit you. Shen Duan looked up. Irregularities how? The prince's mouth twitched. Conflicts over draw legitimacy. Interrupted matches. Multi-party grievance challenges. The academy keeps the bracket to prevent noble feuds from becoming private wars in the corridors. Shen Duan understood at once. Not fair duels. Entangled disputes. Social pressure. He looked back toward the staging lanes where candidates in house colors watched one another with all the petty malice and ambition of young cultivators asked to rank themselves publicly. Noble sons glared at rival schools. Sponsored talents resented independent entrants. One red-sashed pair was already arguing over a tampered lot token. There. The capital had brought him to a solo stage and forgotten that pride clustered faster than soldiers. His first defeat stopped being a wound and became information. How many grievance slots before the bracket fills? He asked. Prince Ning's eyes sharpened. 3, perhaps 4, before the examiner's lock order. Mu Yao heard the change in Shen Duan's voice and sighed. There it is. The look. What look? The one that says other people's arrogance is about to become your ladder. He walked straight past her to the staging lanes. The first argument he found involved a noble youth in white crane silk accusing a rough-cloaked border entrant of brushmark tampering. Neither was wrong enough to satisfy the officials. Both were too proud to let the matter go. Shen Duan stepped between them. You two look lonely. The noble youth stared. Who asked you? No one. That's why I'm useful. The border entrant narrowed his eyes. This doesn't concern you. It does if one of you intends to file grievance and the other intends to answer with family standing. The noble youth straightened. My standing is sufficient. Shen Duan smiled thinly. Then prove it beside witnesses instead of behind scribes. That touched exactly the raw place he wanted. Humiliation. Public challenge. The noble youth's companions closed in. The border entrant's 2 caravan friends stepped up too, not trusting anyone in crane silk. 3 angles. Then 5. Then more as other waiting candidates turned to watch. The manual stirred. Not fully. Enough. Good. An examiner rushed over, exasperated. Dispute parties to the grievance rail. Now. Shen Duan spread his hands. Excellent. Include me. The examiner blinked. On what basis? They've both insulted my faith in orderly competition. Somewhere behind him, Wei Han made a strangled sound of admiration. The examiner should have thrown him out. Instead, the growing knot of young nobles, caravan sponsors, and offended candidates made the easiest path the procedural one. Multi-party grievance. Repechage bracket. Perfect. By the time the chime called the irregular sequence, Shen Yue stood in a triangular ring marked for three-way, adjudicated combat. One noble youth. One border entrant. Shen Yue. Around them, the offended companions of each party packed the rails close enough that hostility brushed Shen Yue's skin like dry reeds before fire. There. At last. The lone reed examination had broken its own shape. The signal sounded. The noble youth lunged for the border entrant first, exactly as pride demanded. Shen Yue did not interfere. He let them collide, let the ring accumulate grudge, noise, accusation, and the sharpened attention of 20 young idiots who all thought public offense mattered more than breath. Then the border entrant's friend shouted that Shen Yue had manipulated the whole thing. The noble youth's companions agreed instantly. Hostility converged. The besieged heaven manual opened in the clean heart of the capital's pure solo test, and Shen Yue smiled as the polished arena finally became a battlefield honest enough for him to use. Chapter 46. The noble youth swung first, exactly as if the arena had been built to honor his temper. His spear-thin sword flashed silver in the winter light, aimed not at Shen Yue, but at the border entrant, whose caravan cloak still smelled of horse sweat and river dust. Shen Yue moved only when the second line of hostility hit him from the rails above. There, companions shouting, insults landing, sponsor pride curdling into stake. The besieged heaven manual flared through furnace core, not with the ravine's brutal force, but with an almost eager clarity. The polished arena became layered at once. The ring was only the center. The real field was the grievance web hanging over it. Noble friends leaning over the rail, caravan brothers cursing from the lower steps, examiners bristling because procedure had been mocked in public. The noble youth lunged again. Shen Yue shifted one half-step and let the attack skim past his sleeve into the border entrant's raised guard. Steel screeched. The border entrant snarled and kicked back. Good. Let them commit to each other before remembering him. He circled left, not attacking yet, just shaping the triangle. The examiner's rod cracked against the edge rail. All parties remain within ring conduct. Then tell your crane pup to stop preening with steel. The border entrant spat. Laughter came from the wrong section of the stands. More hostility. More lines. The noble youth's companions began shouting that Shen Yue was hiding. The caravan supporters shouted back that he was the only one fighting with both eyes open. 3 sect-born entrants in the waiting lane moved closer to watch and started arguing whether the grievance bracket should count toward sponsor scoring. Perfect. Shen Yue let the pressure build until the ring itself felt too small to hold it. Then he struck. He drove straight between the 2 other fighters at the exact moment they both committed to broad attacks, taking a sword edge along one forearm and a glancing punch to the ribs in exchange for position. He seized the border entrant's cloak knot and the noble youth's scabbard mouth together and twisted hard. The 2 men crashed shoulder to shoulder. The crowd shouted. The manual drank it. The noble youth jerked back furious, convinced Shen Yue had made him clumsy. The border entrant drove in low, convinced Shen Yue had chosen a side. Shen Yue chose neither. He used the ring's own grievance geometry. Every step forced one man into the other man's line. Every shouted warning from the rails only added sharper intent to the web. The border entrant tried to break free and reset. Shen Yue slapped his wrist aside, then kicked the noble youth's knee just enough to make the next sword cut rise too high. The blade chopped nothing but air while the border entrant's shoulder smashed into its owner's chest. 2 breaths later, the border entrant hit the ring stones on his back. 1 breath after that, the noble youth stumbled over him. Shen Yue was already there, one hand on each shoulder, using their anger against itself. He shoved both down and stepped back exactly as the displacement gong rang. The arena fell into a strange little silence. Then the lower stands broke first, not cheering, laughing, because the capital loved nothing more than watching confidence peel off someone else's face. The noble youth sprang up red with fury. He manipulated the challenge. The examiner, exhausted beyond morality, snapped back. Then do not become so manipulable. Wei Han folded forward against the rail, laughing openly. Mu Yao pressed 2 fingers to her brow, as if deciding whether to be proud or annoyed. Prince Ning settled for mild approval. You see? Riverglass provides suitable numbers if one irritates it correctly. The repechage result did more than keep Shen Yue in the trial. It made him visible. By evening, invitation slips began arriving. Tea with lesser sponsors. Supper at this or that estate. A poetry viewing from a family that clearly had no interest in poetry and every interest in attaching itself early to a rising name with spectacular controversy attached. The third invitation was frank enough to earn Shen Yue's respect. It came on perfumed paper from House Liao, who Seal Wei Han recognized at once. Old money, the scholar said. 2 river ports. 1 examination branch. Daughters reputed to be accomplished, sons reputed to be expensive. Mu Yao took the paper from him and read the central line aloud in a dry voice. In light of your unusual public momentum, House Liao would welcome discussion of strategic alliance, matrimonial or otherwise. She set the slip down with dangerous care. How efficient. Shen Yue blinked. I thought they wanted tea. They do. With dowry tables. That night they attended only because Prince Ning insisted refusing too quickly would close doors before showing who had opened them. House Liao's garden pavilion glowed amber over the river. Servants moved silently. Incense smoke drifted sweet as fraud. Their daughters were indeed accomplished, though one wanted a war reputation and the other wanted an obedient husband with a headline attached. Neither wanted Shen Yue. They wanted what he might become. He understood that by the second cup. The house patriarch smiled over warmed wine. A man of your force should not remain rootless. Riverglass prizes those who bind themselves properly. Mu Yao sat one place to Shen Yue's left in healer's blue and went very still. There it was. The capital's polished version of ownership. Shen Yue set down his cup. And if I prefer to bind myself where my consent arrives before the contract. The table went quiet. The patriarch recovered first. Young people often confuse feeling for structure. Mu Yao's expression did not change. Only the stem of her wine cup cracked under her fingers with a soft, neat sound. Shen Yue looked at the broken cup, then at her hand, then back at House Liao. He made his choice with sudden clarity. Then your structure is poorly built, he said. I did not cross a burning frontier to become decorative in a river garden. He stood. Mu Yao rose with him. Outside the pavilion, the winter air smelled of reeds and cold current. They walked half the bridge before either spoke. Then Mu Yao said, decorative would have lasted 3 days before your mouth ruined the arrangement. Shen Yue looked over at her. Lantern light from the pavilion caught in the loose strands of hair near her temple. You broke the cup. It offended me. The patriarch or the daughter? She gave him a sidelong look sharp enough to carve bark. The assumption. He knew which assumption. That he could be placed, priced, married into obedience. That the people beside him might simply be part of the package. He leaned both forearms on the bridge rail and looked down at the black water moving under the city lamps. I did not consider it, he said. Good. The answer came too fast to be careless. He turned. Mu Yao was already looking away toward the river, but not before he caught the color touching the edge of her ear. For a rare moment, Shen Yue did not reach for mockery as cover. Good, he said quietly. She did not answer. She did not move away either. Chapter 47. The border village had not finished burning when Gu Faison arrived to grieve over it. Prince Ning's carriage wheels sprayed mud over charred fence rails as they came in behind the Marquis' outriders. The village sat 3 hours west of Riverglass on a low rise above the reed marshes. By the time Shen Yue reached it with Mu Yao and Wei Han, smoke still curled from collapsed thatch and the wet ground stank of ash, blood, and burned millet. Soldiers were already everywhere. Too many, Shen Yue thought at once. Not for defense, for arrangement. Bodies had been lined in rows beneath canvas. Survivors were grouped in 1 yard with blankets and guards. Half the lane had already been trampled flat by official boots. Evidence bled fastest under organization. Gu Faison stood in the center of it all in dark armor with no helm, speaking softly to a kneeling old man while attendants took notes. He looked stricken in the perfect measure a good public general should. Angry enough to promise action. Controlled enough to embody state. The performance was excellent. That was Shen Yue's first warning. His second warning came from the smell. The burned grain stores had gone up too hot, too fast. Spirit accelerant. Not the rough lamp oil raiders usually used when hitting isolated villages for panic and plunder. Mu Yao knelt by a body row before anyone asked permission. This one was cut after death. Wei Han, beside a collapsed gate, lifted a broken arrow shaft from the mud. And this one was planted. Shen Yue crossed to him. The shaft was fletched in border state blue, exactly the kind of thing a raiding party from across the frontier should have carried. Too exact. You sure? Wei Han handed it over. No marsh muck in the notch. No burnt singe. It landed after the fire. Whoever staged the scene thought in color before physics. There it was. Not proof, but enough to put a bad taste in certainty. Gu Faison saw them, then, and came over with the easy stride of a man who owned ground wherever he stood. Shen Yue. He looked past him to Mu Yao and Wei Han. You came quickly. Smoke invites curiosity. The Marquis's eyes flicked once to the arrow in Shen Duan's hand. And your curiosity finds what? Shen Duan held the shaft loosely. That someone wanted us all to know exactly whom to blame. For the first time, Gu Feisen's warmth cooled a degree. Do you imply the dead arranged themselves? No. Too direct. Too soon. Lan Shui's voice echoed in memory. Accusing a hero without proof is suicide. So Shen Duan answered with another truth. I imply whoever did this understood spectators. Gu Feisen studied him, then nodded as if granting a point to a lesser but promising player. On that we agree. Which is why these murders cannot go unanswered. The neighboring border states probe us through soft villages because they think riverglass grows decadent. They need correction. He turned, gesturing toward the body rows, the smoke, the grieving survivors. Every angle framed him with loss. Again, too good. Shen Duan looked past him to the village well. No bucket rope lay tangled nearby. Odd. In a genuine raid, someone always tried the well first. Fire or no fire, panic ran to water. He walked there without asking leave. The stones around the well were dry, not untouched, recently scrubbed. Someone had cleaned around the lip before the Marquis arrived. Mu Yao joined him carrying a bloody cloth she had taken from a wound table. Powder burns on 2 of the dead. Military powder, not raider kind. She kept her voice low. Shen Duan looked at the cloth. Fine black residue mixed in the blood. Too tidy. Too prepared. Gu Feisen's adjutant barked for all visiting exam candidates to remain away from survivor questioning. Another sign. Control the story first, then let outrage travel. Shen Duan's jaw tightened. There was a girl by the survivor blankets with half her hair burned off and both hands shaking so hard she could not hold the broth cup given to her. One soldier pushed her back each time she tried to point toward the west patties. Witness being managed. He moved before thinking through all the consequences, because of course he did. Prince Ning caught his sleeve too late. Shen Duan. He was already walking toward the girl. The soldier blocking her looked up, annoyed. Restricted. Shen Duan took the broth cup from the man's hand and gave it to the girl himself. What did you see? The soldier reached for his arm. Bad choice. Shen Duan shook him off without even turning. The girl's eyes darted toward Gu Feisen's banners, then back to the west patties. They came from there after the first fire. Not from the border road. From the marsh side. They wore our colors first, then changed. The soldier hissed, child shock. Mu Yao appeared at Shen Duan's shoulder. If she were in shock, she would repeat sound before direction. She is tracking memory. Gu Feisen's adjutant was on them now, face rigid. Step away from controlled survivors. There it was. Too fast. Too forceful. Prince Ning arrived in time to stop the moment from becoming a brawl. Controlled? The prince asked softly. That is an unfortunate word in front of the bereaved. The adjutant bowed stiffly. Gu Feisen himself rejoined them with no sign of irritation beyond a slight tightening near the eyes. Emotions are high. We all want truth. Shen Duan looked at him, then let her finish. For one dangerous breath, the village held still around them. Smoke, mud, ash on snowmelt water. Soldiers waiting for the Marquis to define the allowable version of grief. Gu Feisen smiled again. Of course, he said. The girl flinched and fell silent anyway. That told Shen Duan more than if she had spoken. Fear of the wrong ear was in the village already. On the ride back to Riverglass, the marsh wind cut wet and mean across the road. Prince Ning kept his carriage curtains open despite the cold. You saw something, he said. Shen Duan looked out at the reed beds going gray under evening. I saw a massacre prepared for witnesses. Chapter 48. Lan Shui listened without interrupting once. That was how Shen Duan knew she was worried. Most people cut in when they thought he was about to say something reckless. Lan Shui, when truly alarmed, let him finish first so she could estimate the full size of the disaster. They met in a records terrace overlooking Riverglass's East Canal. Night fog had begun to creep over the water, carrying the smell of silt, fish scales, and coal smoke from a dozen kitchen districts. Lamps moved below like floating embers along the barges. Mu Yao sat nearby sorting burned salves from the village in silence. Wei Han had taken over a clerk desk without permission and was comparing arrow shafts to procurement slips with the zeal of a devout heretic. When Shen Duan finished describing the scrubbed well stones, planted arrows, powder residue, and terrified survivor, Lan Shui folded her hands inside her sleeves. And your conclusion? That Gu Feisen either staged the attack or shaped its evidence after the fact. She closed her eyes for one breath. Good. I wanted to hear whether you understood how insane that sounds aloud. He leaned on the terrace rail. Truth does not care whether it sounds loyal. Truth cares whether it survives the telling. She stepped closer, voice low and precise. Gu Feisen is not Lu Renshu in a fur collar. He is a war hero. He feeds garrisons. He sponsors the trial. He has border victories sung in temple courtyards. If you accuse him now, without a chain of proof so hard it could anchor a bridge, you do not just lose credibility. You hand him the right to define you as a dangerous slanderer from the frontier. Mu Yao spoke without looking up from her salve jars. She's right. Shen Duan didn't like hearing that from either of them. Wei Han, to his credit, sided with evidence rather than preference. Also right. I have suggestive irregularities, not proof. Procurement powder mismatches. Fletching quality. Too much logistic neatness. Enough to interest me. Not enough to hang a marquee. Lan Shui took one of the recovered arrow shafts from the desk and turned it in the lamplight. A hero can survive one inconsistency. He can survive 5 if his enemies are less beloved than he is. What he cannot survive is contradiction tied to motive, tied to witness, tied to material chain. That is what we need. Shen Duan looked down at the canal. Somewhere below, 2 barge haulers were cursing one another over mooring rights. The sound was ordinary enough to hurt. He hated waiting when people were dead. That was part of the flaw too. Not just rushing into fights. Rushing toward moral clarity before structure could hold it. Then where do we start? He asked. Lan Shui set the arrow down. His logistics. Wei Han brightened at once like a man hearing the gates of heaven were built from ledgers. At last, a serious conversation. Prince Ning arrived halfway through the discussion carrying 2 rolled route maps and 1 sealed note from the Marquis's office inviting Shen Duan to a memorial banquet, honoring frontier resolve. The invitation itself was information. He's drawing you in, Ning said. Or measuring how close I came to seeing the bones under the cloth. The prince gave him an approving glance. Good. Attend. Mu Yao looked up sharply. Attend. If Gu Feisan is shaping a narrative, absence concedes him the room. Lan Shui nodded reluctantly. Go. Smile where needed. Listen everywhere. Shen Duan took the invitation and broke the seal. The banquet was tomorrow. Sponsor dais. Trial participants. Border survivors. Public mourning and private alliance making under the same roof. He could already smell the lies. Fine, he said. I go. Mu Yao rose and crossed to him, wiping salve oil from her fingertips onto a cloth. Then you go with a script. I hate scripts. Which is why you need one. She planted both hands on the terrace rail, caging him there with expression alone. You do not accuse. You do not challenge. You do not spit truth into a room built to turn truth into spectacle. You ask small questions, and remember who answers too smoothly. Lan Shui added. Watch which officers avoid discussing route timings. Watch which survivors are seated closest to Gu Feisan's own men. Watch who drinks when border retaliation is mentioned. Prince Ning unrolled 1 route map across the clerk desk. And before the banquet, we inspect the marsh roads through procurement records. If a false raid force came from the West Paddies, someone moved them there with supply cover. The strategy settled into place. Not satisfying. Useful. Exactly the kind of thing Shen Duan never wanted when blood was fresh. That was why he forced himself to accept it. Mu Yao stepped back, apparently done trapping him against the rail. One more thing, she said. What? If some noble daughter tries to compliment your tragic intensity at the banquet, smile once and keep moving. Wei Han looked up from his slips. Interesting. Territorial. Mu Yao threw the oily cloth at his face. For a brief, ridiculous moment, everyone in the terrace room almost laughed. Then a runner arrived from the lower arena with the next trial notice. Stage 2. Labyrinth engagement. Team assigned by draw. Betrayal allowances under sponsor challenge rules. Wei Han snatched the notice, scanned it, and grinned with open malice. At last, a test written by honest degenerates. Shen Duan looked at the trial notice, then at the marsh route map, then at the banquet invitation in his hand. 3 fronts opening at once. Good. Crowded problems were still the ones he understood best. Chapter 49. The labyrinth smelled of wet stone, lamp soot, and expensive sabotage. Stage 2 lay beneath the western arena terraces, built from old siege corridors refaced into a trial maze elegant enough to impress nobles and vicious enough to satisfy gamblers. Walls of black-green stone rose higher than 2 men. Channel water ran in narrow trenches under graded crossings. Bronze mirrors set at certain turns bounced torchlight into false exits and bright blind corners. Candidates were assigned into temporary teams of 4 by lot. Temporary was the important word. The rules, read aloud with ritual calm by the herald, allowed betrayal after first marker capture if sponsor disputes, strategic incompatibility, or mutual advancement conflict arose. In other words, the academy had legalized treachery and called it educational. Shen Duan's assigned group looked like a joke invented by a hostile clerk. A pearl-sashed noble spearwoman named Su Lin, who had already informed everyone she disliked frontier unpredictability. a heavy axe cultivator from the northern quarries called Han Bo, who trusted force and very little else. A smiling talisman girl named Ren Meichi, whose eyes moved like a gambler counting exits. And Shen Duan, Wei Han, outside the entry rail, leaned in and said, "Prediction. One of them sells you, one of them misjudges you, and one may prove delightfully practical." Mu Yao tightened the wrist wrap on Shen Duan's left hand. "Do not let practical stab you from behind. That advice seems broad." "That's because I expect broad need." The gong sounded. Teams entered. Inside the labyrinth, sound changed first. The crowd above became a dull sea roar, filtered through stone. Footsteps doubled off the walls. Torch smoke flattened under the low ceiling turns. Every corner smelled slightly different. Iron-rich damp, old moss, stale oil, the faint medicinal tang of ceiling paste where newer stones had been mortared onto older foundations. Shen Duan felt the old substructure beneath it all immediately. The military roots under the trial. Pressure ran here in channels older than the Academy's games. Not active formations exactly. More like remembered pathways for group motion, flanking pressure, kill funnels. His furnace core hummed against them. Su Lin noticed his gaze on the walls and misread it. "Do not lag behind admiring masonry," she said. "We take the first marker, then decide usefulness." Han Bo spat into the trench water. "No deciding. We move. Anyone slows, I carry them or leave them." Ren Meichi smiled at all three men, as if they were interesting cards already half-turned. How comforting to be surrounded by delicacy. They reached the first marker chamber without conflict because everyone else nearby was still pretending team draws meant cooperation. The marker itself hung over a shallow reflecting pool in the center of a four-way junction, a bronze token suspended by chains above black water. Too open, too visible. Shen Duan stopped at the threshold. Trap. Ren Meichi tilted her head. No. Worse. Opportunity. She was right. Two other teams were already converging from left and rear corridors, and the moment they saw Shen Duan's mixed group, hesitation became calculation. Sponsors wanted results. Results wanted betrayal. The marker chamber was the kind of place ambitious fools believe they could own. Su Lin stepped forward with her spear level. "We take center." Shen Duan caught the shaft near the butt and held it. She stared at him in outrage. "Let them commit first," he said. "I don't take orders from crowd trash. Then take advice from geometry." She yanked her spear free. The left team entered the chamber at a run. The rear team came slower, already trying to read whether Shen Duan's group would hold or fracture. Pressure braided through the junction. Sponsor stakes, personal pride, temporary alliances, old grudge from waiting lines above. Not enough yet for the manual to dominate. Enough to taste. Han Bo laughed once and hefted his axe. Now this is a trial. The left team's front man lunged for the hanging marker. Shen Duan still did not move. He watched where everyone else aimed first. Marker. Center tile. Pool edge. Each ambition traced a line. Then Ren Meichi betrayed them exactly on schedule. Her talisman slipped from her sleeve and burst into pale smoke at Han Bo's feet, not to hurt him, but to blind his first step and make him collide with Su Lin's advance. Su Lin cursed and spun, convinced Han Bo had shoved her. Han Bo roared and answered with the butt of his axe. There. The first fracture. Shen Duan moved at once. He kicked the center chain instead of grabbing the marker. The bronze token swung hard into the left team's reaching hands, knocking one candidate shoulder deep into the pool and slapping another backward into the rear team's front rank. Noise exploded. The manual opened wider. Now the chamber had enough hatred in it to feed him properly. He slid through Su Lin and Han Bo's half-formed quarrel and struck the side wall with his palm. Not an attack. A claim. Furnace core sent a red-gold pulse through the old corridor seams. For one breath, the labyrinth's buried pressure routes lit inside his senses like lines on a map. Not this chamber only. Adjacent turns. Watch points. Choke bends. Every team nearby, as a moving knot of intent. A living map. The insight hit so hard, he nearly stopped breathing. This was the next door beyond Furnace Core's shelter trick. Not just turning enemy formation into shield. Walking pressure across connected structures. Using converging hostility to read the battlefield as one organism. The cost hit with it. His vision doubled. Blood ran warm from one nostril. The old arena roots under the maze bit back against his channels, ancient and indifferent. No time. He seized the new understanding anyway. Han Bo left, he barked. The quarryman swung on instinct, smashing the rear team's lead attacker as he emerged from the side bend. Su Lin above. Her spear flashed up and knocked the chainborne marker away from a diving candidate. Ren Meichi, if you betray me again before the next turn, I'll sell your own smile back to you. She laughed and threw 3 talismans into the retreat corridor instead of his spine. Interesting. She preferred profitable allies to immediate chaos. Good enough. Shen Yue moved through the chamber like he had already seen the next 5 breaths from all directions. Not prophecy. Structure. 3 rival teams had converged too greedily and become anchors for one another's hostility. He walked those anchors through the maze by provoking, redirecting, and timing impact. One pursuit line chased Su Lin into a false mirror turn and collided with another team, rushing the sound. Han Bo blocked a bridge not because Shen Yue told him forcefully, but because Shen Yue insulted his pride hard enough that he had to prove he could. Rin Meiqi scattered bait talismans in a retreat lane, then watched with delighted malice as 2 sponsor sons accused each other of theft and drew half the pursuers off course. The labyrinth became his. Not owned. Read. At the central crossing of the second ring, 4 teams converged at once under a hanging torch wheel. Shen Yue reached the threshold and felt the full pattern lock. Pressure from every hostile side connected through the old siege corridors into one coherent field. He stepped into the center and understood. Banner pulse. The breakthrough came not as heat like furnace core, but as resonance. The labyrinth walls thrummed. Torch flames bent outward from him. Water in the trench channels rippled in concentric rings. Every hostile knot within 2 corridor lengths struck his senses as a banner point, a pressure standard planted in space and linked by intent. He could walk the links. Not simply sense encirclement. Command its rhythm. He inhaled, and every team's motion around the crossing sharpened into banners in a storm. Pull that one. Delay that one. Break that one against the corner where old military stone remembered the crush of men. He moved. The crossing erupted. Candidates slammed into one another from bad angles they swore should have been clear. Pursuers found their feet dragged into channels by enemy weight. Marker tokens swung through torch smoke and landed at Shen Yue's feet because every other hand reached a blink too late. He caught one, then another, while the whole second ring of the labyrinth shouted confusion. The cost nearly dropped him where he stood. Banner pulse tore through his meridians like taut wire being played by a giant's hand. Sound became too sharp. Hostility too bright. For 6 terrible breaths, he could hear not just movement, but intent humming in the stone. And if Mu Yao had not later driven 3 needles into the back of his neck, he might have stayed trapped in that unbearable clarity until his mind split. But for that one sequence, the maze belonged to him. When the stage gong sounded and surviving teams were called back to the upper court, Shen Yue walked out carrying 2 markers and enough of the labyrinth's pressure map in his head to redraw it from memory. The Academy scholars were not laughing anymore. Chapter 50 xianxia won his match without touching anyone. That was the first thing Shen Yue noticed. The second was that no one could quite explain how it had happened. Stage 2's surviving candidates had been brought to the upper arena balconies for score announcement, while the final side brackets played out below. Shen Yue sat on a stone bench with Mu Yao's needles still cooling the aftershocks of banner pulse from the base of his neck. Every pulse beat a little too loudly in his ears. Every voice in the stands still carried traces of intention bright enough to scrape. Banner pulse had opened the world wider. It had also made shutting it out difficult. Don't look at everyone at once, Mu Yao murmured while adjusting one needle. Choose one sound and ignore the rest. Useful advice in a city. You're welcome. Wei Han was sketching the labyrinth from Shen Yue's muttered recollections when a strange hush moved through the lower court. Not the roar that followed dramatic violence. A sharper, tighter silence. Confused money. Shen Yue looked down. The lower ring held only 3 figures. One broad-shouldered axe candidate breathing hard near the center. One whip user by the outer rail with a bloody lip. And one slender man in plain dark mask and ash-gray robes standing almost casually near the score pillar. No obvious wounds. No showy weapon. No wasted movement. The masked man had to be xianxia. One of Gu Faison's staff examiners was already calling the result. Whip candidate disqualified by pre-filed contract breach. Axe candidate ring claim void under marker dispute. Remaining claimant, xianxia, advances. The crowd broke into angry murmurs. The whip user shouted first. He never fought. xianxia inclined his head just enough to acknowledge noise without accepting it. His voice, when he spoke, was soft and unhurried. You signed the side wager before witnesses. Clause 7 barred external interference. Your cousin shouted lane advice during active exchange. I merely reported the breach. The whip user turned on the stands where, indeed, a mortified cousin was trying to disappear behind a sponsor banner. The axe candidate slammed one fist into his own palm. And my claim, xianxia glanced at the score pillar. You seized the wrong token under false assumption because someone altered your route chalk. That is unfortunate. The rule remains. Someone, the axeman roared. You bribed the chalk boy. xianxia spread one hand. Can you prove that? No triumph. No sneer. Just precision. That was what set Shen Yue on edge. Most dangerous men wanted witnesses to fear them. xianxia wanted witnesses to fear uncertainty. Wei Han had stopped drawing. Interesting, he whispered, and for once the word held no delight. Prince Ning, arriving at the balcony just in time to hear the result, followed Shen Yue's gaze downward. You found the one man in this city who treats rules as concealed blades. Shen Yue did not answer. He watched xianxia leave the court through the side gate, while the other two men argued with exam officials. No one surrounded him. No one hated him directly enough. That was the problem. The besieged heaven manual fed on converging hostile intent. xianxia moved through proxies, clauses, and engineered missteps. If he killed, it would be by making a friend stand in the wrong place, a scribe write the wrong mark, a cousin shout at the wrong time. How do you corner a man who never steps into the center of the hatred he makes? Mu Yao saw the shape of Shen Yue's thought before he spoke it. No, she said. I didn't say anything. You don't need to. Your eyebrows have started planning violence. Prince Ning folded his hands behind his back. xianxia has no great house behind him. That is why he had to become this. Gu Feisin uses him occasionally where deniability is worth more than spectacle. There. Another thread. Shen Yue looked at the prince. Occasionally, Ning's expression remained mild. A man like Yin is most useful when no one can prove how often he exists. Below, the whip user was still shouting that he had been robbed. No one listened. The officials had the rule text in hand. The score had moved on. The capital excelled at converting outrage into paperwork. Shen Yue stood despite Mu Yao's hand on his sleeve. Where are you going? To see how a man like that walks when he thinks he's unseen. Wei Han rose too quickly, stuffing the labyrinth sketch into his sleeve. I object only if I am excluded. Mu Yao muttered something unflattering about both their deaths, then gathered her medical case and followed because she knew objection would not beat momentum once it reached Shen Yue's shoulders. They caught xianxia in the registry colonnade behind the lower arena, where old cypress shadows cut the lantern light into long bars across the paving stones. The masked man stood alone beside a notice board reading sponsor objections with the detached attention of someone checking weather patterns. Shen Yue stopped 10 paces away. You want to fight by making other people break rules. xianxia looked over. His eyes behind the mask were dark and very steady. No, he said. I won by noticing which rules they were already eager to break. Wei Han made an offended little sound of appreciation. Shen Yue took another step. That makes you either a coward or an artist. Must the categories quarrel? The answer almost made Shen Yue smile. Almost. You've been around Gu Feisin's people, he said. Not a question. xianxia glanced at Prince Ning, then back. Many people have. You like fighting without hostility. I like fighting after hostility has already made everyone stupid. That line landed harder than the rest. Because it was close to truth. Because it threatened kinship where Shen Yue did not want it. Mu Yao spoke for the first time, her tone flat and surgical. Men who hide behind indirection always call themselves realistic. xianxia inclined his head toward her, acknowledging the blade in the sentence. And men who stand in the center of every knife always call themselves necessary. Shen Yue felt Banner Pulse stir unpleasantly at that. The masked man had not attacked, had not threatened, yet he had found the weak seam in one line. Good, Shen Yue thought. Better to know it early. Will you enter the next stage the same way? He asked. xianxia reached up and smoothed the edge of his plain mask where the cord touched his cheek. If stronger men insist on bringing their flaws with them, why should I fight honestly enough to interrupt? Then he stepped aside and let a registry pair carrying score tablets pass between them, using common movement itself as a break in the conversation. By the time the pair had gone, he was already halfway down the colonnade, neither fleeing nor lingering, just departing at the angle least likely to gather direct enmity. Shen Yue did not chase. Not because he didn't want to, because chasing would give Yin exactly what he had avoided, simple hostility with a face attached. Prince Ning watched the retreating figure and said, You finally met a man your manual cannot answer by instinct. Shen Yue looked down the long bars of lantern shadow where xianxia had vanished. The city had already shown him proud nobles, bought marriages, staged massacres, buried military architecture, and a trial designed to reward polished deceit. Now it showed him something colder. A threat that could not simply be baited into surrounding him. That meant the next lessons would hurt differently. Chapter 51 Wei Han proved xianxia belonged to Gu Feisin's shadow the way good scholars proved anything important. By insulting 5 records, cross-referencing 3 lies, and becoming so unbearable to a registry clerk that the man finally surrendered a stack of side contract filings just to make the conversation end. The clerk, a thin-faced city functionary with exhausted eyes and a permanent stoop from bowing toward more important men, delivered the final threat himself in the archive lane behind the arena. "I never said the masked candidate belonged to the marquis," he whispered for the third time. Wei Han smiled with the benevolence of a snake being fed. "Of course not. You merely admitted that candidate Yan's challenged surety's route through a courier trust used by military discretionary accounts, and that those accounts were personally vouched under a Western command seal." The clerk looked like a man considering whether drowning in his own ink pot might simplify things. Shen Yue leaned against the cold brick wall and watched the man sweat in winter air. "How often does Gu Feisin use him?" "I don't know." Wei Han clicked his tongue. That one was honest. The scholar spread the recovered slips across a crate lid under the alley lantern. "Road indemnity seals. Contract challenge waivers. 2 private escort bonds tied to false names. All small things. All deniable by themselves. Together, they formed what men like Gu Feisin called a pattern, and everyone else called a knife. Yin Silei was not a pupil, not a nephew, not a public retainer. He was an unofficial expense. Shen Yue looked at the neat little chain of payments and understood why the masked man had unsettled him so deeply. Yin fought the way states committed sins. Indirectly. Through paper, timing, and other people's momentum. "Then we don't chase him," Shen Yue said. Mu Yao, who had joined them after tending the border survivors housed near the South Hospice, looked up from washing soot out of her hands. "Good. An intelligent sentence. Write down the date." Wei Han gathered the slips with quick fingers. "No chase? You disappoint me only when you're reasonable." Shen Yue looked toward the river district where Gu Feisin's banners snapped above the western military compound. "Yin only shows when the board already favors him. So we give him a board that lies." Prince Ning's brows rose. "False intelligence. False vulnerability." He laid it out while the alley lamp hissed over them. The village survivor with burned hair had named West Paddies. The well stones had been scrubbed. Mu Yao had found military powder in civilian wounds. None of it was enough. But if Gu Feisin feared those fragments becoming a chain, he would want to know how close they came to the hidden route. "We leak that Wei Han has found a surviving tally log from the marsh storehouse," Shen Yue said. "Not the whole proof. Just enough to suggest someone tied movement numbers to the night of the raid." Wei Han looked almost wounded. "There is no tally log. There will be, if rumor writes quickly enough." Prince Ning nodded slowly. "And if Yin handles the Marquis' off-ledger corrections, he'll move to intercept the log before it reaches anyone who matters." Mu Yao dried her hands and frowned. "What if Gu Feisin sends ordinary officials instead? Then we watch who they report to." Wei Han tapped the contract slips against his palm. "Where do we place the false trail?" Shen Yue smiled without warmth. "In a noble house with too many servants and weak walls. Somewhere gossip flows faster than discipline." By evening, the rumor existed in 3 forms in 3 districts. At a tea stall near the archive towers, Wei Han loudly regretted leaving the marsh allocation tally in the care of a fool. At a riverside clinic, Mu Yao complained within earshot of 2 military wives that some records were too valuable to travel without guard. At House Liao's outer garden, one bribed doorkeeper overheard Prince Ning's servant mention that a border document would be copied after moonrise in the East Registry Annex. None of it was true. That was the point. Shen Yue spent the night on the roof opposite the East Registry Annex with his cloak wrapped tight against the river cold. Frost gathered on the roof tiles. The city below smelled of coal smoke and damp cedar. Beside him, Wei Han held a collapsible brass lens and complained softly every time his fingers went numb. "If no one comes, I shall be offended on principle. Someone will come. Your confidence is the worst blanket." Below them, the annex courtyard looked still. One lantern at the door. One sleepy scribe inside. 2 official night guards warming their hands over a brazier. Nothing moved for the first hour. Then the city changed by a degree only banner pulse made obvious. A courier crossed the outer lane too fast and did not knock. The sleepy scribe inside the annex put his brush down at the same moment a side gate chain went slack. One of the brazier guards straightened, not at a noise, but at an expectation. Not hostility. Preparation. Indirect men announced themselves by making other people ready. Shen Yue touched Wei Han's sleeve once. Now, 2 drunks lurched into the courtyard arguing over gambling debt. One stumbled against the brazier. Coal spilled. The guards cursed and moved to separate them. At the far side gate, a cart rolled in carrying blank registry scrolls. Too many moving pieces for accident. Then the cart driver looked up toward the annex windows, though nothing visible had signaled from there. Yin, Shen Yue thought. Or one of his habits. He did not jump down. That would have ruined the whole point. Instead, he watched. The side gate opened farther. 3 figures in porter wraps slipped inside. One went not toward the archive room, but toward the copied scribe first. Remove witnesses before documents. Efficient. Wei Han peered through the brass lens and whispered. Left porter favors the masked candidate's shoulder line. Shen Yue nodded. Don't lose the right-hand runner either. The false tally had worked, because not only covert cutters moved. One balcony lamp across the lane went dark. Then a carriage crest 3 houses south turned inward instead of taking the river road. Then a young steward from House Liao's outer branch stepped into the alley and pretended to piss against the wall while watching the annex gate with every part of his body. Not Gu Feisen's men only. Noble houses too. Hungry little scavengers circling the possibility of leverage. That was the information Shen Yue had really wanted. The city moved in layers whenever blood and politics touched the same page. Interesting, Wei Han breathed. The Marquis's shadow reaches through half the respectable quarter. Shen Yue's eyes stayed on the annex as the fake porters emerged minutes later carrying a sealed case that did not exist before tonight. One of them gave the tiniest hand signal toward the alley steward from House Liao. There. Connection. He smiled into the frost. He did not need to catch Yin tonight. Watching who leaned when Yin tugged the line was more valuable than grabbing the hand itself. Chapter 52. The refugee child died with military tincture in her lungs. Mu Yao knew it before the body cooled. The girl had been brought into the South Hospice from the border village with ash burns along her neck and a fever that climbed by the hour. By dawn, 3 more villagers showed the same spiral of symptoms. Not smoke sickness, not ordinary wound rot, but a sharp collapse in the channels around the chest and throat, as if something had been smeared into their bandages after the blades. Shen Yue found Mu Yao in the treatment hall, standing over a basin gone black with rinsed dressings. The room smelled of boiled cloth, blood, and the bitter metallic tang of medicine brewed too strong for hope. Frost filmed the lower window panes. Every nearby cot was occupied. Survivors coughed behind hanging screens. Somewhere toward the rear a man was praying in the flat voice of someone who had already spent belief. Mu Yao held up a strip of bloodied cloth with iron tweezers. Smell that? He did. Beneath rot and burned salve lay a bitter trace he knew only because she had drilled him into knowing too many terrible things. Ashvine stabilizer. Not poison by itself, but in the wrong concentration and mixed with smoke-damaged lungs, it turned treatment into slow drowning. Military stock, he asked. She nodded once. Field coagulant cut with ashvine binder. Standard Western campaign issue. I saw it in the mine convoy surgeon kits months ago. On the next cot, the dead girl's mother was still stroking her daughter's hair as if the motion might keep one more thing from stopping. Shen Yue looked away too late. The anger hit clean and immediate. Here was the chain. Not enough for public ruin. Enough for him to want blood now. Mu Yao saw it in his shoulders and said, without softness, not yet. A child just died from quartermaster slime painted into wound care. Yes. The word cracked harder than if she had shouted. And if you charge Gu Feisen's compound this morning because rage finally found a clean target, you turn her into the excuse for your failure. He hated that she was right. Again. She set the tweezers down and moved to the next bed where an old villager coughed red into a cloth. Her hands never stopped working, even while the rest of her seemed carved from one hard line of fury. I need bandage samples from all 4 border survivors, she said. And I need the original field kits issued to the first responding soldiers, not the polished replacements they will show after warning spreads. That will be difficult, Prince Ning said from the doorway. No one had heard him enter. He looked at the dead girl once, then at the basin of black-rinsed dressings, and the old beggar humor left his face entirely. Difficult is just another name for official. Mu Yao wrapped the contaminated dressings in wax cloth. Then be official faster. Ning inclined his head as if taking orders from furious physicians was a routine part of government. Perhaps for him it was. Lan Shui is already pushing for access to first response inventories. Wei Han has 3 names in the Marquis's medical quarter line. Shen Yue can assist by not making the guards decide whether a trial candidate belongs in a detention pit. Shen Yue almost told him where he could put that advice. Then the dead girl's mother spoke without looking up. Did soldiers do this? The treatment hall stilled. Mu Yao did not answer immediately. Good. Truth had edges here. I don't know yet, she said at last. I know someone used a military stock mixture where villagers should never have received it. The mother nodded once. No weeping. No dramatic collapse. Just the kind of contained ruin that made rooms colder. Shen Yue stepped outside before the anger did something stupid with his legs. The hospice courtyard was white with frost and already busy with orderlies hauling water and clerks trying not to slip on the stone. The city beyond the walls carried on as if border dead existed only at a suitable distance for speeches. Wei Han met him by the cistern with 2 tablets and an expression of scholarly malice. "Good news," he said. "Your false marsh tally has borne delightful fruit." House Liao's second branch sent a covert inquiry to one of Gu Feisen's quarter clerks before midnight. Also, one masked porter handed off the non-existent archive case to a military courier who later entered the Western Command Quarter through a service gate. Names. Already copied. Wei Han handed him 1 tablet. Then his face shifted when he saw the answer in Shen Duan's eyes. "What happened?" Shen Duan told him. By the end, Wei Han had stopped making dry little noises and gone quiet in the way he reserved for numbers too ugly to joke at. "Then we have motive pressure now from both directions," the scholar said. "The Marquis needs the village story cleaned for retaliation. Contaminated wound kits threaten not only his narrative, but his supply chain reputation." Mu Yao came into the courtyard carrying the wax-wrapped dressings. She had tied her sleeves tighter and pinned her hair back in a way Shen Duan recognized from the mine. "Battle mode. I'm going to the quartermaster infirmary myself," she said. Shen Duan answered at once. "No." She did not even slow. "Fortunately, I wasn't asking whether your preference approved. If Gu Feisen's people realize you've found the binder, then they already know I am a problem." She stopped close enough that he could see how tired she was under the steadiness. "And I am the only one among us who can look at field kits, residue jars, and triage notes and know which lie was added after the fact." He wanted to argue. He also knew she was right. Again and again, the story kept humiliating certainty in him and leaving usefulness standing beside it wearing Mu Yao's face. "Then you don't go alone," he said. "Agreed." That surprised him enough that his reply died. She saw it and almost smiled. "I know what men like Gu Feisen do to evidence. I'm not foolish. Prince Ning gives me formal escort. Lan Shui gives me writs. You give me one thing only." "What?" "Trust me to survive a room without needing to break it." The line cut and soothed in equal measure. He nodded once. That was all she asked of him. That was also, he realized, among the hardest things anyone had asked yet. Chapter 53. Gu Feisen held the memorial banquet under white banners and warm lanterns. The hall overlooked Riverglass's western canal, where dark water moved under arch bridges bright with morning lamps. Every pillar was wrapped in pale cloth. Every cup was plain lacquer instead of jeweled crystal. The food was simple by noble standards and excellent by any real standard. Grief, Shen Duan thought as he entered, had been budgeted to the last grain. Border survivors sat at the lower tables closest to the musician's alcove, where every noble eye could periodically remember them. Trial candidates occupied the middle rows. Sponsors and officers held the upper end beneath the longest banner. Gu Feisen stood near the center, not above all, just slightly forward of everyone important. Measured humility again. Mu Yao had gone to the quartermaster infirmary with Prince Ning and Lan Shui's writs an hour earlier and had not yet returned. That fact sat like a stone in Shen Duan's ribs all through the formal opening rites. He kept his face still anyway, because tonight he needed not just eyes. He needed patience sharpened into a weapon. The banquet moved through its stages with military grace. Toast to the dead. Toast to vigilance. Toast to national cohesion. Toast to frontier endurance. Each cup tasted of plum smoke and expensive restraint. At Shen Duan's table sat 2 academy candidates who desperately wanted Gu Feisen's notice. One merchant son pretending his family had always cared about border suffering, and Yin Xiliai, who had somehow been seated there without touching the room at all. The masked man raised his cup slightly when Shen Duan noticed him. "I thought you disliked obvious hostility," Shen Duan said. "This seating chart is subtler than it looks." That was probably true. At the high table, Gu Feisen spoke at last. "A village burns," he said, "and some men ask first who can be blamed. Fair. Necessary, even. But if a realm hesitates too long before answering violence, then every border child becomes a message to the next raider that our outrage is slower than their horses." He had the hall in 3 sentences, not because the words were profound, because they were shaped to sound inevitable. Shen Duan watched the survivors while the Marquis spoke. Most stared at their bowls. One old farmer clenched his chopsticks hard enough that the wood bent. Another woman, the one whose burned child Mu Yao had treated, did not touch her cup at all. Gu Feisen's voice continued, warm as banked coals. "People in safe cities often dislike what borders require. They imagine that justice can arrive cleanly, untarnished by sacrifice. I envy them. But envy is not policy. Hard choices made early save larger graves later." There. The line. Shen Duan felt it hit him like a fist because part of him understood it too easily. How many times had he also chosen concentrated harm over larger spread harm? How many times had he stepped into crowds and turned conflict into instrument, because leaving it diffuse would kill more in the long run? Gu Feisen's logic was monstrous. That was not the problem. The problem was that monster and necessity often borrowed the same grammar. Xianxia, beside him, spoke without looking away from the high table. Now you hear why men follow him. Shen Yue did not answer, because he was listening too hard. After the fourth course, Gu Feisen descended among the lower tables to share the burden of the bereaved. He stopped beside Shen Yue's place as if by chance. You seem unconvinced. Shen Yue set down his chopsticks. You speak as if the realm is a body and villages are fingers to be cut when gangrene threatens. Sometimes it is. No hesitation. No pretending otherwise now that the room was smaller. Gu Feisen looked at him with those warm eyes that made terrible thoughts sound like sober adulthood. You protected your frontier quarter by letting lanes burn elsewhere. You shielded wagons by drawing raiders onto yourself. You turned local unrest into capital spectacle because the wider board mattered more than any one district's comfort. Do not act shocked when I say scale alters mercy. There it was. A darker mirror. Shen Yue felt the recognition like stepping too close to a cliff edge in fog. Scale does not absolve lies, he said. Gu Feisen smiled slightly. No, it selects them. The sentence settled between them with the calm of something said often in private rooms. Across the hall, a commotion broke near the side entrance. Not loud enough to ruin the banquet. Sharp enough to cut it. Prince Ning entered first. Mu Yao came behind him, shawl askew, one sleeve torn at the seam, carrying a sealed field kit box in both hands like a stolen relic. Lan Shui followed with two rigid-faced record officers. Shen Yue was on his feet before he knew he had moved. Every noble eye turned. Gu Feisen did not. He stayed looking at Shen Yue for one beat longer than comfort allowed, as if measuring whether the interruption would make him lose control in public. Shen Yue understood the test and forced himself not to look away first. Then Mu Yao reached their table. The hall had gone quiet enough to hear the canal current under the bridge outside. Quartermaster infirmary logs, she said, breathing hard. Someone tried to remove them while we inspected the field kits. Lan Shui held up a slate tablet. And someone in Western Command altered issue records after the village attack. The banquet's grief had just acquired teeth. Chapter 54. The first witness vanished between the banquet hall and the hospice. The second vanished from a debt registrar's waiting room where she had gone to challenge an old kiln lien. The third never vanished at all. He signed himself away. By dawn, Shen Yue understood the shape of the attack. No midnight knives. No street ambushes. No clean, hateful encirclement for the manual to answer. Debt contracts. Escort warrants. Protective relocation orders. Masked porters carrying sealed rights of custody signed by subsidiary courts, warehouse guarantors, or village administrators suddenly eager to cooperate. Yin Siliai's kind of war. Mu Yao slammed the empty witness cot frame hard enough that the treatment hall screen shivered. They took the old farmer through a debt surety transfer while his wife slept 3 cots away. Lan Shui spread the custody slips across a table already crowded with altered quartermaster logs. All technically valid at presentation. Invalid only when tied back through forged urgency seals and inherited claims. Wei Han looked physically ill from the beauty of the trap. He has denied us a battlefield by converting every witness into paperwork in motion. Shen Yue stared at the slips until the ink blurred. The manual had nothing to bite here. No converging hatred. Only vanished people and bureaucratic veils. That was exactly why Yan's method worked. It made morality arrive late. Prince Ning entered from the courtyard with rain on his cloak and said the words Shen Yue least wanted to hear. We may have to let this play longer. Shen Yue looked up so sharply that even the prince stopped. No. The whole room heard what sat behind that one syllable. Not strategic disagreement. Personal refusal. The old farmer's wife was sobbing behind the nearest screen. The burned-haired village girl had gone silent in a way Mu Yao said was worse than crying. Every vanished witness made Gu Feisen's massacre story safer. Every hour turned living mouths into locations harder to find. Prince Ning held his gaze. If you stampede now, Yin gets exactly what he wants. Disorder. Broken procedure. A grounds to isolate you from the trial before the final stage. Shen Yue knew it. He hated knowing it. Mu Yao stepped between them before the moment sharpened into something unhelpful. Then we forced the disappearances to become public injury instead of quiet legal movement. Wei Han looked up first. How? She pointed at the custody slips. Every one of these took a person who mattered only within a narrow lane and moved them under a claim that looks private. Fine. We make private claims expensive. Lan Shui caught on next. Public outrage. Shen Yue did too. Not by begging the capital to care about border peasants. by making the abductions stain institutions proud enough to defend themselves. He moved at once. By midday, notices appeared across the trial district and river quarter. Notices of missing witnesses last seen under dead escort after agreeing to testify regarding the border village attack. If held under lawful claim, present claimant publicly at the Eastern Gong Square by sunset for witness confirmation. Failure to do so implies unlawful suppression of testimony under sponsor review. Prince Ning's seal appeared at the bottom, small but real. Lan Shue's inspection mark sat beside it. Wei Han had added a line in smaller script naming the subsidiary courts whose seals had been used. That was the cruel brilliance. Now every petty office involved had to decide whether to defend its procedural dignity or quietly accept public suspicion of kidnapping witnesses under false claim. By sunset, the Eastern Gong Square was packed. Candidates, clerks, dockworkers, lesser merchants. 3 rival subsidiary judges who had not expected to spend their evenings screaming at one another before half the city. The square smelled of wet wool, chestnut smoke, and brewing scandal. Shen Yue stood on the old gong platform with Prince Ning at one side and Lan Shui at the other. Mu Yao remained below with the surviving witnesses under visible guard, where everyone could see who had not yet vanished. Yin Silei, Shen Yue noticed, was nowhere in sight. Of course, indirect men preferred to let systems defend the space they had poisoned. The first claimant arrived furious. A warehouse agent in fine rain cloak with 2 legal runners and 1 shivering witness who had supposedly been recalled under guarantor debt review. The witness took one look at the crowd and blurted, before anyone asked, "They told me if I spoke here, I'd lose my family's room." The square roared. Good. 1 institution stained. The second claimant did not arrive with a witness at all, only a folded custody order and the arrogance of a man assuming paper still outweighed faces. Lan Shui read the order once and raised it high. This transfer cites a magistrate already dead 2 months. The square roared louder. Shen Yue felt the pressure building at last. Not battle. Public moral hostility. Against offices. Against claimants. Against the neat little veils Yan's world depended on. He took the moment and drove it. Anyone holding a witness under private process, he shouted, voice carrying off the gong metal and back from the surrounding walls. Bring them now, or let the city see which law hides from daylight. The response was ugly enough to be honest. People began shouting office names. Debt hall branches. Warehouse lanes. Escort guilds. 3 minor judges tried to leave and got blocked by angry scribes demanding to know whether their seals had been forged or sold. There. Visibility. Indirect were dragged into a square where everyone could hate it together. A runner shoved through the crowd then, panting hard enough to cough. Hospice rear lane, he gasped to Mu Yao. Masked escorts. Shen Yue was already moving. This time the battlefield existed because he had made outrage gather first. He hit the rear lane with 10 witnesses behind him, not as guards, but as eyes. 2 masked escorts had 1 hooded old woman halfway into a waiting cart, while a third held up a debt transfer tablet like a shield against shame. Not enough. Not with the whole square's fury spilling after Shen Yue. Read the clause aloud. Someone screamed from the mouth of the lane. The escort holding the tablet hesitated. That hesitation was fatal. Shen Yue crossed the distance in 3 strides, slapped the debt tablet down, and drove the man backward into the cart axle. Not a clean duel. Better. The other escorts turned to fight and found not only him, but the rage of 50 onlookers collapsing into the lane behind. The besieged Heaven Manual opened hard and grateful. At last, the escorts had wanted private legality. He gave them public hatred instead. 1 went down under Shen Yue's shoulder and 3 witnesses with hauling poles. Another tried to escape over the side wall and met Mu Yao's needle in the calf before he got a handhold. The old woman in the cart screamed a grandson's name until the whole lane shook with people answering that they had heard her. They had heard. By the time the city guards arrived, 2 masked escorts were bound. 1 was limping blood down the gutter, and the debt tablet lay in Lan Shue's hand under 20 witnesses. Shen Yue looked up through the rain, breathing hard. No yen. Still indirect. But now every indirect line he used had names, offices, and faces scorched into public memory. It was not victory. It was terrain. Chapter 55. The final trial stage turned half a district into a war game. Not the formal government quarter, of course. Riverglass would never endanger the houses that mattered. The academy instead sealed off an old warehouse ward by the East Canal, strung banners over the lane mouths, and declared the streets, rooftops, courtyards, and canal bridges a temporary siege zone for candidate teams to contest from dawn until dusk. Shen Yue stepped onto the start platform and laughed once under his breath. Finally, alleys, blind corners, roof lines, panicked alliances. Merchants screaming at blocked roads. Sponsor sons forced to choose whether standing pretty mattered more than keeping a lane. The capital had accidentally built him a homeland. Wei Han stood below the platform with his hair tied back badly, and his expression lit from within by professional delight. They made a city out of rules, and then forgot cities are arguments with walls. Mu Yao adjusted the strap on his shoulder guard. And you are not allowed to die proving that sentence. His assigned team for the stage was absurd enough to work. Ren Meiqi again, smiling like a card sharp invited to bless a temple. Hanbo again, because apparently the draw gods had taste. And a canal-born knife fighter named Luo Fun who had no loyalty except to winning and said so with admirable efficiency. I don't trust any of you, Luo Fun said, rolling a thin hooked dagger across his knuckles. Good, Shen Duan said. Trust makes people lazy. The start gong thundered. 40 teams exploded into the district. Most made the same error immediately. They sprinted for central towers, bridge flags, or warehouse command markers because those looked important on maps. Shen Duan ignored all of them and took his team straight into the laundry lanes where lines of drying cloth snapped overhead and wash water made every paving stone treacherous. Hanbo grunted. Wrong direction. No, Shen Duan said. Right people. The laundry district fed the outer roofs. The outer roofs overlooked the canal bridges. The canal bridges choked resupply between central markers. Siege was never about what seemed grandest first. It was about where pressure had to pass. Banner pulse spread through him in warm, dangerous threads. Not fully open. He was learning caution now. Small mercies. He felt the district as moving banners before he saw the teams themselves. One knot of sponsor sons racing the dye market. 2 academy trios trying to hold the west bridge too early. 1 group of river knives setting up on the roofline above the flower lane, waiting to drop once central fighting committed. He grinned. Rooftops first. Luo Fen blinked. You read that from street noise? From arrogance. They went up through a washerwoman's ladder shaft and burst onto the roofline, just as the river knives shifted to descend on another team's rear. Shen Duan hit them from the side with all the pleasure of a man returning to his own language. Roof tiles cracked underfoot. A knife flashed. Hanbo's axe turned one rooftop rail into spinning splinters. Ren Meiqi's talismans burst not in flame, but in bright paper mirages that made 2 enemies strike the wrong shadows and stumble into one another. Luo Fun, seeing actual profit in the arrangement, became almost cheerful and opened a man's sleeve from wrist to elbow with precise canal viciousness. The rooftop fight lasted less than a minute. Long enough to send 3 teams below looking up in panic and fury at whichever maniacs had taken the roofs before the bridges. Good. Hostility spread upward. Shen Duan caught it and moved. For the next 3 hours he turned the district into a conversation only he fully understood. Not by overpowering everyone. By making every team feel a different emergency at the wrong time. He let one bridge crew think they had safe passage, then cut the cloth lines over the lane and dropped wet laundry across their retreat route, just as another team charged. He fed false confidence to a noble cluster by allowing them one easy warehouse marker, knowing 3 resentful sponsor sons would converge to challenge their score before they could fortify. He used Han Bo as a visible hammer in one quarter and Ren Meiqi as whispered panic in another, letting rivals imagine 2 different armies where there was only one fast-moving team and a man who understood how fear traveled. At noon, the central dye square became the battle's heart. 5 teams crashed there at once beneath hanging vats of indigo and saffron wash. Color exploded over stone as one vat broke. Blue water sheeted across the paving and turned every footstep treacherous. Candidates shouted, slipped, collided, accused one another of sabotage. Shen Duan arrived on the south roof at exactly that moment and saw the whole field lock. Bridges clogged. Roofs contested. Merchant sheds serving as improvised strongpoints. Canal barges trapped because no team had yet realized they could become moving walls. There. His map. Not static. Living. Urban. Banner pulse thrummed through his meridians until the district below seemed to breathe in currents of hostility, pride, fear, and desperate alliance. He could almost hear each team as a note in a badly tuned war hymn. The cost threatened immediately. Blood warmth in the ears. Too much sensory flood. The urge to open wider and drown in the whole city. Not today. He mastered it by narrowing not the field, but the goal. Win the district. Not every fight. He pointed toward the canal. Barge ropes. Hanbo did not ask why. He leaped from the roof edge to the awning below and dropped into the lane like a falling gate. Ren Meiqi flicked 2 talismans into the dye steam, turning one alley into a corridor of ghost silhouettes. Luo Fen vanished toward the mooring posts with a grin that suggested crime had finally become legitimate. Shen Duan took the bridges, not by standing on them, by making them useless to anyone else. He kicked loose one support wedge on the west footbridge and timed the collapse to a pursuing team's full sprint. They plunged waist-deep into canal water and dragged 3 more with them in the confusion. He drove another bridge crew backward into a spice stall, then overturned the carts so cinnamon, pepper, and millet turned the lane into coughing chaos. Above all of it, he kept talking, needling, taunting, forcing fragile alliances to break one insult earlier than planned. You call that a flank? Wrong roof, noble son. If your sponsor paid for that formation, ask for a refund. By late afternoon, panic itself began working for him. Teams stopped seeing opportunities and started seeing the places Shen Duan might already have touched. They hesitated at clean alleys, distrusted easy markers, looked up too often. That hesitation cost more than any direct strike. On the final horn, his team held 2 bridges, 1 moving barge barricade, the die-square roofline, and 4 marker flags lashed together on the warehouse mast. The district below looked less like a trial and more like a riot taught to read maps. When the results were announced from the central tower, the crowd along the sponsor stands broke into arguments before the herald had finished naming placements. He turned the whole ward against itself. No, he turned it into itself. That wasn't team combat. That was infestation. That was art. Someone in the lower stands shouted first, with admiration, not fear. Crowd wolf. Another took it up. Then a third. The title ran along the ward walls, through the roofline spectators, over the canal, and back again until even men who disliked him had to hear how the city had named him. Crowd wolf. Shen Duan stood on the mast amid snapping flags, chest heaving, body trembling with spent banner pulse and too many bruises, and looked across the district he had just taught to bite its own assumptions. Riverglass had wanted to measure him in polished courts and clean lines. Now it had given him a name that belonged to alleys. Below, on a shaded colonnade beyond the trial ward, xianxia watched without clapping. And on the sponsor tower, Marquis Gu-Facin smiled, as if the city had finally performed exactly the way he hoped it would. Chapter 56. Prince Ning admitted he had been testing Shen Duan, while the city still shouted crowd wolf across the canals. They stood on a quiet upper terrace above the trial ward after sunset, where frost silvered the stone railings and the district below glowed with 100 lanterns reflected in black canal water. The sounds of celebration drifted upward in ragged pieces. Drunken candidate songs, gambling cries, arguments over scoring. Somewhere far off, the city bells marking the second night watch. Muyao had gone to check the surviving border witnesses in the East Hospice. Wei Han had vanished into the trial archives with the excuse that victory always loosened clerks' attention. That left Shen Duan alone with the prince and the winter air. Ning rested both hands on the rail and looked not at him, but at the city he partly belonged to and partly distrusted. When I first heard of you, the prince said, you were a mind fugitive with a forbidden method and a taste for making ugly men lose face in public. That is not usually a profile the court should invest in. Shen Duan leaned one shoulder against a pillar. And now you are a mind fugitive with a forbidden method, a taste for making ugly men lose face in public, and evidence that people may actually survive around you. That drew a short laugh from Shen Duan before he stopped it. Ning continued, do you know how reform dies in the capital? By talking too long. By waiting for good men who do not create disorder. The prince finally turned. In the lantern light, the old beggar humor was gone. No court softness either. Just fatigue shaped into purpose. I have petitioned for cleaner granary oversight, provincial review authority, and limits on military emergency powers for 6 years. The replies arrive perfumed and useless. Every faction agrees corruption is regrettable. Every faction becomes urgent about procedure the moment reform threatens a profitable arrangement. He paused. Then you arrived and made 3 districts impossible to discuss politely. There it was. Not friendship. Not sudden belief. Use. Shen Duan respected that more than flattery. So I've been your spear. Potentially. The prince did not deny it. Good. I brought you to Riverglass because I needed to know whether you could become larger than a local riot with principles. The trial was not only about rank. It was about scale. Ning's gaze flicked toward the city below where candidates still drank and boasted under sponsor flags. Could you move through institutions without becoming owned by them? Could you force visibility without burning every bridge first? Could people gather behind you for more than one battle? Shen Duan thought of the quarter, the hearings, the urban siege stage, the dead village girl, Muyao's hands black with contaminated bandages, Tai Luo still in the frontier holding the besieged court without him, and Prince Ning's mouth tightened. And you are still dangerous, undisciplined, and prone to confusing immediate pain with universal summons. Fair. But you are worth the damage. The words sat between them sharp as winter. Shen Yue looked back over the city. If this is the moment you offer me rank, titles, and one polished collar in exchange for obedience, save the servants the drafting work. Ning smiled then, small and tired. I would not insult both of us. He reached into his sleeve and handed Shen Yue a narrow blackwood token engraved not with royal house marks, but with a private cipher only half hidden beneath the varnish. This grants access to my records rooms, messengers, and discretionary funds while you remain in Riverglass. No oath required. No ownership implied. In return, if you find a rot worth cutting, you cut it in a way that leaves enough of the building standing for me to use. Shen Yue turned the token over once in his palm. It was smooth, heavy, practical. Temporary ally. Not leash. That he could work with. Fine, he said. I accept your help. Ning inclined his head. And refuse my ownership, Shen Yue added. That also is accepted. They stood in companionable distrust for a while after that, watching Riverglass pretend its lights made it honorable. Then a runner stumbled onto the terrace, breath steaming, one sleeve torn. Highness, East Hospice breach. Shen Yue was moving before the next word landed. Chapter 57. The witness house windows were already broken when Shen Yue reached the East Hospice lane. Glass and lacquer lattice lay all across the paving stones. One lamp had overturned near the front step and was guttering in a puddle of oil. Two constables were down by the side wall, one groaning, the other not yet moving. The lane stank of cold smoke, horse sweat, and the sharp metallic bite of panic. Mu Yao was inside. Shen Yue knew that before any runner told him, not by logic, by the shape of his own pulse. Prince Ning's escort tried to form around him. He cut through them and hit the witness house door hard enough to crack the jamb. Inside, the front hall had become a trap built from legalism and timing. One witness table overturned. One custody slate broken in half. Three masked escorts in debt registrar cloaks holding the corridor. At the far end, beyond them, Mu Yao stood in the treatment room doorway with two border survivors behind her and Yin Silei just inside the room. One hand on the latch bar and a short knife resting against no one's throat, because he did not need theatrics to create terror. He had taken the room by process first. Violence second. There were custody tablets on the floor stamped with hospice transfer seals and debt challenge authority. Forged or bent or borrowed, it hardly mattered in the moment. The point was delay. Confusion. Just enough legitimacy to slow everyone who preferred not to start a street war in front of witnesses. Yin looked past the broken hall and met Shen Yue's eyes through the mask. You came fast. Shen Yue stopped in the wrecked threshold. Too fast would be death. Yin had built the room for that. The three escorts in the corridor carried hooked batons instead of swords. Non-lethal control tools. Better for a kidnapping staged as lawful transfer. Mu Yao's gaze flicked once to Shen Yue, then to the side shutters. Message. Not fear. Assessment. Good. Release them, Shen Yue said. Yin tilted his head. On what authority? There it was. The man couldn't resist making kidnapping sound like governance. Shen Yue took one careful breath and read the room. Narrow corridor. One side room open. Rear shutters barred. Stair ladder up to the roof hatch. Maybe. The escorts hated him directly enough for the manual. Yin did not. Yin was using their hostility as furniture while keeping his own intent clean. He couldn't answer the masked man by instinct. So he answered the room instead. On the authority of my patient's ending. The lead escort lunged. Good. Simple men were blessings in indirect wars. Shen Yue shifted sideways into the lane between doorpost and wall and let the hooked baton scrape sparks off stone. He trapped the shaft under his forearm, twisted hard, and yanked the escort forward into the overturned witness table. The other two came together. Better. More angles. The manual opened enough for the corridor, not enough for Yin. Behind them, Yin touched the latch bar with one hand and said calmly, "Move one step closer and the side room burns." Shen Yue saw then what he had missed in the first heartbeat. Oil trails. Thin, clear, already poured under the side room threshold and along the treatment doorway where the two survivors huddled. Indirect again. He wasn't threatening Mu Yao with steel. He was threatening structure. Routes. Escape geometry. The kind of man who fought him best was one who refused to stand at the center of hate. Fine, Shen Yue thought. Then I make a bigger center. He backed one pace instead of forward. Everyone in the room felt the change. Mu Yao least of all. Good. Ning, he barked over his shoulder. Borrow every district banner in the lane and ring the third watch bells now. Prince Ning, outside and apparently willing to trust lunacy on short notice, did not ask why. Do it, he snapped to his men. A heartbeat later, Riverglass's eastern bells began to hammer. Not alarm bells exactly. Process bells. District summons. Civic disturbance. The sound rolled through the neighboring blocks and bounced off the hospice courts in bronze waves. Shen Duan heard doors open all along the lane. Heard residents start shouting questions from upper windows. Heard patrol boots turn this way 2 streets over. Yan's eyes narrowed for the first time. Borrowed banners came next. Ning's escorts tore district custody flags from the lane posts and planted them at the witness house gate, across the side alley, on the low wall, anywhere visible. To the city, at a glance, it now looked as if some large official seizure was underway, which meant spectators would gather, which meant public hostility would gather, not against Shen Duan, against whoever looked like they were snatching survivors from a hospice under ringing bells. The lane outside began to fill with voices. Clerks, neighbors, 2 tea sellers from the corner. 1 half-armored patrol pair demanding to know which office had claimed authority. The pressure in the room changed instantly. Yin had wanted private process with a legal skin. Shen Duan had just skinned it alive in public. The escorts felt it first. Their confidence wavered under the noise beyond the walls. They were no longer hidden mechanisms. They were visible men standing in a witness house while bells screamed and a crowd assembled. The manual answered at once. Hostility from the lane. Hostility from the escorts. Moral outrage. Institutional confusion. It all converged into a siege net larger than the room. Shen Duan moved. He smashed the broken custody slate under one escort's feet and took the slip as the man stumbled. He hooked the second man's baton with the first one's fallen shaft and ripped both out of line. The third reached for the oil trail. Shen Duan kicked the overturned witness table into his knees and heard something pop. Yin abandoned the latch and came at last, fast as rumor and twice as hard to grasp. His knife did not slash at flesh. It cut the lamp cord above Mu Yao's doorway. The falling oil lantern would have shattered at the threshold and turned the room into a burning seal. Would have. Mu Yao drove a needle into the lantern base while it fell. Not enough to stop gravity. Enough to skew the drop by a finger's width. The lamp hit the side wall, burst, and ran flame along plaster instead of floor. Shen Duan laughed, wild and brief. Of course, she answered indirect with precision. Yan's knife flicked again, this time for the side shutter bar. Shen Duan crossed the distance and caught his wrist. For one heartbeat, they finally touched the same fight. Yan's eyes, up close, were colder than Shen Duan expected. Not cruel. Calculating the exact value of every nerve and angle. You always need a crowd, Yan said softly. Shen Duan twisted his wrist until the knife line broke. You always need a room to lie for you. The answer was not a duel. It was collision inside chaos. Yan used his own escort's falling body as a step, vaulted the side bench, and blew out the remaining hall lamp with his sleeve in the same motion. Darkness crashed through the witness house. Outside, the bells still hammered and the crowd still shouted. Inside, only banner pulse and instinct kept the room from becoming a knife bag. Shen Duan tracked the moving hostility and knew at once when Yin was gone. Not through the front. Through the roof hatch. He reached it one breath too late. The winter sky showed through. Yin had escaped again, but not cleanly. In the lane below, the city had seen enough. 2 escorts bound. Bells ringing. Borrowed banners. Survivors pulled from a witness house under false authority. This time the masked man's method was no longer rumor. It was scandal. Mu Yao came out of the treatment room with soot on her cheek and one singed sleeve. Shen Duan turned too sharply. You're hurt. The wall is hurt. I am inconvenienced. Then, softer, because the bells were finally slowing and the danger had passed its first edge. You made the city choose a side before he could hide the room. Good. He looked at the dark roof opening where Yin had vanished and understood. This was how you hunted indirect men. Not by outrunning them. By robbing them of silence. Chapter 58. Gu Faison broke at the memorial tribunal because he finally had to answer 3 kinds of witness at once. Not border villagers only. Not procurement clerks only. Not altered quartermaster ledgers only. All 3 together, under Prince Ning's sponsorship and before the royal trial board while the city was still buzzing from the hospice scandal. The tribunal hall was smaller than the outer assembly chamber and more dangerous for it. No grand tiers to hide in. Just a rectangular stone room with sponsor rails on both sides and the royal review table at the far end where judges, scribes, and noble observers could see every face clearly. Mu Yao sat at Shen Duan's right with the sealed field kit box at her feet. Lan Shui stood to the left with copied issue logs and original access seals. Wei Han had somehow secured permission to serve as evidentiary reader, which sounded official enough to make liars nervous. Prince Ning presided not as kingmaker, but as offended sponsor with jurisdictional reach. And Gu Faison arrived smiling. That almost made Shen Duan admire him. The Marquis wore plain black again. No armor. No public grief this time. Only a soldier's austerity and the confidence of a man who had survived too many hostile rooms to fear one more. "Let us be efficient," he said after the opening formalities. "My accusers believe a border massacre, trial witness irregularities, and quartermaster contamination all tie back to my command. I, naturally, await the thread." Wei Han read first. Dry voice. Beautiful cruelty. He laid out the logistics chain of the village response. The first field kits issued from Western Command stock. The Ashvine binder concentration mismatched from ordinary treatment ratios. The altered issue notations entered after the village fire. The dead magistrate's authority embedded in 2 witness transfer chains. The fake urgency seals tied to courier trusts already linked to Yin Siliai's off-ledger contract routes. Gu Feisin listened with folded hands and no visible concern. Then Mu Yao opened the field kit box. The smell spread at once. Medicinal. Bitter. Wrong. She held up the contaminated coagulant vial with gloved fingers. This binder concentration should never have touched smoke-damaged lungs. It is battlefield stock for hardened soldiers under open-air triage. Used on villagers in enclosed recovery, it kills the weak first and muddies blade cause mortality. The hall went quiet. Because she spoke not like a politician, like a physician accusing someone of turning treatment itself into cleanup. Gu Feisin finally answered. Tragic, if true. Also within the reach of any quartermaster fool trying to stretch supply under stress. There. Plausible deniability, still intact. Lan Shui stepped in with the next blade. Then perhaps the Marquis can explain why the same quartermaster fool's altered issue record was corrected after midnight by command access reserved to your adjutant office. She laid the original access seal beside the copied log. Not enough by itself. Still not enough. Gu Feisin's smile thinned. Adjutants process many emergency corrections. Shen Duan had been waiting for that line. He stood and placed one more object on the evidentiary table. The scrubbed well stone fragment. Recovered the day after the village attack by the burned-haired girl while soldiers were securing the scene, then hidden in her blanket hem until Mu Yao found it during treatment. The girl had not understood what it was. Mu Yao had. Powder wash embedded in clean-scrubbed stone. Not from villagers trying to save a fire. From someone erasing military binder traces after the attack and before public inspection. Mu Yao took over before Shen Duan spoke. The stone was cleaned with the same quartermaster solvent used in Western Command to strip blood and ash from field tools. Now the room changed. Not certainty, but fracture. One royal reviewer leaned toward another. 2 sponsor scribes began writing much faster. An older border officer at the far rail stopped pretending boredom. Gu Feisin saw it too. His reply came colder. A child finds a stone. A physician smells solvent. A frontier agitator gathers scandal. And this becomes treason. Shen Duan met his eyes across the table. No, it becomes pattern. He spoke carefully. No grand speech. No accusation too large for the room to carry. You needed retaliation. You needed a border wound big enough to turn every question into patriotism. You needed villages dead in the right shape and surviving witnesses quiet in the right order. Yin Siliai cleaned the side channels. Your quartermasters cleaned the blood. Your speeches cleaned the rest. The hall inhaled. Gu Feisin stood. Not explosive. Worse. Measured. And if I did use one village to awaken a sleeping city, he asked, voice carrying with terrible calm, would that outweigh the thousands spared when weak borders stop inviting predation? There. Too much truth in one room. He had not confessed directly. He had chosen moral ground over factual denial. That was the mistake. Because some men in the room could stomach cruelty. They could not stomach hearing it named as strategy too plainly. Prince Ning rose at once. Marquis Gu Feisin. By your own words, and under converging material review, you are suspended from trial sponsorship and ordered to remain under seal pending full royal inquiry. Gu Feisin laughed once. Not because it was funny, because he had already counted exits. Steel rang from the outer hall. His elite guard had moved before the final word landed. Of course, the room exploded into shouted orders, drawn blades, overturned stools. Shen Duan moved toward the Marquis through a crush of sponsors and panicked scribes. Hostility slammed in from all sides. The manual surged, delighted by the compressed chaos of a tribunal becoming a battlefield. But Gu Feisin did not stay to be properly hated. He kicked the side brazier into the evidence table. Coals and solvent fire burst upward. 2 guards crashed through the smoke to shield him. Yin Siliai was nowhere visible, which meant he had already done his work elsewhere. Shen Duan shoved one blazing stool aside and vaulted the table just as Gu Feisin's elite withdrew through the rear command passage. He chased him into the corridor and almost had him at the turning stairs. Almost. A royal guard captain, dying from a cut across the belly, fell across the stair mouth and blocked the line. Shen Yue caught the man before he struck the stone and lowered him instead of stepping over. 1 heartbeat. 2. Enough. Gu Feisin was gone by the time Shen Yue reached the courtyard wall. Below, 3 black-cloaked riders were already breaking for the western gate. Elite troops with him. Not enough for open rebellion. Enough for flight and future war. Prince Ning came up behind Shen Yue, breathing hard from smoke. He's run. Shen Yue looked at the riders vanishing toward the gate and wanted very badly to throw himself after them. Instead, he looked back through the tribunal windows where the evidence still smoldered on the overturned table and said, no. He's retreated to where patriotism still covers murder. Chapter 59 Riverglass celebrated by pretending it had known the truth all along. By evening, the city had turned Gu Feisin from untouchable war hero into fallen necessity with astonishing speed. Taverns near the trial ward told stories about how suspicious the Marquis had always seemed. Clerks who had bowed to his adjutants yesterday now whispered that they had sensed corruption in the Western Command Quarter for months. Noble houses issued careful statements praising royal vigilance and regretting localized administrative distortions. The city was good at laundering itself. Shen Yue accepted the cheers and hated the skill. Children in the Canal District shouted "Crowd Wolf" when he passed. Trial candidates who had sneered at his frontier boots now measured him like a sponsor-worthy threat. Even some academy scholars had begun pretending their earlier condescension had merely been rigorous caution. Wei Han called it retrospective courage and said it should be taxed. The Royal Trial Board formally advanced Shen Yue to the honor sequence that night. Prince Ning held the reception line. Mu Yao endured too many congratulations with the face of a woman calculating which herb could be brewed into social poison without legal consequences. Lan Shui, exhausted and triumphant in equal measure, submitted 3 more warrants before accepting a single cup of wine. It should have felt like victory. Instead, Shen Yue felt watched by older things. The bronze tally had gone warm against his chest twice during the day's ceremonies, both times when the procession crossed the central arena causeway. The first time he dismissed it. The second time he did not. After midnight, while the city was still drunk on its own moral agility, he went back to the western arena with Wei Han and one unwilling maintenance keeper bribed with enough silver to hate them sincerely. The final stage district ward beyond the arena lay quiet now. Wind rattled loose banners. Canal water slapped softly against pilings. Frost made the paving pale as old bone. Wei Han carried charcoal, paper, and the plaster chip from the underground wall. If you say the tally reacted again, I assume we are about to make a regrettable decision. A small regrettable decision. You always say that before architecture changes. They entered through the service stairs and descended to the old subfloor where Shen Yue had first seen the phrase holds when outnumbered. This time he came prepared. No impulsive chi surge. No casual touch. He placed the bronze tally on the carved wall bracket that looked most like a command notch and stepped back. For 3 breaths, nothing happened. Then the entire corridor exhaled dust. The tally sank half a finger into the stone as if the wall had softened around it. Faint red-gold lines raced outward under plaster in a branching pattern far larger than the little sigil they had scraped clean. The old arena foundations answered like sleepers turning under heavy blankets. Wei Han's lamp flame bent almost horizontal. Interesting, he whispered, this time with reverence instead of mischief. The wall script brightened line by line, not enough to blind, enough to read. Shen Yue knew only fragments of the old battle script. Wei Han knew more. Between them, haltingly, they pulled the meaning out. South Subcommand Note. Trial configuration sealed. Command status, absent. Bearer status. The next line flared. Unverified. Then, command bearer detected. Late. Shen Yue felt the word in his bones more than his eyes. Late. Not chosen. Not prophetic. Late. As if the system had waited too long and no longer distinguished between rescue and aftermath. The tally pulsed again. This time the red gold lines did not stop at the corridor. They dove deeper through the stone, branching under the arena bowl, the sponsor terraces, the central causeway. A map. An old military skeleton under Riverglass itself. Wei Han was breathing too fast now. This isn't one relic wall. It's an embedded network. Siege architecture layered under the trial grounds. Someone built the academy on top of an older command complex. Shen Yue reached toward the wall, but did not touch it. Why hide it? Wei Han laughed softly, shocked by his own answer before finishing it. Because if this system once belonged to the same family as your manual, then whoever erased the besieged heaven path didn't just burn books. They buried infrastructure. Footsteps echoed above. Not one maintenance keeper. Several men, armed by the sound. Moving quickly, not drunkenly. Wei Han killed the lamp. In the dark, the wall lines still glowed faint red. Voices filtered through the stair shaft. The crowd wolf came down here. Search every service passage. Ji Rulon wants confirmation. The Orthodox observers want copies. No mistakes. Ji Rulon. Orthodox observers. The board was widening again. Shen Duan felt the old military network beneath his feet and understood that Gu Feisen's fall had not reduced the number of interested predators. It had only revealed how many more fed on buried things. He yanked the bronze tally free. The wall dimmed, but not entirely. Somewhere deeper below, stone answered with a sound like a giant banner pole shifting in its socket. We should leave, Wei Han whispered. Too late, Shen Duan said, because the answering sound had not stopped. It was rising. Chapter 60. The arena split open during Shen Duan's honors ceremony. He had slept perhaps 1 hour before the city dragged him back into daylight to receive trial honors, royal commendation, and the kind of public laundering riverglass offered men it had decided were useful now. The central arena had been dressed in winter banners. Sponsor towers gleamed with lacquer polish. Trial candidates stood in ordered ranks under their school's colors while nobles, officers, and city functionaries watched from tiered seats smelling of incense and cold silk. Below all of it, Shen Duan could feel the buried network awake. Not fully, like a sleeper talking in another room. Mu Yao noticed the way his eyes kept flicking to the causeway stones. You're hearing something again. Not hearing. He searched for the right word and failed. Remembering from underground. That did not reassure her. Prince Ning stood at the honor dais in dark formal robes, reading from a lacquer tablet, while candidates were called by order of trial performance. Wei Han had spent the whole morning pretending calm and failing whenever the bronze tally warmed. Lan Shui, seated among the legal observers, had already spotted 3 unfamiliar sect delegates from the Continental Orthodox wing and disliked all of them on sight. Xianxia was nowhere visible. That bothered Shen Duan more than if he had stood in plain view. The crowd wolf title had spread enough that the lower stands murmured when Shen Duan's name approached in the order. He ignored them. His attention stayed on the stone under the central arena and the barely felt hum traveling through his bones. Wrong time, he thought. Whatever the buried system wanted, this was the worst possible room for it. Which meant it was likely about to happen now. Candidate Shen Duan, Prince Ning called. By trial merit and sponsor review, the first crack cut him off. It sounded small, like dry ice shifting in a pond. Then the entire causeway between the honor dais and the central ring heaved upward. Stone split in a red-gold line from Shen Duan's feet to the arena center. Candidates shouted and stumbled back. One sponsor tower erupted in panicked movement as servants grabbed at toppled trays and nobles grabbed at the servants grabbing the trays. The second crack came louder. Then a third. Then the whole center of the arena dropped a man's height and began to rise in sections. Back! Lan Shui shouted from the observer tier. Prince Ning was already moving civilians away from the dais with the kind of efficiency that proved he had not lived as a ceremonial man. Mu Yao seized Shen Duan's sleeve. He shook her off only enough to move her toward the outer ring instead of the opening center. The buried network was not collapsing. It was unlocking. Red gold lines raced through the split stone in interlocking sigils older than any academy mark. The arena floor peeled open in concentric bands, revealing black metal beneath. Not black from rust. Black like old forged iron that had slept away from air for centuries. Then something rose. Not a beast. A vault. A cylindrical command chamber wrapped in layered banner brackets and sealed doors, its surface covered in the same battle script Shen Duan had seen underground. Dust geysered from the joining seams. Ancient hinges screamed under sudden daylight. The entire arena roared with shouting, commands, panic, prayers, and the scrape of hundreds of feet trying to decide whether survival meant fleeing or getting closer to history. And in the middle of that chaos, the bronze tally against Shen Duan's chest burned like a coal pressed to skin. He stumbled one step toward the rising vault before catching himself. No, not alone. Too visible. Too dangerous. He could already feel eyes turning. Ji Rulon stood in one sponsor box with a face gone still as paper calculations. The Orthodox delegates were on their feet. Prince Ning looked from the vault to Shen Duan and understood too much too quickly. Xianxia appeared at last in the upper shadow of the west colonnade, not approaching, just watching where all lines would converge. Of course they were all here. History only rose when enough predators could smell it. The vault doors slammed outward. A wave of ancient pressure rolled through the arena. Not cultivation pressure in the modern sect sense. Command pressure. Structured, layered, impersonal enough to freeze weaker candidates where they stood and drive strong ones instinctively to defensive stances. Inside the open chamber hung ranks of sealed weapon racks, folded formation banners, and a central pillar of bronze black metal shaped like a command standard without a flag. At the base of that standard, scripts blazed. Bearer detected. Command status, late. Secondary protocol. The final line ignited so brightly, even the outer stand saw it. Awaken 10,000 banners node. Someone in the orthodox tier shouted, seal it. Someone else shouted, take the bearer. There. Openly now. Not just relic fear. Bearer. The word had escaped into the room. All ambiguity died with it. Hostility crashed onto Shen Yue from a dozen directions at once. Sect delegates. Nervous sponsors. Opportunists in the trial ranks. Ji Rulan's hired hands, shifting below their cloaks. Men who had come to celebrate him. Men who had come to use him. Men who had come to kill him if buried things chose him too clearly. The besieged heaven manual roared awake under the weight. Too much. Perfect. Dangerous. Muyao caught his wrist hard enough to bruise. Do not step into that chamber alone. Prince Ning reached them from the dais edge, cloak half torn by fleeing candidates. We leave now, he said. The city can be argued later. Wei Han, wild-eyed with terror and joy, pointed at the vault script. If he leaves now, they seal the node and rewrite the story by sunset. All true, all impossible together. Shen Yue looked at the chamber, at the gathered predators, at the crowd beginning to divide not by loyalty but by which rumor they believed fastest. Then the central command pillar spoke. Not aloud. Inside the pressure, a voice made of old order and exhausted urgency struck every carved script in the arena at once. Late commander. Report. The words hit Shen Yue like a banner pole driven through his spine. Every eye in the arena turned fully to him, and from every gate, tunnel, colonnade, and service stair around the arena, armed factions began to converge. Chapter 61. The first war spirit came out of the vault carrying no face. It rose from one of the open weapon racks in a long spill of ash-gray light and old banner silk, vaguely man-shaped from the shoulders down and blurred above the neck as if memory had eroded identity first. A spear hung in its hands. Not iron. Condensed command script and dust, rigid as law. The thing turned toward the converging factions around the arena, and every candidate still standing felt what Shen Yue felt a beat later. Assessment. Not hunger. Not rage. Military recognition, looking for chains of command that no longer existed. Then the second spirit emerged. Then the third. One with a shield broad as a gate plank. One carrying a folded standard. One little more than a pair of hands lifting a horn to a mouth that had been forgotten by time. Panic broke across the arena in sharp waves. Sponsor guards closed ranks. The orthodox delegates barked sealing orders. Ji Rulan's hired blades tried to fall back toward the west exits and found the crowd already jamming them. Prince Ning shouted for candidates to clear the center. Lan Shui, from somewhere behind a toppled observation rail, was still trying to make law out of the scene through sheer force of habit. Shen Yue heard almost none of it cleanly. The bronze tally had gone white-hot against his chest. The besieged heaven manual roared under the pressure flooding from every hostile direction, but beneath that living chaos ran something older and stronger. Recognition. The vault knew him, not as chosen, as missing. Late commander, the pressure voice said again inside the scripts blazing around the chamber. Muyao grabbed the back of his collar hard enough to choke him. If you step forward because a dead thing called your name, I will drag you out by the throat. He almost told her he had no intention of obeying dead architecture. Then the faceless war spirit with the spear turned and drove the tip into the arena stones. Every glowing script in the open vault flared at once. Records burst from the chamber ceiling in scroll cylinders, metal tablets, folded banners sealed in lacquered tubes, and racks of relic weapons that unfolded like skeletal trees under daylight. The whole command node was not merely an armory. It was an archive, ancient memory physically stored behind military locks. Wei Han made a noise halfway between terror and worship. Don't let the orthodox burn any of it. Not useful advice in that moment. The first true clash came when one orthodox delegate hurled a sealing talisman at the command pillar. The faceless shield spirit intercepted it with one swing of its arm. The talisman burst against a wall of script light and backlashed, flinging the delegate into 3 screaming candidates. Then everyone made the same mistake at once. They rushed, not all toward the same thing. Some for relics, some for records, some for Shen Yue, some for the exits. Perfect. The manual opened wide and vicious under the converging hate. The arena became a storm of pressure lines. Shen Yue moved because standing still would mean choosing later and dying now. He slammed one sponsor guard into a collapsed bench, kicked a reaching sect disciple off the vault stair, and drove straight for the reigning archive cylinders because knowledge mattered more than the flashy blades idiots were lunging for. The war spirits did not attack him. They moved around him, not deferentially, more like soldiers adjusting formation around a tardy officer they had not yet decided to trust. One horn spirit blew. The note did not strike the ear so much as the spine. Every fighting body within 10 paces staggered as battlefield command pressure rippled outward in rigid layers. Shen Yue saw it happen physically too. Dust lifting in straight bands, dropped weapons vibrating against stone, banners around the sponsor tower snapping toward the vault as if a wind with rank had entered the arena. He reached the first open record cylinder and caught the falling metal strips inside before they scattered. Battle script. Old but legible in parts now that the vault's own pressure translated some of it through the tally's heat. Emergency node. 10,000 banners legion. Anti-chorus countermeasures. Shen Yue froze on that last phrase. Not because he understood it. Because the word chorus scraped against a memory from Chapter 11. That uncanny shared heartbeat in the mind riot. Not mob anger. Something plucking many strings. Wei Han skidded in beside him, hair half loose, arms already full of stolen archive strips. What does it say? Anti-chorus. The scholar's face changed. That is not a sect term. I noticed. Another strip flashed. Besieged heaven subdiscipline. Survival branch authorized for pressure-weighted operators. Subdiscipline. Branch. The phrase hit harder than the vault opening. The manual in the mine pit had not been some cursed orphan text. It had once belonged to a larger military cultivation architecture. A survival branch. A function inside something broader. Not demonic aberration. Doctrine. Mu Yao reached them then with soot on her cheek and one borrowed short blade in hand. If this revelation could happen while moving, I prefer it. Good point. A relic spear had just punched through the sponsor rail 20 steps away as two merchant guards fought over it, and a war spirit punished both for touching what they did not understand. Ji Roland's people were retreating in disciplined lines. The Orthodox delegates were not retreating at all. They were circling, which was worse. Prince Ning shouted from the dais edge, Shen Yue, out of the center. No, not yet, because as he looked into the vault's open heart, past the weapon racks and command standard, he saw the deeper shelves. Not armaments. Records of supply, refuge maps, relocation charts, shelter nodes tied to battlefield movement lines. The 10,000 Banners Legion had not only built ways to fight under encirclement, it had built ways to move civilians through war. That changed the shape of everything. The besieged heaven manual was not merely a path for men like him to survive being outnumbered. It was the emergency edge of a system designed to hold people together when some larger enemy tried to erase them into obedient mass. He understood that much in one burning breath. Then the arena gates exploded inward under fresh arrivals. Orthodox banners. White, blue, and iron. And at their center walked a tall old man in simple layered robes carrying no visible weapon at all. Chapter 62 Patriarch Yun Tyran entered the ruined arena like a verdict that had taken human shape. No escort noise. No peacock display. The orthodox banners behind him moved in strict silence, and the cultivators under them looked less like bodyguards than principals given boots. Yun himself wore plain winter-gray robes with only one mark at the breast, a narrow circle of black thread broken by a single vertical line. His hair was white, bound in a soldier's knot rather than a sage's tail. His face held no softness, but no theatrical cruelty either. That was the unsettling part. He looked like a man who had already endured the exact scene before and disliked it on administrative grounds. The faceless war spirits turned toward him as one. Yin stopped at the cracked arena threshold and bowed, not deeply, to the open vault. Relics of the 10,000 banners, he said, voice carrying without force. I acknowledge what was done here before decline and catastrophe took it. The shield spirit lowered its arm a finger's width. Not submission. Recognition of correct form. Shen Yue noticed. So did Wei Han. He knows the old protocols, the scholar whispered. Of course he does, Shen Yue thought. Men like Yun Tyran did not arrive late to buried systems. They had been reading ashes for years waiting to decide whether to fan or smother them. Prince Ning moved down from the dais to meet the patriarch halfway. This is still a royal trial ground. And now a continental concern, Yun replied. No volume raised. No need. His gaze passed over the arena, the open vault, the scattered relics, the injured candidates, the smoldering sponsor platforms, and finally stopped on Shen Yue. Not because Shen Yue moved, because the tally at his chest and the vault's pressure had already connected the line for everyone worth worrying about. So, Yin said quietly, the bearer survives. There it was again. Not crowd wolf. Not agitator. Bearer. The word tightened every faction in the arena. Ji Rulon, half withdrawn with her retainers near the west box, went still. Yin Silei remained somewhere above and hidden, which meant he was listening harder than anyone visible. The orthodox cultivators behind Yun subtly shifted their spacing, not yet encircling Shen Duan, but drawing the geometry for it. Perfect. The manual thrummed like a caged storm. Yun stepped over the broken threshold and onto the split arena stones. The war spirits did not strike. They watched. Again, recognition without acceptance. You opened a command node without verification, he said to Shen Duan, as if discussing clerical negligence. That was foolish. Shen Duan wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of one hand. It opened itself. So did plagues. Wei Han made a scandalized noise. He insults with doctrinal economy. I resent admiring it. Yun's eyes flicked to the scholar, then to the archive strips in Wei Han's arms, then back. Put those down. Every copied line from this vault will make 10 lesser fools believe themselves entitled to command what buried wiser men. Mu Yao answered before Shen Duan could. No. The patriarch looked at her properly then. A physician in travel blue, soot-marked, blade in hand, standing half a pace in front of Shen Duan's blind side, without any sect authority to justify it. Good, Yun said. At least he keeps people who disagree with him. That line landed oddly. Not mockery. Assessment again. Shen Duan stepped forward into the open between vault and orthodox line. If you came to lecture me while your people circle relics, you'll need a second entrance. Yun's mouth almost moved. Not a smile. Something drier. I came because every archive from the broken consensus wars says buried nodes like this one should never wake without a verified command lattice in place. I also came because if the 10,000 banners systems rise ungoverned, every opportunist from here to the continental rim will rip this city apart, convincing themselves they are saving it. Broken consensus wars. Anti-chorus countermeasures. Fragments. Not answers yet. Shen Duan looked at the opened vault and felt the old systems humming beneath the stone. Then help me understand what it is. Yin shook his head once. Understanding comes second. Containment comes first. There it was. Orthodoxy in one sentence. Prince Ning said, containment by whose seal? Mine, if no better one stands. Ji Rulon laughed softly from the west platform. How generous. The continent always arrives after the digging and calls the whole shared responsibility. Yin did not glance at her. Merchant lady, if you touch one archive line from this node, I will salt every road carrying your name from Riverglass to the northern passes. No raised voice. No dramatic threat. Ji Rulon's smile thinned. Good, Shen Duan thought. At least the old man spent his menace efficiently. The vault answered the tension by opening one layer deeper. Another ring of weapon racks folded out. Behind them, suspended in script light, hung a cluster of memory tablets and one enormous map cylinder-bound in blackened bronze. Every eye in the arena sharpened. Yun's orthodox line took one step forward in unison. Shen Duan moved at the same time. So did 3 other factions. The arena went to violence again, not because anyone wanted battle in the abstract, but because everyone understood that whoever touched the deeper archives first would define the next decade. Shen Duan hit the collision point just as 2 orthodox disciples and 1 merchant blade converged on the same rack. The manual flooded him with angles. He drove the merchant into the rack post, kicked 1 disciple's knee sideways, and used the second man's own seal chain to drag him into the first. Yun himself did not advance. He simply raised one hand. The orthodox line shifted from crowd to formation. Not a killing array. A suppression weave designed to isolate and nullify. Shen Duan felt it immediately. Bad. Very bad. The pattern created clean one-on-one pockets inside larger chaos by slicing hostile convergence apart. His manual hated it on instinct. Yun noticed the answer in his face. Yes, the patriarch said. We built some of our methods in reaction to yours. The thought almost knocked Shen Duan breathless. Not as personally. The path. Orthodoxy had shaped itself against what the besieged Heaven Branch once was. History was standing in front of him and saying, politely, that his enemies had inherited counters to a war he had only just learned existed. Chapter 63 Yun Tairen offered Shen Duan legitimacy while war spirits watched from broken racks. The battle had not truly stopped after the first clash. It had simply narrowed into lines of threat instead of immediate exchange. Prince Ning's guards held the eastern approaches. Ji Rulon's people had withdrawn to the west colonnades with 2 half-stolen record cylinders and enough discipline to know when not to press. The orthodox line ringed the opened vault in overlapping intervals, their suppression weave humming low through the cracked arena like cold wire drawn under skin. In the center of that dangerous stillness, Yun Tairen stood 10 paces from Shen Duan, and spoke as if they were negotiating road tariffs rather than the ownership of buried military history. "Come with me," the patriarch said. "Now, publicly, under witness." Mu Yao shifted half a step closer to Shen Yue's left shoulder. Wei Han, still clutching stolen archive strips, looked personally insulted by the phrasing. Shen Yue answered first with suspicion. And I grant you orthodox protection, trial legitimacy, and supervised access to what can safely be learned from this node." Yun's gaze did not waver. "In exchange, you surrender the besieged Heaven Branch for sealing and submit to doctrinal restraint until its risks are understood." There it was. Protection with one hand, burial with the other. Prince Ning laughed once with no mirth at all. "You negotiate like a man asking a wildfire to enter a lantern because the household feels anxious." Yin finally turned his head toward the prince. "I negotiate like a man who has seen what crowd command arts become after enough corpses teach them convenience." That hit the room differently. Not empty sect fear. Memory. Shen Yue saw it then in the old patriarch's face. Not panic at the forbidden. Weariness with history repeating under new names. "You know this path," Shen Yue said. "I know what remained after it was broken." Yun's voice stayed level. "I know the 10,000 banners systems were built in answer to an enemy that dissolved the self into obedient concord. I also know that not every answer deserves to survive its war. Many do not know when to stop fighting once the battlefield changes." Shen Yue felt the manual burning under his ribs and did not like how much of that sentence sounded applicable to his own life already. Still, sealing meant surrender. Surrender meant dependency. Dependency meant the same people who called his path plague would decide which parts of truth remained useful. "No. If I hand you the manual," Shen Yue said, "what remains of me after you're done understanding it?" Yun answered without softness and without evasion. "Possibly a safer man." Wei Han made a scandalized choking sound. "Oh, offensively honest." Ji Rulan, listening from the west with one hand resting on her rail, said, "Take care, patriarch. Selling chains as medicine works better when wrapped in silk." Yun ignored her again. He was good at that. The war spirits had not moved during the exchange. But as the pressure between Shen Yue and the patriarch sharpened, the faceless standard-bearer slowly lowered its folded banner toward the arena floor. Not an attack. A marker. The node itself was waiting to see who would command the next shape. Yin saw it too. "Your branch awakens under siege conditions," he said. "That is exactly why men like you mistake crisis for proof of worth. The world surrounds you, and your answer is to make surrounding the center of the world." It was a knife because it was not wholly false. Shen Yue heard Mu Yao's voice from the shrine steps in the frontier, asking him not to become only a weapon everyone borrowed. He heard Gu Feisen's cold logic at the banquet, justifying village death as scaled necessity. He heard Yin Silei naming men like him necessary, as if that were not a species of trap. For one breath, Yun Tyron's offer became dangerous in a new way. Not because it tempted power, because it tempted relief. What if surrendering the manual meant being allowed to stop carrying every crisis to the center of his own chest? Then he looked at the orthodox line around the vault, at the suppression weave designed to deny his path the geometry it needed to live, and understood another truth. Yin might save him. He would also save the world from whatever Shen Yue's answer might have become. That meant the offer could never be clean. "No," Shen Yue said. The word rang harder than shouting would have. Yun's expression did not change. "Think carefully." "I already did." Shen Yue stepped once toward the open vault. Hostility answered from 3 sides at once, and the manual rose hungry, ready. "If my path deserves judgment, it won't come from men who built their institutions on the assumption that anything powerful among the poor must be sealed for stability." The orthodox line shifted. Prince Ning's guard answered. Ji Rulan's retainers began moving for the side exits, which meant she thought the room was about to turn from negotiation into looting. Yin exhaled through his nose. "Then legitimacy becomes harder for you." It already was. For the first time, genuine irritation touched the old patriarch's face. "No," he said. "You still think the world has been unreasonable because it is cruel. Many times the world is cruel because men mistake their own exceptional survival for universal permission." That one left blood under the words. The old man was not arguing theory anymore. He was arguing from a grave Shen Yue had never seen. Still no surrender. Because whatever had broken the 10,000 banners once, Shen Yue knew with pit-born certainty that if he yielded the branch now, others would rewrite him into a cautionary footnote before sunset. The standard-bearer spirit touched its banner tip to stone. The whole vault chimed. Negotiation was over. Chapter 64. Mu Yao chose to wound him with reason in a room full of relics and hostile saints. They had barely escaped the arena vault before Prince Ning's people sealed them into a riverside archive house under emergency authority. Sealed was too dignified a word for it. In practice, it meant 3 courtyards, 2 hidden exits, 1 sleepless clerk, 12 armed retainers, and no one certain whether Riverglass would be under orthodox review, royal lockdown, or merchant panic by dawn. Snow had started after midnight. Wet, slow flakes drifted past the lattice screens and softened the city noise outside into a far-off hiss. The archive house smelled of cedar paper, lamp oil, and whatever medicinal steam Mu Yao had ordered from the kitchen before anyone remembered to ask whether physicians took command of kitchens automatically. Shen Yue found her in the upper map, room among stacked route scrolls and river charts. She stood by the brazier with both palms braced on the table, looking down at the copied vault strips Wei Han had spread there before vanishing into another records chamber. One lantern lit the room. It painted bronze warmth over one side of her face and left the other in shadow. "You should be resting," he said. "I am resting from people less annoying than you." He almost smiled. It died quickly. Yun's offer sounded tempting for one breath, he said. Mu Yao did not look up. "I know." That answer stopped him harder than argument would have. "How?" Now she lifted her head. "Because I watched your shoulders when he said safer man." The words landed in the exact place he had kept unguarded because he had assumed no one could see it in a room that chaotic. Mu Yao came around the table slowly. "You think I wanted you to take it," she said. He did not answer. That was answer enough. She stopped close enough that he could see the shadows of fatigue under her eyes and the tiny tremor in her hand she still got when too many hours had passed since proper sleep. "I did consider it," she said. "That is the honest version. Because if Yun sealed your manual and gave you rank and a chamber where no one could use you except with permission, maybe you would live longer. Maybe fewer people would orbit your wounds waiting for answers." Her mouth tightened. "Maybe I would sleep." There it was. The fracture. Not because she wanted power for him. Because she was tired of fearing the knock on every door that might have finally arrived for his body. Shen Yue looked away first, toward the snow beyond the lattice. "You think I should have gone? I think preserving yourself might save more people than dying in the right shape every season." The room went quiet except for the hiss of the brazier. He knew she was speaking from care. That made it hurt worse. "If I had gone," he said, "you would have watched them turn every lesson I learned in pits and riots into a pathology report. And if you stay exactly as you are, I may one day watch a crowd carry what's left of you home while calling it noble." That one cut clean. He felt the answer rise hot and immediate. Some defense about agency, necessity, what the frontier had required, what Gu Facin represented, what Yin Silei had proven, what the vault had chosen. None of it fit in the room. Because none of it changed the fear in her voice. Mu Yao folded her arms as if holding herself steady against the conversation. "I am not asking you to become obedient. I'm asking whether every version of your future has to be built on being the first man through the fire." He thought of Tai Luo at the barricade, of the quarter surviving without him for a time, of how much of his identity still assumed the answer had to stand where the harm stood, or it was not an answer at all. The thought was ugly, because it might have become vanity long before he admitted it. "I don't know how to be useful from the second line," he said. The honesty startled both of them. Mu Yao's expression softened for a breath, then hardened again because softness would have made the next truth easier to dodge. "Then learn." The word came out rough, almost angry. "Learn before the world teaches you by taking pieces you can't regrow." He wanted to say he was trying. He wanted to say the vault, the trial, Gu Facin, Yin, the quarter, all of it had already started teaching him. What came out instead was, "And if learning slower means someone else dies in the meantime?" Mu Yao's eyes flashed. "There. That's the trap you worship." She took one step back as if distance might cool the room. "You place every death on one side of your body and every restraint on the other, and then you call the outcome morality." That one he had no answer to. Because sometimes he did. Because sometimes the scale inside him was built exactly that crudely. Wei Han chose that moment to enter with 3 archive slips and stop dead in the doorway like a man who had opened the wrong chamber in a tomb. "I can return later," he said at once. "No." Mu Yao snapped, not looking away from Shen Yue. "If you have useful information, speak before my temper improves." Why survival instinct? Wei Han crossed to the table and laid out the slips. The 10,000 banners supply records are not only military. There are shelter charts, civilian relocation notes, protected road corridors keyed to command signals. The Legion wasn't built merely to win sieges. That pulled both Shen Yue and Mu Yao toward the table despite the unresolved crack between them. There, in old battle script and careful logistics marks, lay proof of something neither sect stories nor burial politics had ever admitted. Refuge capacity, civilian route chains, medical reserve coatings, emergency food dispersal tied directly to pressure-weighted command units. The besieged path had not been made only for men who fought well under encirclement. It had been made to hold people together when whole populations needed moving under hostile pressure. Mu Yao looked at the shelter charts and exhaled once, long and thin. So the Legion built refuges. Wei Han nodded. And your Shen Duan keeps stumbling into exactly that function while pretending it's incidental. Shen Duan stared at the old charts and felt something in his idea of himself shift. Not warrior. Not merely survivor. Emergency bearer. The change did not heal the fracture in the room. It did make silence between them feel less empty and more unfinished. Chapter 65. The shelter map was larger than the war map. Wei Han unrolled it across 3 joined archive tables, while dawn snow whitened the city outside, and Prince Ning's retainers pretended not to listen from the corridor. The parchment had been lacquered against damp sometime before the world forgot the 10,000 Banners Legion. Even now, after centuries underground, the ink lines held sharp. Black routes for supply, red routes for formation anchors, blue routes for what the key explained as non-combatant transfer under banner shadow. Blue was everywhere, not tucked in corners, not secondary. Every fortress corridor on the map ran beside civilian lanes. Every command node linked not only to strike vectors, but to food caches, clinic tents, wagon wells, and places marked with the old script for shelter. Mu Yao traced one blue line with a fingertip. This isn't evacuation after the battle, she said softly. It's integrated. They planned movement of the wounded and displaced before deployment. Wei Han, already vibrating from lack of sleep and too much revelation, nodded. And look here. The shelter capacities are tied to command resonances. The same people directing the siege lines directed refuge distribution. Shen Duan stared at the map until his eyes blurred. For years his path had felt like a cruel answer to a cruel world. Strength from being cornered. Authority from pressure. Victory stolen from disadvantage. Now the old Legion said something else. Being besieged had not only been a condition to weaponize. It had been a condition populations endured. The path existed because someone had needed commanders who could think clearly when everyone was surrounded, terrified, and moving together through danger. The realization left him almost angry. At the sects that had buried it. At the generations that had reduced it to demonic rumor. At himself for not seeing sooner why the quarter had felt less like an accident and more like recognition. Prince Ning entered without ceremony carrying a tray of bitter tea none of them wanted and all of them needed. The city has not decided whether to panic or petition, he said. Ji Rulan requests a private meeting. The Orthodox delegation requests shared custody of the vault. The Royal Review Board requests time to deliberate, which means it is afraid. Lan Shui followed him in with fresh snow on her shoulders and a stack of copied witness statements under one arm. And Elder Sui has sent 3 notices demanding you be remanded to sect jurisdiction before larger powers distort the matter. Wei Han accepted a cup and snorted. How touching. The local rot fears continental rot will eat first. Shen Duan barely heard them. His attention stayed on one section of the map where a command node linked to 7 shelter routes across what looked like old riverglass terrain before the current city walls expanded. This node, he said. Wei Han leaned over. Central support bastion. And if it wakes? The scholar's expression sharpened. Then whoever commands it could route civilians, supplies, and battlefield pressure together across a city scale. Assuming the command lattice still functions. Assuming the bearer isn't reduced to ash for trying. Assuming 10 other unpleasant caveats. Prince Ning set the tea tray down and looked from the map to Shen Duan's face. You are not thinking of activating anything until we know what factions are moving. It was not quite a question. Shen Duan answered honestly anyway. I am thinking of what this was for. Mu Yao looked up from the blue shelter lines. Good. Keep thinking there first. There was no accusation in it now. No forgiveness either. Just a line drawn and offered. Prince Ning leaned over the map and exhaled through his nose. If the Legion truly tied refuge and war command together, then whoever buried this system feared more than battlefield power. They feared mass organization outside approved hierarchies, Lan Shui said, which explains why every law touching unauthorized assembly has roots deeper than the current sect charters. Wei Han looked offended all over again. We've been living inside the sequel to an argument no one bothered to footnote. Shen Duan almost smiled. Then one of Ning's messengers burst into the map room without knocking, white with cold and alarm. Highness, Frontier Dispatch. Tai Luo's name hit Shen Duan before the scroll left the messenger's sleeve. He snatched it and broke the wax seal with fingers suddenly less steady than any breakthrough had ever made them. The message was short. Too short. Under renewed pressure. Elder Sui and Ji Rulon aligned quarter blocks moving together. Banner districts holding, but 2 refuge lanes compromised. Need decisions soon. No dramatic pleas. No wasted ink. Tai Luo wrote the way he fought. Directly. Mu Yao read the answer in Shen Duan's face before he handed her the scroll. The frontier is collapsing. Not yet, but soon enough that the distinction no longer felt useful. Prince Ning took the scroll next, jaw tightening as he read. If Sui and Ji Rulon coordinate openly, the quarter war is becoming precedent. Other districts will copy it. Lan Shui looked from the dispatch to the shelter map. And if the Orthodox delegation secures the vault before we move, they'll claim any response as theirs by custodial right. There it was. Again, the immediate wound. The larger board. Shen Duan felt the old reflex rise hard. Return now. Tear through the frontier. Put his body in the fire because that was where people he loved were burning. Then he looked down at the map. Blue shelter lines. Refuge integrated with command. An older answer than his habits. Maybe Mu Yao had been right. Maybe the first line was not the only place usefulness lived. Maybe the next war would be won not by arriving fastest to every wound, but by seizing the system that determined how many wounds appeared at all. He hated that thought because it asked patience from a man built around impact. He also knew, with the certainty of new understanding, that hating it was not the same as disproving it. We don't run back blind, he said at last. Mu Yao looked at him sharply. Prince Ning too. He placed one hand on the shelter map's central support bastion and spoke the decision into the room as if convincing himself counted. We learn what this node can do. Fast. Then we answer the frontier with something larger than one more body in the right alley. Outside, beyond the snow-filmed lattice, Riverglass's morning bells began to ring. And somewhere under the city, deep beneath the archive house and the waking streets, the buried 10,000 banner system answered with a single low chime like an old command hall acknowledging that someone had finally started asking the correct question. Chapter 66 Lan Shui became a traitor over breakfast. The meal itself was terrible. Cold rice cakes, half-burned tea, and pickled root slices that tasted like damp rope. Prince Ning's emergency archive house had not been built to host factions, only secrets. By dawn it held both. Retainers on the roof. Messengers in the lower court. Wei Han asleep face down over copied battle scripts for the first and probably last time in his life. Lan Shui sat at the long side table with 3 legal folios open and a red official candle burning dangerously low. Frost filmed the inside edge of the lattice windows. Outside, Riverglass's canals moved under a skin of thin ice near the banks and black current in the center. Shen Duan came down from the map room expecting more argument over the shelter node. Instead, he found Lan Shui holding a sealed packet with the expression of a woman who had just discovered Law had anticipated her betrayal before she committed it. Read, she said. He broke the seal. The packet contained internal Orthodox Alliance memoranda copied from a courier case intercepted by one of Ning's loyal clerks before dawn. Short, clean, devastating. One legal opinion classified the besieged court as an emergent extra-sect coercive body. Another outlined grounds for preemptive erasure of support networks built around mass-pressure charismatic methods. A third proposed relocation of quarter populations under Orthodox supervision to remove destabilizing communal identity around the bearer figure. Not just Shen Duan. The whole frontier experiment. Erased on paper first. These were drafted before the vault opened, Lan Shui said. Her voice had gone, so even it sounded colder than the room. Yun's people were already preparing to absorb or dismantle the besieged court under legal doctrine. Prince Ning entered in time to hear the last sentence and exhaled once through his nose. Continental orthodoxy never wastes a crisis. Shen Duan read the final memorandum twice. It named no names, but its language made the target obvious. Mutual defense structures around Shen Duan. Witness hearings. Resource pooling outside sect accounting. Civic loyalty displacing sect loyalty. Every ugly little frontier improvisation that had kept people alive had been translated into destabilization clauses by men writing from clean desks. Mu Yao took the folio from his hand and read with her jaw tightening. They intend to save your people by dissolving them into manageable units. Wei Han, newly awake and offended on principle, rolled up from the table with ink across one cheek. That is the classic solution of institutions confronted by living proof they were not necessary. Lan Shui took the memoranda back and stacked them carefully. If these remain private, Yun can deny sequence and claim emergency adaptation after the vault. If they go public now, he cannot hold clean moral height over the city. Prince Ning gave her a long look. Public where? Everywhere. She met his gaze without blinking. Scribe circles. Legal towers. Useful kind. Chapter 67. Tai Luo arrived in Riverglass with dried blood on his collar and smoke in his hair. He should not have been there. That was Shen Yue's first thought as he saw his friend shove past the archive house guards at dusk, broad as a gate. Limping slightly, one gauntlet split at the knuckles. Snow melted down the ridge of his nose and dripped from his jaw onto Prince Ning's clean floor. He looked like the frontier itself had grown shoulders and walked east to issue a complaint. You left the quarter, Shen Yue said. Tai Luo answered by dropping a scorched district token onto the table between the shelter maps. The quarter left first. The room tightened around the sentence. Muyao was already moving him toward a chair. He refused the chair on principle and let her peel his collar back just enough to reveal a deep cut bandaged in filthy cloth. Sit, she said. No. She pressed a thumb into the wound. Tai Luo sat. Only then did he speak properly. Sui changed tactics after your vault scandal. No more obvious purge banners. No more open collector gangs in front lanes. Ji Rulan's people came in with fuel, clean grain, and contracts promising winter shelter. Orthodox review teams arrived one district behind them offering safety if lanes registered under temporary obedience codes. His mouth twisted. Turns out fear sells better when it carries soup. Shen Yue felt the answer in his own bones before the details finished. Retaken districts. Not by conquest alone. By exhaustion. How many? Prince Ning asked. 2 refuge lanes gone to contract registration outright. A third split in half after one well poisoning. We held the banner court and the North Cistern by making every signer read their